It's a brand new day. New York City with open arms, standing tall, home to so many thrilling moments in sport. The foundation of a league laid right here today.
From Pop Warner to high school, college to combine, they've worked toward this day when the NFL will call their name. Ken Dorsey made his name by going 38-2 and winning a national title for the Hurricanes. Hawkeye Brad Banks made his name by passing and dashing his way to runner-up in the Heisman. Quentin Griffin made his name by churning out rush yards like his idol, Barry Sanders. Football's most pressure-packed roll call resumes, the 2003 NFL Draft.
Welcome to the NFL Draft presented by Coors Light. Now, the theater at Madison Square Garden may feel calmer today, but all 32 teams working just as hard. 166 picks will be made as we bring you rounds 4 through 7. We're glad you're with us on day 2, and you don't have to be hardcore to enjoy it. In fact, this is your primer for this season, all the ins and outs of your favorite teams. We have so many resources to tap into, and it all starts right here with these guys, Mel Kiper, Chris Mortensen, Dennis Green. How you holding up after day 1?
Holding up great. Ankles feel fine.
Liar.
Well, how important is day 2? Well, the league is built on role players. For every 1 star, there's 5 role players, and these guys don't get all the publicity, but they're counted on just as much. Not to say you can't find true gems. Example, 6 Super Bowl MVPs. Tom Brady, last year's Super Bowl MVP. Dexter Jackson, a 4th rounder. Terrell Davis, certainly a diamond in the rough. And when you consider that last year, 41% of the regular starters in the NFL were taken in rounds 4 or later. Best example of how important the later rounds are.
Well, it really is. I think the big thing that takes place is you can look on the board and know that every player available, I can get him. So what most of the teams have done, I mean, last night they knew maybe the top 10. And even if you're picking 20, you've got your 10 guys in order, and they may be checking them off, but you're pretty much assured you're going to get your pick in the 4th round.
Best draft ever?
Well, I think it's, you take the best player, it's always the best draft, I think, to a certain extent, because the talent is so athletic. And that's what I love about every year. I love the players that the major colleges in America send us, and the small schools too.
All right, Chris, teams had time to, well, not really sleep on it. They probably didn't, but what comes out of yesterday and looking forward to today?
I think what came out of yesterday is, in part, some quarterback controversies. It's always about the quarterbacks, Ron Jaworski will tell you, but just look at this. Mark Brunell gets a fresh start with a new coach, head coach in Jack Del Rio, a new offensive coordinator, Bill Musgrave, running a West Coast offense, and then boom, all along they come on and take Byron Leftwich, and all of a sudden his future in Jacksonville very much unsettled. Cordell Stewart starts anew with the Chicago Bears, and boom, they take Rex Grossman. Guess what? Even though the coaches may say this, there is a quarterback controversy in these towns that took quarterbacks on day 1.
And Cordell had already made the point that he doesn't want to tutor a new quarterback because he has to learn a new system.
That's right.
All right, who will we be keeping an eye on today?
Some good players, Susie. Day 2, 4th, 5th, 6th round. We're going to have some interesting prospects because of some medical questions pushed down the draft board. It always happens at running back, where you see quality players, as teams don't need a player at that position, drop into day 2 and become bargains at this point. Lee Suggs could have been a 2nd rounder. Nobody could have argued. Came back from that 2001 knee injury. Put up good numbers, even though he alternated with Kevin Jones in that hokey backfield. A kid who has speed, has some game-breaking ability, and I think with Lee Suggs, that rotator cuff with the shoulder and the medical recheck, they have pushed him down this far. George Reister can catch the ball and has some speed to stretch things. Ontario Smith, kickoff return ability, the hands. Ryan Long, Outland Trophy winner, still on the board here in round 4. Needs some work. A developmental prospect. It makes sense at this point in the draft, Susie.
Drafts are made by what happens on day 2, so let's get it all going as we hand it over to Gene Washington to open the day. The crowd is ready.
We're ready. They got prime seats, too.
Applause. Can we pay them?
Good morning. Welcome to day 2, the NFL Draft 2003. Cincinnati is on the clock.
Hungry players. They believe that they should have been drafted on day one. They all feel like they have something to prove, not necessarily prototypical size and speed, but you know they have heart. Where's Cincinnati go here?
Well, I think when you look at the players that are available because of those injuries, and I think when you look at the cornerback spot and Dennis Weathersby, we said all along he was probably a second-round possibility. Now all of a sudden drops into the second day of the draft. A cornerback certainly that has the physical skills to do the job, was inconsistent, didn't play as well as a senior as he did as a junior. But in round 4, he's supposedly back at 100% maybe in 6 to 8 weeks. So I think at this point, you get a cornerback who has starting potential if he can shake that underachiever label.
First pick of day one shouldn't be much of a reason for delay. Well, it is a special day on ESPN. On another front, all 4 majors are covered on ESPN and ESPN2, and Kenny Mayne will hit them all. It's called the Main Event 4-Play Tour, and we're wondering how Kenny managed to integrate himself into the NFL draft. Kenny, where are you?
Where is he?
See me now? We're doing okay. You know, I ran across the commissioner earlier, and he kind of looked me up and down and then shook his head and walked off. So that sort of felt like an endorsement. But there is no question it's a little looser, a little more relaxed on day 2 of the draft. And to that end, I've convinced the Bengals they can pick 3 and 4 players at a time, and even players have already been chosen. So look for Carson Palmer here. Is the pick in, gentlemen? They're inspecting it. It's been notarized. It's like the raised seal on the birth certificate you need to get into Canada. All right, I endorse this. It's a good one. I'm going to go to Mr. Gene Washington now. We've bonded. Gene and I go back. Bengals have a coupon, so they get like 2 or 3 picks here. You know, I played in junior high. You like that guy?
That's an interesting pick.
You know how to pronounce
You
it?
didn't change that.
No, this is like your last time on TV for the whole day, so milk it for all it's worth here, Gene.
Well, let's do that. Let's see. How do you spell that name? How do you pronounce that?
You want me to go up?
No.
I don't think the commissioner will approve. Good luck.
No. Okay.
Go well. Gene Washington now walking to the podium. The Bengals pick.
That's great.
You like that?
Yes.
With the 98th overall pick, the first of the day, Cincinnati selects from Oregon State defensive back Dennis Weathersby.
Now, here's the player that we were all looking forward to hearing from today. Could have gone in the first round, falls. There's many layers to this story, and for that we go to Chris Fowler. Hi, Chris.
Well, good morning, Susie. Weathersby, one of the interesting stories, Mike, of day 1. A guy, obviously, as Mel said, had talent to be drafted in the first couple rounds. He might look at this and say, it's bad luck. I have to wait 14 hours since the end of yesterday's picks and go 98. But he might take a step back and realize that he's lucky to be alive. Dennis Weathersby may be the player you heard about on Easter Sunday, visiting some friends in his near his hometown neighborhood in Los Angeles. Around the corner comes an SUV. Bullets start flying. Weathersby is shot in the back. The bullet passes through his torso underneath his lung, missing his spine, missing arteries, vital organs by maybe an inch or 2. Lodges in his arm. As Mel said, he should be okay in 6 to 8 weeks, but obviously very, very fortunate to be alive. Puts it in perspective having to wait till the beginning of day 2 to get drafted.
It really does, and he is going to be okay. He doesn't have anything life-threatening going on here. It's just going to be recovery from the gunshot wound, and I think that this is going to turn out to be a value pick because I like this kid as a cornerback. We talked a lot yesterday about size of cornerbacks, be it small or large, and I know Jeff Fisher came on and talked about cornerbacks needing to be a little larger, and this kid is a big cornerback, close to 6'1", over 200 pounds. He is a press corner, and certainly the Bengals a few years ago with Artrell Hawkins tried to bring in that cornerback, but they may be looking to make some changes there. Here could be a 4th-round pick that could step in and play right away. This guy can play at the line of scrimmage. He's going to jam you. He's going to put pressure on you. He can cover short, and he can cover intermediate. Where he may have some problems is covering the long route. He may need some help over the top with a safety, and that could open up the middle of the field. Also with his size, as you see here, he's able to play the run, come up. He's not just going to take you out at the legs. He's going to hit you up high. He could possibly cause some fumbles, and he can take care of the interference, the lead blockers, to let your linebackers make the play. So I think even for the 4th round, this kid could be a value pick. He could step into the Bengals, and he could be playing very soon in this program.
He's a great story, great student, not the greatest attitude guy. And if he'd had everything together in that department, he might have been drafted despite this gunshot incident. The coaches don't give him an A+ in that regard. That would have been a red flag in the past for the Bengals, but maybe with Marvin Lewis, they've turned things around. They can get that attitude corrected. Pick number 2 of day 2, back to Gene Washington.
With pick number 99, Detroit has selected from Kentucky running back Artos Penner. Chicago's on the clock.
Evaluate Pinner.
When you look at R2 Spinner, it was the injury. I think when you look at the Senior Bowl, going back to the regular season at Kentucky, R2 Spinner was one of the top players in the SEC. He can catch the football out of the backfield, but he runs hard. He's got that low center of gravity. Makes him very tough for those defensive players to get a good handle on. And I think when you look at Pinner, had it not been for that injury, you may have been looking at a third-round pick. So he didn't drop that far, really, Susie. The injury pushed him down basically around. You could have argued that it didn't affect him at all, that he's still about where he would have gone regardless.
James Stewart had a pretty good season there and really should thrive in Steve Mariucci's offense. Everybody thinks of it as West Coast, but they really do like to run the ball. What do you think of their draft overall, just in terms of how it's helped this team?
Well, I still go back to what Matt Millen said when he first took over the Lions, which is he was kind of shocked and surprised at how slow the Detroit Lions was. And so he's picked up with this theme of getting good football players, but building on that speed. And yesterday, you know, they get Charles Rogers with that first pick. That's speed. You get Boss Bailey in the second round at linebacker. That is speed. And then Corey Redding's a defensive end. He didn't count, but I'm just saying is I see them addressing the essential need of just getting faster. I mean, they play on turf. They play in some domes like the Metrodome. They need to be faster, and that's what they've done.
2 down, 164 picks to go. We're going to need a lot of help. And it starts back with Chris Fowler. Chris?
All right, Susie, here is Mike Golick. We're going to break down some tape. He's got his papers, he's got the tape on some of the top players in this draft, their strengths and their flaws. Yes, they do have flaws.
Absolutely, they do.
Why they will or will not succeed at the next level. Plus, various NFL insiders will drop by, give us some behind-the-scenes stories. Teams very active trying to trade up in some of these spots and get a specific player. Now to Mark Malone.
All right, Chris, here in Bristol, Connecticut at the EAA NFL Sports Desk, along with Merrill Hodge and Ron Jaworski, guys that know the NFL. We've got, what, over 40 playbooks that you guys have put together to break down some of the draft choices and some of the schemes around the National Football League to see how they fit in. Got some gray suits here going on.
Banker look today, Mark.
Yes,
Banker look.
We don't need any NFL insiders. We have them right here. Now to Andrea Kramer at ESPN, the magazine.
Thanks a lot, and welcome to the Players Roundtable, where we have plenty of opinions and my all-star crew. We've got the money man, Alex Rodriguez, also known as Deuce McAllister of the Saints, smooth and silky Walt Frazier, Corey Chavis from the Vikings, the big man on the outside, John Jansen, the offensive tackle from the Redskins, and the pros pro, Bill Romanowski from the Raiders. We'll have lots of commentary for you today. Right now, let's head to Ed Werder in Dallas.
Well, Andrea, some animated discussions as Jerry Jones and Bill Parcells reconvene in the Dallas draft room for day 2. Now, for the first time in 13 years, because of the departure of Emmitt Smith, the Cowboys don't have a proven starting player at running back. Right now, their only every down player is Troy Hambrick. It'll be interesting to see if sometime in these next few rounds the Cowboys address that position. But if so, it'll have to be somebody who's here for a while, because Bill Parcells said yesterday he doesn't want to take a running back today and then take another one next year. Let's go back to New York.
All right, Ed, always plenty of intrigue coming from the Cowboys, especially now with Bill Parcells in the fold. Who will be the stars of tomorrow? We will find out as the day unfolds. We're just getting going. Day 2 of the NFL Draft.
I'm Byron Leftwich. Jimmy Kennedy, defensive tackle. Christopher Sims. Willis McGahee. Charles Rogers.
I'm Kyle Boller.
Terence Newman.
And you're watching the NFL Draft.
Huh? On ESPN.
Say that one more time.
Good to go.
What?
Sound like a natural, don't I?
Todd Johnson just selected by Florida. He'll go to the Chicago Bears. One of the subjects that we just wanted to revisit was the pick of Dennis Weathersby, that really the whole story isn't being told.
Well, just, you know, it's an instance where he gets shot in his neighborhood there in the LA area, and it's 5 o'clock in the afternoon on Easter Sunday. A guy had been to church, and I think there's just people have said it's gang-related type thing, but there's been no gang-related activity ever linked to this guy. So even though he did, maybe some people say he was high maintenance at Oregon State, but there's nothing documented that this guy got into trouble at Oregon State.
Well, and you're talking about a guy that's going to graduate this spring, in 4 years, 3-time academic All-Pac-10, meeting guys like Darren Nelson, some of the real legends of the game. And so this is a super young man who's done a great job. And I just think, again, being in a neighborhood around L.A. does not mean that you're a gangbanger. I don't think he was.
Well, the other thing is, you know, physically, he is supposed to be okay. I mean, Paul Pierce of the Boston Celtics got stabbed 12 times and played, what, 3 weeks later or something like that? So they do feel physically he is going to be okay, as we've already said.
Bottom line, there's always many sides to every story. Let's go back to the last couple of picks. The safety, Todd Johnson, to Chicago.
Todd Johnson out of Florida. Susie goes to Chicago Bears. You look at Johnson in 2001 and 2000, had some great years. He had that thigh bruise this past season, didn't play quite up to the level of those 2 years. But when you look at him, he's no John Lynch. Don't make that mistake to compare him to John Lynch. He's a 6'1", 200-pounder, a guy that is very smart, understands the position. He's experienced at both free and strong safety. Very battle-tested against elite competition in that SEC. He had 17, 18 tackles in several games over the last 3 years. When you look at Todd Johnson, a guy that I think can be a good guy to work into the mix, back up early, special teamer early on, because he's so experienced, because he can play both free and strong, Susie, he would have value in this era of free agency where you have a guy now starts out as a backup, eventually, 2-3 years down the road, could be pushed into the starting mix.
And this is Chicago kind of player. It really is. I mean, a tough guy, a hard-nosed guy. I think he'll fit in great with Chicago as they try to revitalize their program.
Dominic Davis, you look at him at LSU and what he was able to do both as a running back, a receiver, and in the return game. And I think that's the key here for the Houston Texans. Look at that return ability, which is such a bonus. Against Virginia Tech, they jumped out 7-0, or it appeared that punt return was called back for a penalty. Virginia Tech rolled to an easy victory. You see the quickness, but he doesn't have electrifying speed. He's a compact kid at 5'9", 213, but I think what he brings is all-purpose skills. See the ability to get down the field and make the difficult catch. When you factor that in with the return ability, which we'll see here, the ability to have that vision, then be quick, show good feet and cutback ability, and also be a guy who can break a tackle. And I think this is a guy who, for any team, and now it's the Houston Texans, we know who it is, we identify them. He is going to be able to make that football team and be a guy who competes and contributes in a variety of ways. So that brings you a lot of value at this point in round 4 because of his versatility.
And the latest pick, Montre Holland, the guard from Florida State to New Orleans.
This was a guy that everybody talked about as maybe a third-round pick, and a guy that I thought was very impressive at the Senior Bowl practice. You see 6'1", 333, can pull, can trap. Guy that I think can come in and start as a rookie, because at Florida State, remember, they have some very good defensive line prospects. He's going banging heads with those guys every day in practice. As I said, in Mobile at the Senior Bowl, he was probably one of the top 5 or 6 players all week in practice. So I think when you look at Montre Holland, experienced kid, a lot of people considered him, I'm sure, in round 3. So I think a starting potential is there for Holland as a pure guard, transitioning into the National Football League, opening up holes for Greg Jones. Greg Jones had some outstanding games, though he hurt his knee late in the season, and a key to that success of Greg Jones was Montre Holland over the last few years at Florida State.
And Brady James just taken by the Cowboys. Bill Parcells going defense.
Well, you talk about Montre Holland and where he went. I thought Brady James would be a second-round draft choice because of the drop-off at that position after the top guys. We even saw Boss Bailey go in round 2, Nick Barnett elevate to round 1, and we saw Eddie Moore in Tennessee go a little higher than I expected. That pushes Brady James down, and don't just label him a middle linebacker because that's where he played this past season. I thought he played his best football at the will spot during his junior campaign when he had Trev Falk in the middle, a sideline-to-sideline defender, very athletic, and a guy who gives you everything he has. He's a total football player, works very hard, very passionate about the game. Put him on the outside, I think he can be at his best in space. He doesn't play through resistance that well in the middle. He wasn't protected by great play at defensive tackle this past year, but I think if you look at junior film and don't put as much emphasis on what happened this past season, you've been very happy and very impressed with what you saw. I think for a guy with that kind of versatility and the attitude and the approach and the dedicated player that Brady James is, he's going to be a major asset to this Dallas Cowboy defense.
Well, I think when you look at all the players available, I'll bet you there's no doubt that he was a #1 player that the Dallas Cowboys had on their board. And so what happens now, when you're picking 6, you're hoping and keeping your breath saying, hey, I like a lot of guys up there, but this is our #1 guy.
For today.
That's right, not coming off being drafted, because today is like the first day. And so there's no doubt that when they looked up, Bill Parcells sees them sitting there and says, he's our #1 guy, and then to get your #1 guy on day 2 puts a smile on your face, because this is a linebacker who can play. And that's what Bill Parcells has got to have.
Not a coincidence that he's 6'2½". This is a bigger type of linebacker that Bill Parcells prefers as opposed to the smaller guys they have in Dallas.
And throughout the day, we'll watch that because Mike Zimmer is the defensive coordinator, and word was we're going to go with Zim's defense, smaller, quicker guys, but that doesn't really seem to be
Bill
the case.
Parcells is the head coach of this football team. Pretty strong.
And let's also say this. I mean, we had been bashing the Cowboys for a lot of years there. The last 2 seasons, as I've got it together on draft day.
All right, we continue with the 2003 NFL Draft. Stay with us.
Welcome back to day 2 of the 2003 NFL Draft here at the EA Sports NFL Matchup Desk. Mark Malone, Merrill Hodge, and Ron Jaworski as we continue to look at some of the players drafted in day 1 of the quarterbacks that went. Obviously, Carson Palmer first, Cincinnati. The second and fourth quarterbacks chosen, Byron Leftwich and Rex Grossman. A couple of guys that I think should have some success here, but guys you looked at tape on and they've got some flaws.
Yeah, I broke them down, Mark, and both are going to be fine pros. In fact, I had 5 guys that I projected that would do well in the National Football League, and we'll get into that a little bit later. We break them down, but let's focus right now on Byron Leftwich and Rex Grossman. And clearly, when you look at Byron Leftwich, you see a guy out of Marshall that had tremendous productivity, and that's what the Jacksonville Jaguars loved about it. He did it week in and week out. But as I project Byron Leftwich to the National Football League, the one thing that I see are some correctable mistakes. He has a very slow delivery. Here's what I'm talking about. Nothing wrong with his ball position. But as Byron reaches the top of his drop, look at the separation between his lead hand and the ball. Right here, this ball should be coming up to be delivered. But instead, he patched the ball, causing a delay in the delivery. This is a strong indicator to the defense that the ball is going to be released. In fact, let's put a clock on it. Back foot plant through to the release. That's more than a second. Now let's compare it to Rex Grossman at the combine. Rex does not pat the ball. There's no hand separation. It's up and delivered. Let's put a clock on him. Plant to release. That's almost half a second less than Leftwich. You can really see the difference when you watch them side by side. In the NFL, that's an eternity. I can't tell you what a huge difference that is. In the National Football League, that ball on a 3-step drop must come out in 1.5 seconds. On a 5-step drop, it must come out in 2.1 seconds. When you go to your 7-step drops, you can get the ball out 3-3-1. But the thing that concerns me about Byron Leftwich, not only the fact that he has that pat of the football, which is about a half a second, but the long stride. And I think in the NFL, you get very few clean pockets. And the thing is, he's got to be able to make that stride. I think he's got to work on twisting a little bit more than striding. And again, like I said earlier, these are correctable mistakes.
Well, and he broke his leg because of that long stride as well. That was one of the problems.
No question.
I can't get over the half a second. A half a second in a National Football League, players can move anywhere from 3 to 7 yards. Now, when you think about that, the window of opportunity for a quarterback in the National Football League is about this big. If you get a guy 3 extra yards to drive on a ball, 7 extra yards to drive on a ball, not a lot of opportunities for completions, more opportunities for interceptions.
You were a little bit against the pick of Byron Leftwich by Jacksonville and Jack Del Rio.
Well, here was my concern with that. It looked to me this whole offseason the Jacksonville Jaguars were building their football team to win now. I thought when you had a guy like Jordan Gross available, and let's be honest, the Jacksonville Jaguars do not have a very good offensive line. I saw him building this team to win now. All of a sudden, I see you take Byron Leftwich. You're looking to the future, not helping Mark Brunell in the offense right now.
And, of course, Cordell Stewart, when you mentioned Rex Grossman, a guy that says, listen, I don't have any time to kind of bring along a rookie quarterback. I got my own offense to learn up in Chicago. That'll be an interesting story to cover as well. Susie, back to you.
All right, Mark, maybe nothing wrong with trying to find that proper balance of building for the future and concentrating on now. They were talking about Jacksonville. Let's start with their latest pick, George Rice.
Susie, I like Jacksonville. I like the Jaguars draft going into this pick. I think James Harris, Jack Del Rio have to be very happy to get Leftwich, Mathis, Manawai, and now George Reister, a kid who slides down a little further than some of the other tight ends that were equal in grade. They go second round or third like Jason Witten. Reister goes in round 4, and you watch Justin Peel moved on to the San Diego Chargers, in-step that very athletically gifted tight end. George Reister had the 41 catches this past year, averaged 14.1 yards per grab, and a tight end who plays somewhat like a wide receiver. He's not afraid to leave his feet. He'll extend. He'll make the acrobatic catch. He's a gifted athlete. Has a 34.5 vertical, which is key because he's only 6'2.25". He goes about 250. So while he lacks ideal height, he's a great athlete, and he has those long arms, very good hands. The question with Reister is inline blocking overall. That's an area that's of concern. But with his skills as a receiver, I think certainly with Leftwich coming into the mix down the road, this kid's going to have some balls thrown his way with the new era of Jaguar football taking place maybe in 2004.
Right.
And then the Vikings come back to take Ontario Smith, another Oregon guy.
Ontario Smith, back-to-back Ducks. Morton, you're right. I think you look at Ontario Smith, we said not much separating these running backs at the top of the board. Ontario Smith, I had second overall to Larry Johnson with Willis McGahee, the wild card. We had another Smith, Musa Smith, go earlier. Ontario Smith was an excellent player at Tennessee in the SEC before he transferred out to Oregon in the Pac-10. Was an excellent kickoff returner, showed game-breaking speed as a running back, can catch the ball out of the backfield. Concern this year was a knee injury that he had late in the season. I think if he can maintain his health over the full 16 games and not be nicked, he's going to have value in terms of his kickoff return ability and on third down coming out of that backfield catching the football.
And this is more the traditional size of a running back that you're looking for when you get him the second day. You're talking about 5'9", 5'10", like the other real famous Smith, a la Emmitt Smith. Not a big, tall guy, weighs 220, almost identical dimensions. This guy's a very explosive player. And, you know, I've been crying for these backs all the way since yesterday. I cannot believe that anybody wouldn't love Ontario Smith. Late first or second round, this is a great bargain pick for the Minnesota Vikings.
It happens every year. These teams don't really have, there are only 4 or 5 teams going into the draft need a running back. It's a desperation type thing, and once they get their backs, other players have to slide down because teams are filling needs, and we've had 20 of the 32 starting running backs went from the second round on, and a team that needed help at wide receiver, and you say, okay, the St. Louis Rams, you know, they've had great receivers in the past, but they don't have Hakeem any longer, Ricky Prohl. You know, Wilkins struggled, so you have Torrey Holt situation to deal with. They drafted Kevin Curtis, the Rams did yesterday out of Utah State. They come back with Sean McDonald, an unbelievable 2001 season, averaging with 24 yards per catch. Dropped a little bit this past season in terms of his average per catch, but the punt return ability is a key as well. Remember how good Hakeem was in that area at times, so he had some fumbling problems, but I think in St. Louis, he will be a punt returner. He will also be a guy in that slot to give you some of the things that an Hakeem did when he was operating at maximum efficiency.
And they need him right now because their passing attack has dropped off. Some of the intimidating factor of the wide receivers not quite there. They need a fresh guy to come in who can do a lot of things, punts, kickoff returns, go deep, catch the slants, make people miss and make big plays. I think he's going to give them a lot of juice. I mean, a lot of juice. And again, probably the guy that they had picked on the board to say we need a receiver. This is our guy. Keep our fingers crossed, and it's such a wide range, you normally get your guy.
And St. Louis had back-to-back picks. They also need a little help there, quarterback, just in terms of age and depth, and they go with DeJuan Gross, cornerback from Nebraska.
And his value, Susie, more so as the nickel-dime corner, is a punt returner. He is arguably one of the top 1-2 punt returners in this draft, so he's immediately going to have an impact on special teams.
And another running back goes to Denver, Quentin Griffin. This guy plays with a lot of passion.
By Lionel Little Train James. Remember him from the San Diego Chargers and the Auburn Tigers. Quentin Griffin brings to the locker room, brings to the practice field, brings to a football team great character. And a guy low slung, only 5'7", but strong, good balance, did a heck of a job for Oklahoma King, the Sooners, and their great run the last couple of years. And I think when you look at Quentin Griffin, just the fact to have him as a backup on your football team is going to be a major asset.
The latest pick, Jarrett Johnson, defensive end to Baltimore, still building that defense.
Jarrett Johnson's all energy. We talked about Tyler Brayton being a guy with the motor. Jarrett Johnson is equal in that aspect. What he doesn't have is the measurables. Jarrett Johnson, the 40 speed, very suspect. A guy you wonder, will he be a guy at the pro level, is handled by those skilled offensive linemen. But I think the guy, as a rotation guy, as a backup with his ability to fight through and battle. He got a lot of coverage sacks because he never quit on a play. Rex Ryan's one of the best defensive line coaches in the entire NFL.
Well,
He'll maximize the skills.
Who's basically done with his career, is he that type of guy?
In a different way. Michael McCrary had closing speed. Jarrett Johnson doesn't. What Jarrett Johnson has is the ability with the pads on to play above and beyond his physical qualifications.
Well, moments ago, we were talking about Jacksonville, whether they're building for the present or for the future. Well, why don't we ask the man himself? The new head coach of the Jacksonville Jaguars joins us through the Coors Light video conferencing, Jack Del Rio. Jack, welcome to the NFL as a head coach. So what is your perspective? You take Byron Leftwich. What happens with Mark Brunell?
That's a great question, Susie. That's one I'm going to be fielding for quite a time now. We like all three of our quarterbacks, and we're going to let that situation resolve itself through competition.
Well, there's nothing like starting out your first head coaching job and creating a little quarterback controversy. But just in general, you've tried to just bring a new attitude to Jacksonville. I know through weight training. What were some of the things that you thought were missing in that organization that you've tried to instill?
Well, you know, everybody has their own style, and we're going to come in and do things the way that we see they should go. Part of that is acquiring some of these players and making it more competitive at each position.
How much do you, now as head coach, you've been linebackers coach, you had years in the NFL as a linebacker, still talk to your players about just an attitude, how to practice? Do you still try to kind of convey from your playing days?
No question about it. I was under Denny Green, the guy sitting off to your right there, and I learned quite a bit about how it should be done, and I'm trying to instill that type of mindset with our guys and that type of up-tempo play.
What did it mean to you to be able to pick up a player like Hugh Douglas?
He was a great addition for us. You know, getting Hugh and getting Peterson and Mitchell at linebacker, that allowed us to go into the draft really considering the top value for players and not having to reach for defense.
Jack, thanks for joining us. We'll see you throughout the day.
My pleasure.
Well, one of the quarterbacks that we've talked about, Seneca Wallace, he's taken by Seattle. Some quarterback questions there as well.
Well, it's interesting. It's, you know, that they would take this. Some people were disappointed that Seneca Wallace didn't work out as a wide receiver at the combine, a la Antoine Randall a year ago. But he's one of, I think, 7 or 8 quarterbacks who could be taken on this day. But Seneca Wallace, Mel, obviously, you know what he brings to the table.
Watch this play right here, and you can see the ability to ignite an offense and make magical plays with his great feet, his quickness, and a guy who has vision of a running back once he starts scrambling around. Seneca Wallace is a quarterback. He's not a wide receiver. He knew it, and he said, hey, I'll go out there Wednesday during the Senior Bowl practice in Mobile and give it a shot, but I'm a quarterback. I'm not changing positions, necessarily open to that, at least going into the NFL. We'll see what happens, but he has a live arm. He's creative in the pocket. He's a guy at one point this season was projected to be a second-round draft choice. He struggled from midway point of the season until the latter stages when he threw those 4 INTs, had no touchdown passes against Connecticut last regular season game for Iowa State for Seneca Wallace, and for that reason, he drops a little bit. But I think all along, and I think right now, he is a quarterback, not a position change to wide receiver.
And I think the combine helped him. Many times, the best part of the combine is get a true height and a true weight. Many times the rumors were, oh, he's only 5'9", he's only 5'10", because he is so exceptional, it was almost like you can't. He is 5'11 and a half. That is plenty tall enough for the National Football League. This young man can move the chains. And I tell you, he goes back to pass. Your worst nightmare is to cover everyone. Your worst nightmare is to drop back and have this guy pull it down and run because he can move the chains.
And not that he's Michael Vick, because, and he isn't, but he's only a half-inch shorter than Mike Vick. And I spoke with Ron Wolf, the former general manager of the Green Bay Packers. We talked about this height issue. And he said, look, unless the guy's 5'10 and under, he goes, I'm okay with anything above that. He says, because I think all these guys, whether they're 6 foot or 6'5", they're all thrown through windows.
Well, and I tell you, everyone, I mean, didn't you hear everybody kept saying he's 5'9", 5'10"? I mean, for him to get there and get that true A, I'm 5'11 and a half, that was big for him. Right then is when he jumped from maybe the 6th up to the 4th round.
At the Senior Bowl, Seneca decided to just appease some of the scouts, just practiced a little at wide receiver, but made it clear, I am a quarterback. I know one DB in the NFL who thought that Seneca Wallace was a top 5 in the draft this year. He's with our roundtable at ESPN, the magazine, and we will hear from Corey Chavis when we come back.
ESPN's exclusive coverage of the NFL Draft is presented by Coors Light. It's up and it's good. Coors Light, official beer sponsor of the NFL. Rock on. And in part by A1 Steak Sauce. Yeah, it's that important. And Progressive Auto Insurance. Progressive, not what you'd expect from an insurance company.
Welcome back to ESPN's Day 2 coverage of the NFL Draft. I'm Andrea Kramer at the NFL Players Roundtable in New York, along with Bill Romanowski, Deuce McAllister, Corey Chavis, John Jansen. Your Vikings, Corey, just took a player you both have been really high on, running back Ontario Smith. He had fallen in the draft, but what does this say about Michael Bennett, the runner for the Vikings, who broke his foot on a treadmill? What does this say even about Bennett's status?
Oh, it doesn't say anything. I mean, he's a Pro Bowl back last year, so he has absolutely nothing to prove. He's a great player. But I think when you get a guy like Ontario Smith, as smooth as the jersey I'm wearing, Walt Frazier, he's that guy.
Yeah, I think you talk about a guy like, like Ontario, when he can make the cuts that he makes, he has the balance that he has, he makes linemen look good, especially with the trend for zone blocking. You know, when you got a guy who can hit anywhere from the 8-hole on the right side to the backside A or B gap, you know, how do you defend against a guy like that?
Hey, he's a Charlie Garner type. That's who he reminds me of. How is he going to handle the intimidating environment of the Oakland Coliseum? I look forward to that.
Let's talk about Justin Fargas, too. He's got to handle it.
He's on our team.
One thing I like about Ontario is just his shiftings. You know, the guy, he kind of fell a little bit. It's the same as Charlie, but, you know, the one thing he's going to help is he's more of a third down back. You know, you give Michael the ball on first and second down, and then you put Ontario in the game on third down situation. I think he really helps Minnesota.
Seattle also took quarterback Seneca Wallace from Iowa State, a guy you guys have also been high on. Is he an Antoine Randall L type of player, or does he project just at quarterback?
Well, he put the team on his back this year, and I think he projects as a quarterback. I think he's underrated as a pocket passer, does a good job out of shotgun. He moves around, he throws well on the run, gets his shoulders back square once he throws on the run. And Michael Vick's 6 feet, so I don't think the height's that much of a problem. What do you think?
I think at 5'11", he's going to have to show that he can throw over top of linemen. He's going to have to show that he can make those plays without the balls being batted down, without throwing into the backside of his offensive lineman.
You're 6'6", can he throw over you?
I think that's something he's going to have to prove. He's going to have to make those plays and not have that problem.
Is he going to have to learn to throw through passing lanes? Is that going to be
linemen are going
different?
to have, when you talk about passing game, you talk about throwing through you know, tunnels that are created by offensive linemen.
I like that. I like a guy that has to look over big guys like that, because those kind of guys throw a lot of interceptions.
Well, Michael Vick didn't throw too many last year.
Yeah, because he took off running. He didn't have to throw.
He started the year off 10 for 10 against Green Bay.
Is Seneca Wallace the caliber athlete of a Michael Vick, though?
I mean, the same caliber is a poor man's maybe Michael Vick, but I mean, what's wrong with that?
Yeah, but he may be as good he's probably as good an athlete as Anton Randall L. And look, you know, he's been productive for Pittsburgh. So I think you see this guy come in, he's going to have to be that athlete and play a couple of positions to make it in this league.
And not a one-year wonder, Big 12 newcomer of the year.
He's my slash. I can't play him at quarterback. I have to let him be slash.
Not bad, then. I'll take slash.
We will have much more from our Players Roundtable and more continuing coverage of Day 2 of the NFL Draft on ESPN right after this. Please stay with us.
And welcome back to the theater at Madison Square Garden, the 2003 NFL Draft. Let's quickly get you caught up on the last 5 picks here in round 2. It's been fast and furious, kind of a mirror image of round 1 as things move along. The last of the 5, Brett Williams to Kansas City. Mel.
Yeah, that's all right.
Unless you want to dive in there.
Don't ask me
test your knowledge
I don't really know about now.
We've seen actually some major college players come off the board here, and you look at Matt Wilhelm and Brett Williams. You look at Matt Wilhelm, an overachieving middle linebacker. Kenny Peterson did a heck of a job for Ohio State at defensive tackle this year. Freed Wilhelm up to have a very productive year. Brett Williams, I thought was a little overrated going in. I thought he'd be a second-round pick. He drops into round 4, an experienced player, another guy that has to go up against Alonzo Jackson every day in practice. Alonzo Jackson will be used as an outside linebacker in the 3-4 drafted yesterday by the Pittsburgh Steelers.
All right, Seneca Wallace, the last QB to be taken, but there's still some interesting guys on this board.
Susie, when I went down to the Senior Bowl, and I think a lot of people went down there with the idea of watching Cliff Kingsbury to see was he a system quarterback or would he make the throws necessary to be effective in a pro-style system, and I think the answer at the Senior Bowl was no. Combine, same thing. Some questions were raised. Now all of a sudden you look at Cliff Kingsbury, you see smarts, you see a kid who was super accurate in that offense, but he's got to prove he has the necessary ability to throw the passes and complete the passes you need to in the NFL. Ken Dorsey, big question is arm strength, obviously there. That's why he's dropped. Kurt Ames is interesting as well as Romo. And Drew Henson, Mort, a guy that would have been the #1 pick last year had he come out. He would have gone ahead of David Carr and Joey Harrington. He's in this draft process.
Let's go over Henson again. He's eligible for this draft. He's with the New York Yankees. He has $12 million in guaranteed money the next 3 seasons, I believe. And the bottom line is that if you're going to take him today, you got 1 year to sign him, and you're going to have to come up with more than $12 million in guarantees to take a Drew Henson. And right now, Henson is sending the signal is, I'm not playing football. Don't take me. Well, yes, if he clears this draft, then he's a free agent if he ever wants to play football. Then he has more negotiating leverage. But I know one team, I can't identify him yet, is the one team yesterday actually considered using a 3rd-round pick on him. But there's other quarterbacks. This Dorsey pick, I think yesterday we said Chris Sims was the most disappointed quarterback taken yesterday. I think Dorsey probably was a little disappointed too because they thought the Buccaneers might be stepping up and taking Dorsey this day. And then the Tony Romo kid from Eastern Illinois, guy was a well-coached kid. Keep an eye on him.
The thing that helped Romo was the games against Hawaii and Kansas State, where you get out of that Division I AA competition, you step it up, and he was able to put up decent numbers. Obviously, you're going to struggle some because of the supporting cast, but against Hawaii and Kansas State, Tony Romo did hold his own.
And Romo ran some West Coast offense stuff there with Roy Whitkey, who's now at Arkansas, but that Whitkey did a great job with Romo, and people like him.
Well, with Kingsbury and Dorsey is when you get the conflict between college football and pro football. Many times it matches up real well, but this is a case where Dorsey says, hey, man, how much more do I have to do? I mean, how much better one-loss record do I have to have? Kingsbury, how many more records, how many more touchdowns do I have to throw? Well, I think both guys can play, and right about here is the right time for him to come in as a third quarterback on an NFL team.
And a final note on Henson would be a pretty good lineage of players who played baseball and then went to the NFL, like John Elway, maybe? Let's go up to Chris.
Mike, on the quarterback theme, Dennis and Morton, Mel talking about guys like Kingsbury and Dorsey, and you're darn right those guys are disappointing. Because quarterbacks have pride and ego, and they're very competitive. And you sit around and watch all these guys taken ahead of them after the productivity they had in college. It's more than disappointing. It's infuriating.
It is infuriating, but you know what? Bottom line is what you do on the field certainly tells you what you're going to do at the next level, but what you did and the stats you put up mean nothing in college when you're going to go to the pros. It's how your game and the way you play translates to the next level. And with Ken Dorsey, the problem is he can't make the big throw to the outside. He can't make the big throw downfield. He's going to hang the ball up there. He's going to get it intercepted. Sure, he had a fantastic record, and he's sitting there saying, what more do I have to do? Well, unfortunately, when his game translates to the NFL, it doesn't quite make it. He doesn't have the arm. He can't get it out there. That's just the bottom line. He can't throw the out routes, and he has trouble on the deep ball. He has a little bit of mobility. I'm sorry, but Chris, this is the bottom line.
No,
I mean, you know, I said this. I got killed when I said Eric Crouch won't be a quarterback. I got killed when I said I got killed when I said Ron Dane wasn't going to be a good back coming out of Wisconsin. His game didn't translate to the pros. These guys, big-name college guys, sometimes their game doesn't translate to the pros.
Well, I agree with that, but you can't compare Eric Crouch to Dorsey. I mean, those are very different offensive systems. Dorsey can do plenty of things. He, you know, you might say, old Kozar, Walsh, some other Hurricane quarterbacks didn't have prototype NFL arms. Look at the success they had. Why can't he have some kind of success? Well, you're totally writing him off.
No, I'm sorry. He just doesn't have the arm strength to me. Now, if he picks that up and shows he can make some of the throws, so be it. But what he's showing doesn't translate to the pros. That's the bottom line. If he can change it in training camp once he gets to a team, maybe. But he may be a free agent today. He may not even get drafted
I don't disagree with some of your analysis as well as for Kingsbury. He's more of a short passer. Yep. That's where the records came from. That's where the production came from, not from throwing the ball down the field. We'll continue more of Round 4 coverage in the NFL Draft right after this.
Welcome back to the 2003 NFL Draft, and we can't overstate the importance of Day 2, the value you can get, the role players you can pick up for your team. With their take, we turn it over to the boys of PTI, Mike Wilbon and Tony Kornheiser.
Wilbon, yesterday we made fun of the draft and the incredible optimism around the first-round picks. But the fact is that today, in the later rounds, that's where the general managers and scouts earn their money.
Oh, absolutely. That's how guys like Bobby Beathard and George Young, who we think of now as all-time great scouts and evaluators and general managers, they could find guys in the 5th and 7th and 9th rounds, and later when they had a longer draft, who could step in and start. Shannon Sharp, who's going to the Hall of Fame, 7th-round draft pick.
See, everybody believes that in order to win the Super Bowl, you have to have a gunslinger that you drafted with the 1st, 2nd, or 3rd overall pick. Not so. Brad Johnson, want to guess the round? 9th round.
9th round.
Tom Brady, did he win a Super Bowl?
I'd say 5th.
6th round. Mark Rippon won a Super Bowl 10, 12 years ago. 6th round
Mark
pick.
Bulger, who may challenge for the starting job in St. Louis this year, another 6th-round guy. The scouts, Tony, the people that never get any credit publicly, but wind up wearing a Super Bowl ring in some cases, they are as responsible sometimes almost as players because they go out and they find people who can play.
Here's what you have to do. In the 1st round, where all the glamour guys are, maybe 50% of them will turn out and they'll become great players, and maybe 50% won't. But if you can go 4, 5, 6, 7, if you pick up 2 starters a year, like a guy like Bill Walsh always did, 2 starters a year, then you have outfoxed all these other people. This is long after Paul Tagliabue has left the building. He's not around anymore. That's when the real draft takes place.
Well, that's the secret of the second day. But aren't you glad there's not a 27th round, which there used to be? And people found starters in those rounds.
It's like baseball and hockey, a 14-week draft.
That's it. We're done. Back to you.
How important is day 2? Well, there's a couple teams that got a couple of pretty good running backs.
And don't have to be the main focus of the offense. Susie, Quentin Griffin certainly doesn't have to be that player in Denver with Clinton Portis and all the backs they have. Of course, Landis Gary hasn't, in fact, moved on, but now you have Portis as the focal point. All of a sudden now Quentin Griffin becomes a guy who can work into the mix, catching the football out of the backfield, running hard, running with that determined style and that low center of gravity. 5'7", 195 pounds, did 21 reps at the combine, so he's strong, he's compact, ran a 4.43, 38 vertical, good athlete. And I think the thing that's impressing me about Quentin Griffin is the fact that he runs so hard, yet he can catch the ball. Had 10 catches in one game. That was an Oklahoma record for a running back his junior year. This past season scored 18 touchdowns, has a nose for the goal line. The guy that can be a guy in the locker room, Susie, is going to be phenomenal. His approach, he is as dedicated an athlete, as dedicated a football player as anybody in this draft. And for a guy that can be in a complementary role to Clinton Portis, a nice fit for the Denver Broncos with their new quarterback, Jake Plummer.
Well, one running back who had a super sophomore season for the New Orleans Saints is Deuce McAllister, 1,740 yards, 8 100-yard games, and he is with our roundtable with Andrea at ESPN The Magazine.
Thanks a lot, Susie. In terms of running backs making the transition to the pro level, Deuce McAllister, you were the 23rd pick in the first round, but you came in at first. You sat a little bit behind Ricky Williams. What is the transition, not just for you personally, but for running backs generally to the NFL?
Well, probably the biggest thing is the speed of the game. Now you have to adjust if a linebacker, say Romanowski or LeVar Arrington, you have to adjust to their speed, you know, not only coming from college, but as practice as well. You have to learn how to practice, and then you also have to learn, you know, the playbook. That's another huge issue that, you know, rookies as a running back that you have to try to figure into. And, you know, sometimes guys struggle. You know, last year, William Green for Cleveland, he struggled, but he came on strong at the end. I mean, just getting comfortable with your offensive lineman, it's definitely a huge adjustment, but if you're going to be willing to do it, then you have to do it.
I think the advantage running backs have over, say, linebackers and DBs and tackles is they're not teaching technique to a running back. This guy is going to run and pick his hole and go with it.
I mean, they're still learning blocking. You have to run behind certain blocking schemes, right?
Yeah, but he's running the football. He doesn't have to learn a technique. He didn't learn how to take on a block, get rid of him, make a tackle. He's got to take that rock and take it to the end zone.
The thing that always gets me about the draft, despite as many years as I've covered it myself, is every team gets the player they wanted. Every player is a superstar coming in. You guys know the reality of life as a rookie in the NFL. What is that?
Hey, when these guys come in, here's my situation. I don't even learn their name until they show me something. Show me something. Hey, what I call them by is their school. You know, Napoleon Harris last year, he was Northwestern. He started our first game. I learned his name. He became a starter for us, played great.
What does it take? What does it take for them to earn the respect of the best?
He's got to show me something.
Which means?
You know, whether it be in practice or whether it be out on the football field making plays in a game, he's got to do something.
With the Redskins last year, my thing is I call them rook. They're a rook until they show something or until they make it to year 2. We had an example with Patrick Ramsey. He missed 2 weeks of training camp. He came in, you know, there's no hard feelings for him missing the training camp, but he has to catch up to where the team is. We had a situation when we were playing Tennessee, down in Tennessee. We had a quarterback go down. Patrick's thrown into the game. He goes in, makes some plays, shows that he can be a player at this level.
Well, I'll tell you what I mean. I remember when I came on, I was quote-unquote kind of a tweener, a cornerback, safety, which position. So I go to the Cardinals, and all of a sudden, right away, they throw me to the mix at safety. Your first impression is huge. I go to minicamp, I'm a fish out of water. All of a sudden, your teammates looking like, who is this guy? Is this guy going to be a bust? Luckily, I was able to move back to corner and have some success as a rookie, but that first impression is so vital. And if you're not able to make a good first impression, then all of a sudden, people are saying, oh, what did we do? What a mistake.
Well, I want Jonathan Sutherland. I want my chicken on the plane on Saturday. Bring me my donuts on Saturday morning, and we'll be fine. I found some more stuff for you to do, but we'll be fine then.
How hard hard is it for these proverbial big men on campus to all of a sudden have to come in, either play special teams or to have to get the donuts or the Popeye's chicken, whatever it is? How hard is that for them to have to do that?
That's the key thing. It's the playbook. They got to learn a playbook, and chances are they're not going to make an impact as a starter unless someone goes down. So they got to show their stuff on special teams. That's where they have to make an impact.
All right, the 2003 NFL Draft will continue on ESPN. Much more to come from New York and points beyond right after this. Don't go away, folks.
Joe Klecko, part of that Jet sack exchange of the 80s, drafted in the 6th round out of Temple. His son, Dan, who plays the same position, goes in the 4th round to New England. What do you think of him as a player?
Well, I'll tell you what, he played defensive tackle and defensive end, Susie, at Temple, and a guy that I think you isolate. You say, okay, this is the guy, one of the only players on that Temple out defensive front 7, it can really hurt us, yet he was able to go out and do exactly that. So I think Dan Klecko brings a talent to this football team that you talk about versatility, strength, 36 reps at the combine, tells you that. You know he has the attitude, you know he has the intensity. Led the Big East this past year with 22.5 tackles for loss, 10 sacks. That was operating at both end and tackle. He had 4 quarterback hurries against Ken Dorsey, as well as a sack. So a guy that has the intensity level, the strength. Team using a 3-4 scheme, obviously with New England. They went after Ty Warren early. They have a guy here who can be in that mix to spell Warren. Remember, Ty Warren's had some injuries as well at Texas A&M. Klecko had some injuries back during 2000, but overall throughout his career has been fairly durable, considering the fact he's been out there just about every play. He's been double, triple teamed. That's why they moved him outside the end to try to free him up a little more this past season.
Well, this is incredible. This reminds me of 1973. His dad was not even in college. He was driving the truck. We recruited a guy to Dayton. He said, can I bring Joe Klecko up? He played a couple years ago. Joe came with him. We convinced Joe he was so great, he decided to go to Temple and stay in Philadelphia instead. Of course, now the son, Dan Klecko, goes to Temple also. Joe is a great pro. Dan probably will too. Played 4 great years.
You got that right, Denny. And I'll tell you, a guy that's looking to be a guy who can compete with William Green in that backfield, maybe see some playing time. Lee Suggs from Virginia Tech dropped a little further than some may have expected. He was projected to be a 2 or 3. Drops into the 4th round. He had the ACL, which he came back from, played in 1 game in 2001. and 2002 was back strong. And I think you look at sharing time with Kevin Jones in that Hokie backfield, still put up outstanding numbers. 1,325 yards, 22 touchdowns. 5.2-yard average, a guy that needs a little more experience catching the football, but he's a straight line type runner, but he has game-breaking speed, and obviously when you wear down a defense, William Green can do that more. Then you have a guy with that speed in Lee Suggs, runs about a 4.42, coming into the mix, fresh off the bench. He's had some injuries. You don't need to use him as a full-time back with the Cleveland Browns.
And besides his knees, though, something else he got flagged on also was having that stenosis, which is the narrowing of the cervical column, and as Coach Green mentioned yesterday, a lot of people have it. We might all have that, but you don't usually discover those things until you take an MRI. It happened to Musa Smith, the Georgia guy. That's why he slid. I think that was part of the factor in Suggs sliding to the spot. A lot of guys in this league are playing with it. We just don't know who those guys are.
You know, we're talking running backs. I'm thinking factor back, and I need a little dose of Merrill Hodge. Bald and beautiful. Let's send it back to Bristol. Mark Malone leads the way. Our EA Sports matchup, guys.
You can see his hair growing. That got him so good here at the EA Sports NFL matchup desk as we continue to look at the draft here on day 2. The first pick, obviously, the 2003 draft came with the Cincinnati Bengals chose, of course, the quarterback, Carson Palmer. Here's a guy who in his junior year threw 13 touchdowns and 12 interceptions, but in his junior year, a Heisman Trophy winner with 33 touchdowns and just 10 interceptions. A big-time player. Why Carson Palmer, however, in Cincinnati? Because their defense, well, needed a lot of work. When you look at them, points allowed, dead last in the league last year at 456 points. This is a football team that really needed some help, and they go out and get Marvin Lewis to do it.
Absolutely. They actually have been very sloppy. You know, 2 years ago, the Cincinnati Bengals were a top 10 defense. Last year, studying them on tape, they became very sloppy. Now, I know this is a cliche, and you guys are going to love this, but Marvin Lewis is about details. He is about the little things, and that's quite honestly what made the Ravens one of the best of all times. Now, even though he went to Washington last year, as I studied the Redskins, when Marvin Lewis impresses, you know what, the little things and do your job, they weren't that bad either. This will be a weak side running play. From this under front, watch the individual execution. The defensive end plays his outside contain responsibility perfectly. He reads the reach block by the tackle, initiates contact, and fights to regain and maintain his outside leverage. Now, the three-technique tackle. From his outside alignment, he rocks back to the inside to control the A-gap. At the same time, he locates the ball and will properly squeeze the running lane from the inside out. With the tackle being the A-gap player, the linebacker is the B-gap player. With the lead blocker coming at him, he must take on the block with his inside shoulder, keeping his outside arm free to turn the run back to the inside. Look what you have. This is a great example of each player playing his responsibility. The tackle forces the cutback, and now the safety from the backside, who is the cutback defender, runs clean to the football. The discipline of team defense. That's what Marvin Lewis is all about. That is what Marvin Lewis is all about. You have to have a foundation as a head coach, and Marvin Lewis's foundation is going to be do your job, do those little things that are important, and you will be a great defense, you'll be a great team. That is what the Baltimore Ravens, regardless of the talent that they had there, ultimately everybody bought into. If I do my job, I do the little things, we'll be great, and they were great.
Well, speaking of details, let's bring in the coach down our Coors Light video conference telephone, Marvin Lewis from Cincinnati. And Marvin, it's good to have you here. It's been a while since I've had a chance to talk to you. 4 of your 5 first picks here are all offensive players. Given the fact that you gave up as a team 456 points, dead last of the NFL, why the concentration on the offensive side of the ball?
Well, we really felt like we wanted to do some things that would help us explosively down the football field, and now the second day we've addressed some needs of our football team, and I think we've ended up with some very fine players.
Marvin, a lot of people don't know that you actually started out a Bengal at Idaho State, that was, at Idaho State Bengal. Now you're with the Cincinnati Bengals, and everybody knows of the focus and the things you brought to Baltimore. I know you're going to try to bring them here in Cincinnati. You draft Carson Palmer, but Kidney is going to be your starter. How important is it for him to not only be more consistent, but to play all year so that Carson Palmer can learn and be ready in a few years?
Well, I think starting out with John and giving him the confidence that we have in him has enabled him to continue to build on what he left off with last year. His teammates have a great deal of confidence in him, and he's very excited about this, and we're excited to go forward.
You know, Marvin, last year your offense did show some explosiveness, particularly when John got hot in the second half of the season. As you look forward to this year, now you add a Kelly Washington to the mix, along with a great running back in Corey Dillon. What is the style of offense we could look forward to seeing from the Bengals?
Well, I think the thing we got to be able to do is continue to run the football effectively, but we really want to be able to throw the football explosively down the field and keep people out of those 8-man fronts up on Corey.
Amen.
Marvin, the only defensive player you've chosen so far is Dennis Weathersby, a guy that even Mel Kiper predicted might go late in the first round. He gets shot on Easter Sunday. You pick him in the 4th round. How much rehab is he going to take before he's going to be able to get on the field and help you guys?
Well, he's going to be probably 4, 5, 6 weeks from now before he can really do something physically. But because of the graduation at Oregon State, he really is just going to miss the 3 days we have here, and this coming weekend. So we feel good about that.
All right, Marvin Lewis, a lot of work to do down in Cincinnati. We look forward to talking to you throughout the rest of the draft, Marv.
Thank you, Mark. See you guys.
All right, a lot more coverage here on ESPN's second day coverage of the 2003 draft. Back with more after this.
Later today on ABC Sports, Shaq, Kobe, and the Lakers battle Kevin Garnett and the Timberwolves in Game 4 of their Western Conference playoff series. It's live at 3 Eastern. Our friend Mike Tirico left us for the NBA. ABC Sports Championship Television, home of the NBA Finals. Here's the last 5 selections, still in round 4. Mel, who jumps out at you here?
Well, I think you look at Steve Shulos. I think you look at a guy who protected the blind side for 3 years of Byron Leftwich at Marshall. Had experience at right tackle as a freshman, so he started 4 years for the Thundering Herd. See, 52 consecutive starts, very durable. Say, why is he still available if he didn't give up any sacks? limited athletically. So people are going to say, well, he did the job in the Mid-American Conference at Marshall, struggled from that standpoint in the NFL against those quick outside pass rushers. That was not the case at the college level. You see him there in the Jason Fabini mold. Jason Fabini ran a slow 40 coming out. People would said he would struggle. He dropped to the 4th round. You look at Shulo, runs about a 5.48 40, but a guy who certainly, when you look at what he did for Byron Leftwich, now he has to possibly be in the mix protecting Peyton Manning. So I think when you look at what Bill Polian saw was a guy who was a veteran, very technically sound, and a guy who can, in this offense of the Indianapolis Colts, possibly overachieve like a Jason Fabini has done all these years with the New York Jets.
How about Rod Babers?
I think when you look at Rod Babers, you see that size. He's about 5'9", about 190 pounds, and he's a very good athlete. I think when you look at the speed and the athleticism, good strength. Played opposite Quentin Jammer for 2 years. This past season opposite Nathan Vasher for the Longhorns, a very talented football team, obviously. And when you look at Roderick Babers, 38 consecutive starts, so he was very durable. I think he's a nickel dime type back. What do the Giants need? They don't know about Ralph Brown's capability in that area. They need a third corner. No longer Jason Sehorn available. You got Will Allen, Will Peterson. You need that nickel back, dime back, and that's where Roderick Babers, I think, can fit in very effectively with the New York Giants. Cornerbacks kind of dropped off. We saw Asante Samuel. New England moved up to get him, and there's the Giants getting Roderick Babers. These cornerbacks, a lot of them go because you got 4 wides on the field so much that you can never have enough good cover men.
And Brandon Lloyd, who was just selected 160 career catches, 3rd on Illinois' all-time list.
Exactly, Susie. And a guy that the big question with Brandon Lloyd is speed. He doesn't run the 4.45, 4.5 40. He's more in the 4.6 range. That's what, at least what he ran at the combine workout. But a guy who will extend great hands. And I think the only thing about Brandon Lloyd, the only question is speed. It's good size at 6 foot and a quarter, about 186 pounds. Very experienced at Illinois in Ron Turner's pro-style offense. He didn't have phenomenal play at the quarterback position this past year, yet this kid, after Kurt Kittner moved on, still put up adequate numbers. When Kittner was there at Illinois, Brandon Lloyd was outstanding. And there he made a catch against Jamar Fletcher, the former Wisconsin Badger, who was a first-round pick of the Miami Dolphins a few years ago. So I think if you're looking for a possession receiver, he's not 205 pounds, he's about $186. But with his experience, another kid, very well-spoken, and Ron Turner's system, I think, will help this kid transition effectively into the NFL.
And just noteworthy here is that the 49ers basically announced that J.J. Stokes is out of there. So they need to start stacking the receivers across from Terrell Owens.
How about Ty Streets?
Well, he's there, okay? But he'll probably stay around. But J.J. Stokes is the guy that they've declared basically he's going to be gone on June 1st, or June 2nd when they make the cuts.
Let's step back to the Giants, who chose Rod Babers. A pretty solid defense in general, but Chris, they've seemed to go defense in this draft as well.
Well, the Giants, Susie, still have a lot of work to do. They got 7 picks to go. They have 6 of them between 199 and 255, various compensatory picks. So the Giants still have some players to get. Babers, an interesting corner, much better in press man coverage like Texas plays than in zone coverage, which they're more likely to see in the NFL.
Well, and where he's going to fit in, and Mel talked about the other corners they had that they don't have that third corner. That could be the guy to get in the slot, maybe work on the outside some, but they need some help there. They have lost out in the corners as well. But going to their top pick, William Joseph, let's talk about what this guy can do and what he's going to bring. A great hand-playing guy. You see the offensive lineman has hands on him. He brings his hand off and does a nice job of playing hands, getting rid of the guy and coming to the quarterback. He is cut out of the Miami mold, going back to Jerome Brown and Warren Sapp. Not their ability, but the same type of play here. Takes on the run, good leverage, taking on the man, blocking him, leans back into the man, doubling when he leaves. He comes off to make the play. This is impressive to me. This is what Miami players do. Watch him come off the ball. Defensive line, offensive line, nobody has moved yet. William Joseph is on the move. He takes off on that snap. Again, cut from the Miami mold of those type of D tackles where they're playmakers. The Giants, Chris, they had 37 sacks. Only 4 came from defensive tackles, and that was all Cornelius Griffin. Keith Hamilton was hurt with the Achilles. They need a playmaker in that interior to help out Strahan on the outside, and that's what William Joseph could be.
3 Miami defensive linemen already drafted. It could be a couple more drafted off that incredibly deep defensive line. You want to look at Miami. Let's go back to the last 20 drafts. You want to know why they compete for championships and win championships? 36 first-round players from the Hurricanes in the last 20 years. That's the most. The second most, Florida, with 26. It's a pretty big gap. No wonder they're pretty good football teams.
Yeah, great athletes. They're great athletes. One of the big reasons that they do so well. They're great athletes. They're technically sound in some cases, but they make up for anything because of their athletic ability, and that's why they get drafted so high. And you know what helps? They carry that attitude every now and then. Not like having a little bit of attitude on the field to help you out.
When they win the league, they had 4 guys taken in the first round. The whole rest of the Big East had 4 players taken in the first 4 rounds. Yeah, that's domination. We talked about defensive linemen. Very high-profile college player, Ryan Long, Outland Trophy winner, Washington State. Huge guy, 6'6", 302, taken by Tennessee. Where does he fit in, and why has he fallen this far?
Well, I just think, you know, he's a guy that can maybe go to the inside, and he can play some outside as well. He's probably a better defensive tackle, pass rusher than a defensive end. Quite honestly, I just don't think he's very technically sound. He kind of throws his body in there to try and make some plays. And he gets away with it. He will chase, he will run some down, but I think he's kind of caught in between of where they're going to play him. You got guys who you like to be able to move out at end and then in a defensive tackle, but I think Ryan Long's in a situation, again, big name coming out of college, a guy who had a lot of accolades, but where does he fit in the NFL? Is he an excellent defensive tackle? No. Will he be an excellent defensive end? I don't think so. I think he could be a serviceable player that can help out both on the inside and the outside, but it's not going to be one of those playmakers that you look to get that pressure on the quarterback all the time to force that fumble. But he's a guy, a blue-collar guy, that could be there when he has to be there. So, again, you have all the great accolades coming out of college, but does it fit into the pro system? And I think that's where you have a bit of a question mark there.
You said blue-collar. That's a great description. He just gets after it. You have to love a defensive lineman that plays with a motor. He may not have the greatest measurables, but he just makes plays, and he does throw himself in there.
He's one of those guys that as each cut comes up, not to say the guy's would get cut or anything, but you never know at this time, that the coaches say, boy, we can't get rid of this guy. How do we get rid of this guy? His motor keeps going. We got to find a place for him on this team. It helps he can play both inside and outside.
We'll continue moving toward the end of round 4. Draft coverage continues right after this.
I am Jimmy Kennedy.
He got belted immediately by Jimmy Kennedy.
Welcome back to day 2 of the 2003 draft at the EA Sports NFL matchup desk, along with Merrill Hodge and Ron Jaworski. Was there a bigger impact player a year ago than the junior out of Miami? And that would be Jeremy Shockey, the tight end. I'll tell you what, did it all. Here's a guy that came in, 74 receptions, led all rookie receivers, certainly tight ends. A guy that ended up being, well, I'll tell you what, a pain in everybody's side. One thing we talked a lot about is when you're looking for a tight end in today's offenses, you need a guy that can both block and a guy that can stretch the defense.
Absolutely, and play outside the box, which Jeremy Shockey can do. And we watched him all year. He energized the Giants, but he's also energized the position. 3 years ago, people were talking about the tight end not even being part of an offense, more 3 wide receivers. Now that Shockey has been introduced into the Giant offense, people see how easy it is to create matchups. And quite honestly, right now in the National Football League, there is no one linebacker that can consistently cover Jeremy Shockey. From a conventional tight end alignment, Jeremy Shockey will be doubled in this man-to-man coverage scheme. The Sam linebacker has Shockey to the outside, and the Mike linebacker will bracket him from the inside. Watch Shockey bait both linebackers. He releases to the inside, then pivots off his left foot. This sells an outcut, and both linebackers are buying what Jeremy's selling. He just beat a double-team man-to-man coverage that was specifically designed to match up to him. We know that because there was more to this coverage scheme than you just saw. Here's Shockey, and here are the linebackers. The double-team concept was based on the release of Tiki Barber out of the backfield. If Barber releases left, Shockey's side, then the Mike backer plays him man-to-man, and the safety becomes the inside bracket player as part of the double-team on Shockey. If Tiki releases right, which he does, then you get the linebacker double that you already saw. This is the kind of attention Shockey demands, and he still beat it. Quite honestly, everybody that plays the New York Giants, they're going to try to take care of Jeremy Shockey like this. But we mentioned in the box, and the play you saw is in the box. But where Shockey becomes so valuable is when he goes outside the box, because you can take him up, move him wide, and he'll be just like a wide receiver.
Yeah, he really makes a defense defend the entire field. Everyone wants to talk about the big plays, the explosive plays, going vertical. The football field is 160 feet wide. He makes a defense defend it sideline to sideline. If we would review that playbook again because of Shockey, controlling the hash area. You saw those wide receivers one-on-one. Boy, those are matchups that, hey, wide receivers got to win.
And see, this is what I think becomes very important about Jeremy Shockey right now, is you have regular people on the field. That means base defense on the field. So that means linebackers and safeties had better be able to cover. And that's why you've got to look for linebackers in that division and safeties that can cover Jeremy Shockey, or you'll always have a mismatch.
Well, obviously, I think he is the prototypical tight end in the National Football League, along with guys like Todd Heap, who certainly is in Baltimore.
Another guy coming around.
Al-J. Crumpler.
Al-J. Crumpler.
Right.
Interesting selection by the Giants in the third round yesterday, the end of this third round. Vicente Shenko. Now, here's a guy who they say is a developmental tight end. Why, with all the success you've had with a guy like Shockey, do you go out and get a guy that's a developmental player?
Well, hey, if you got one great tight end, you feel you got another great tight end. If it works, hey, keep it going. The one thing that we have seen, an interesting thought, I spoke to Tiki Barber out at the Super Bowl, and I talked to Tiki about, hey, the running game got going. I said, Tiki, you had a phenomenal year. He should have been a Pro Bowl player. That's the kind of year he had. I said, what was the difference? He said, Jeremy Shockey.
Absolutely.
Plain and simple. It wasn't anything else. Plain and simple.
It still goes back to when Jeremy Shockey's on the field and 2 wide receivers and 2 backs, defenses have 4 linebackers or 3 linebackers, depending if you're a 3-4 or 4-3, and 4 defensive backs. You don't get to substitute another corner or another safety to match up to Shockey. So there's the advantage. You come out with 2 tight ends, 1 back, and 2 wide receiver. You get base personnel on the field. Well, the odds of your linebackers being great cover guys and your safeties being cover guys aren't that good. That means Jeremy Shockey is going to create your mismatch, and you have a threat of the run as well.
Well, if the people or the New York Giants fans are as happy with Vicente Shenko as they are with Jeremy Shockey, they're going to be pretty good.
Exactly.
Let's go now to the video conferencing phone, the Coors Light video conference phone, and welcome in the head coach of the San Francisco 49ers, Dennis Erickson. Coach, first of all, this is your first year with the 49ers, along with Terry Donahue, trying to put together a draft, and you take Quaim Harris, the offensive tackle out of Stanford, with your first selection. Tell us a little bit about him.
Well, he's a tremendous athlete, obviously very big, 6'7", 310 pounds, but more than anything, he's just a great athlete that has got great feet, and you know how important it is to have a tackle of the future that can do those kinds of things.
Hey, Coach, you obviously have one of the great wide receivers in football in T.O. Creating another guy for him, another matchup guy for him, how important is that here in the latter part of this draft and trying to find a guy that maybe can help you guys create 2 and 3 wide receiver sets, so create matchups for other people than T.O. and free him up a little bit?
Well, it's very important, and that's why we took Brandon Lloyd. We feel that he's a guy that's played in the Big Ten, all Big Ten for 2 years, very polished receiver, can come in right now and help us. Of course, we've got Ty Streets coming back, and we've got to keep pressure off of T.O. and move him around and try to not get him doubled all the time. And you get him one-on-one, obviously he's going to make a lot of great plays.
Coach, the Achilles heel of the 49ers last year seemed to be the secondary. You know, it was a defense that was once very proud on the defensive side of the ball. How do you bring it back to those championship-type level years?
Well, I believe we've got really good personnel back there. It's a combination of both things. I don't know that you can just blame the secondary. You've got to get a pass rush. You've got to have a lot of different things happen. And as we have evaluated and looked at, it's a combination of a number of different things. And hopefully we get a better pass rush. We'll cover better. And the biggest thing is speed. And we just got to get a little bit faster on defense.
Coach, for a second, let me take you away from your draft, and let me ask you a question about Dennis Weathersby. Dropped till today, a 4th-round selection, a guy that Mel Kiper projected late in the 1st round, obviously an accidental shooting on Easter Sunday. He's out of the hospital now. Give us some background on Dennis Weathersby.
Well, Dennis Weathersby is one of the greatest young guys I've ever coached, and I coached him for 4 years at Oregon State. He was all Pac-10 twice, and all academic Pac-10 4 times. Never had any trouble at all. Obviously, he was in the wrong place at the wrong time, and just a tremendous kid, and is going to have a great future in this league. And Cincinnati, to me, is very lucky.
All right, head coach Dennis Erickson with the San Francisco 49ers. Continued luck on the 2nd day of the draft, Coach.
Okay, thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
More coverage of the 2003 NFL Draft here on ESPN when we come back.
Welcome back to the theater at Madison Square Garden, and we roll on day 2 of the 2003 NFL Draft. A quick check of the last 5. Wide receiver Sam Aiken goes to Buffalo, Mel.
He does, Susie. You look at the Buffalo Bills, Eric Moulds and certainly Josh Reed, no longer Peerless Price. He's moved on to the Atlanta Falcons. With Sam Aiken, what you get is a guy who can catch the football with those hands, the concentration level that he has. He's not going to make the spectacular catch all the time. He's not that gifted player that you look at with incredible speed. Around a 4.64 at the combine, did vertical 39.5 inches. When he has a chance to make the incredible catches, sometimes he came up a little short, but overall, the improvement was significant. 32 catches his first 2 seasons, that's it. 46 as a junior, and this past season, despite the quarterback situation, the subpar play overall of North Carolina, 68 catches. You look at a guy as an ideal target on 3rd down because he does have excellent hands. He does go 6'2", almost 210 pounds. So I think a guy 3rd, 4th option, and that's all he's going to be expected to be in Buffalo is what Sam Aiken is. I said if he would have ran faster than 4.6, he'd have been looking at probably a 2nd round. I won't say a 1st because he doesn't make that spectacular catch all the time, but I think a guy that would have been probably a 2nd round pick, had that 4.6, been more of a 4.5, he may have snuck into round 2.
Let's go back to the first wide receiver taken in this draft, Charles Rogers, and for more on him, we'll talk to his new head coach, Steve Mariucci, joins us with the Coors Light video conferencing. Steve, I don't think it's any secret that last year Detroit's wide receiver core was a disaster. Did you know that Marvin Harrison actually had more receptions than that entire staff together? How thrilled are you about having Rogers in the fold?
Well, we just had his press conference, and he did a great job with it. You know, we had him targeted, Susie, since, well, a while back, and not only did we get Charles Rogers, who we felt was the fastest wide receiver in the draft, but we signed the fastest linebacker in the draft, too, in Boss Bailey. But, you know, Charles is from Detroit right here, East Lansing, Saginaw. He's home. He is a local hero, and he's got a lot of football out in front of him.
How is Joey Harrington coming along? Because Marty Morningweg, he obviously knows your system. He was there. Right. He installed what was maybe a more conservative system, but how far along do you think he is going into his second year?
He had a good year in the West Coast system, and Marty did a good job coaching him, and so he got some of the rookie kinks out, and he's had a great offseason. Joey's been here for several months in the classroom and working, and he's going to be a fine football player. Now, with Charles Rogers as another weapon for him, he's going to accelerate his performance even more.
Coach, Chris Mortensen here. You mentioned how Charles Rogers, he's a hometown guy, and there's a lot of excitement about that. But what are the concerns? What are the concerns about a guy who is a hometown guy, who's now everybody, he's the star? How do you keep that from being a distraction? And right. What are the concerns?
Well, that's a good question, Mort, because when you do have a hometown guy on your team, and there are many around the league, most of it is good because they're in their familiarity with the weather and their friends and family and that sort of thing. That's all good. There's a comfort level there. However, there's always the issue of being tugged in too many places and having too many requests, and not just ticket requests, but expectations will be high and that sort of thing. But he is in his element. He's got his support group here. He's got a lot of people who love him, and he's not going to let anybody down. So I think, in general, I think it's a plus, and we couldn't be happier. He's the perfect guy for us.
Steve, you mentioned Boss Bailey, and I know you've said that a young quarterback's best friend is a good defense. Were you surprised that Boss Bailey was there for you in the second round?
Yeah, we were surprised because on our draft board, and everybody ranks the players differently, but my guess is on most draft boards that he was ranked in the first round, and he fell, and we had no idea he would fall to us in the second round there where we picked. There's another guy now who's going to be an immediate impact player for us. We want to have speed on this team, increase our team speed at every position, and certainly he being the fastest linebacker in the draft will afford us that quality.
Steve, thanks for joining us. Good to see you in silver and blue.
Okay, thanks.
Obviously, Steve Mariucci has a lot of work to do in Detroit, as does Marvin Lewis in Cincinnati. Well, whose job is harder? We'll check in with the guys of PTI.
Okay, well, the Bengals and the Lions both stunk last year, and so they went and got new coaches. Now, who will get things turned around faster, Marvin Lewis or Steve Mariucci?
My answer might surprise you, Tony, because you know how much I like Marvin Lewis. Now, I've screamed for him to be a head coach for a while.
Yeah, but you didn't want him to be a head coach in Cincinnati.
Well, nobody wants anybody they like to be a head coach in Cincinnati. Now, I'm going to say Steve Mariucci for this reason. He has already presided over a rebuilding process. 6 seasons, 57-39 record with 4 trips to the playoffs. I think Marvin Lewis will have to find his legs as a head coach, find his stride, and that may take a little bit of time. You have to allow for that.
I think Marvin Lewis made the better move. The bar is so low in Cincinnati. They have stunk for so long. They haven't made the playoffs in a decade.
Right.
You can crawl on your hands and knees over that bar. If he wins 5 or 6 games, he's Vince Lombardi. If he wins 8, he gets any job in the world. That's the place to go.
Oh, no, Tony, it's
No,
not.
that's the place
You know
to go.
why? Because there's a greater culture of losing to overcome in Cincinnati. It is the butt of jokes all the time. Now,
they're
they
grateful
do.
if
How
you win a
long
little.
are they going to be
He's
that?
got Corey Dillon at running back. Last year, the defense and the offense ranked 17th and 18th in the whole league. So there's people in place.
Were they grateful to Dick LeBeau?
He's a defensive
Were they
guy.
grateful to the coach before
He
that?
has been given more latitude than any coach they've ever had. He's going to turn around, whereas Mariucci faces a situation. They were 9-7 2 years ago.
That suggests that it's easier in Detroit than it is in Cincinnati.
And I say that gives him less time to turn it around than
He won't
Marvin
need
Lewis
that
has.
much time in
That's
Detroit.
what I say.
Okay, enough of this. Back to you.
We'll talk a little bit of football here. When you look at, teams like Detroit, teams like Cincinnati, as you know and I know, Jaws, it's all about the quarterback. And Detroit has got a year ahead now with Joey Harrington. This is a guy that's already got a year under his belt.
And it was a good year. The one thing that Marty Morningwig did a year ago was bring Joey Harrington along slowly. He taught him the West Coast system, didn't overload him with all the formations.
They ran the ball and managed the game correctly.
No, they had good balance on offense. I agree with that. Every once in a while, I give you some props for that running game. But, when you look at Joey Harrington, the one thing that just seems to stand out week after week is he throws the ball with great accuracy. Versus zone coverage, the wide receiver is the primary read on the stick route. But with press coverage across the board, Harrington has to be thinking too deep, man under. This man-based coverage is confirmed when back James Stewart motions and the middle linebacker runs with him. So Harrington's options versus man are the Y on the stick, the J on the fade, and the X on the skinny post. Harrington will go to the X, Akeem. Oz has to beat his man to the inside, while Harrington has to beat the safety who is robbing the middle hole. It's the accuracy that produces the opportunity for the run after the catch. I've said it over and over. With this overemphasis on mobility, accuracy is the most overlooked element of quarterback play. Give this kid some more weapons, and the Lions have the foundation for an outstanding West Coast passing game. And certainly, Charles Rogers is one of those weapons now added to the Detroit arsenal and Joey Harrington's arsenal. I think that will help. And, Merrill, you did allude to the fact that he does have a running game. And with Steve Mariucci, it's not a throw ball game. Right. He does believe in balance, and I think for a young quarterback, the best friend can be a strong running game.
I actually think this personnel fits Mariucci much better as far as he will manage it. And you're right, he will benefit from that.
And, of course, they went out and got Artu Spinner, the running back from Kentucky, who's obviously kind of like a Robert Newhouse kind of a guy, too, that can help with that running game. But you aren't real happy about their #1 pick, Charles Rogers. They entertained a lot of phone calls.
Oh, Merrill's not happy?
You're not as sold on him as a wide receiver.
Or Boss Bailey. Now, listen, if your objective was to get speed, and Detroit's obviously was, they got speed. But what kind of football players did you get? Now, you had the opportunity to take the first wide receiver on the board. Johnson was a much better wide receiver than is Rodgers. When you're looking at projecting them to the National Football League, there's a lot of limitations with Rodgers. Not very good at the line of scrimmage. Gets jammed, easy jam. Johnson is a man at the line of scrimmage. He'll play close to the formation. Rodgers struggles with that. They're both explosive. Both have tremendous speed. But when you look at projecting them in the National Football League, game planning both guys, Johnson is superior to Rodgers right now.
All right, well, saying that, let's go to the Coors Light video conferencing phone and bring in Charles Rogers right now, who just finished up his press conference in Detroit. Charles, congratulations on being picked 2nd overall. Obviously, a lot of scrutiny goes to the National Football League, more so than at Michigan State. Have you thought about how you're going to handle that in your first year in the National Football League? All right, let's try this one more time.
Merrill will answer that for you.
Charles, let's try this again. We couldn't hear you. Let's try that again, Charles. First of all, can you hear us back here in Bristol? Okay. Okay. We're going to work out the kinks here on the Video Light conferencing phone, and we'll take a little break here and come back with more coverage of the 2003 draft right after this.
Is there a bigger crapshoot than the NFL draft? Lest we forget, we actually wasted time debating who was a better draft pick, Ryan Leaf or Peyton Manning. Joe Montana was a third-rounder. The only sure thing about the NFL draft is that Jet fans will hate their pick.
Love him, hate him, you gotta watch him. Rome is Burning. Premieres Tuesday, May 6th at 7 Eastern. Jim Rome is back on ESPN.
Tough night's sleep, no big deal? Look again. This X-ray shows no support for your neck and spine when you toss and turn on an ordinary pillow. But now there's the Contour Cloud, the world's most comfortable pillow. Patented soft-touch memory layer molds to fit your head, neck, even your ear for unparalleled softness and comfort. While Blue Base straightens and aligns your spine. Plus, exclusive Crescent provides comforting support for your neck and shoulders. It even cradles your back. Thousands have paid $100 for this plain memory foam pillow, but the Contour Cloud is just $19.95. But wait, call now and we'll double your comfort for just $1. That's right, when you order one pillow at the regular price, you get a second Contour Cloud for just $1. Now you'll have a matching set or use one as a gift. Over 1 million pillows have already been sold at the regular price. Don't miss out. Call right now.
Have your credit card ready and call 1-800-413-1010. Get your second cloud pillow for just $1 plus shipping. Don't wait, call now. 1-800-413-1010.
Welcome back to the 2003 NFL Draft, presented by Coors Light.
One of the compelling stories of this draft, a player who was shot on Easter Sunday in Los Angeles. Dennis Weathersby, a fine, talented corner out of Oregon State, had to wait overnight and became the first player taken of day 2 by the Cincinnati Bengals. Weathersby, in some respects, very fortunate to be alive, so we can put in perspective sliding down to the top of round 4. Expects to be back in a couple of months for Cincinnati. One of the intriguing selections, Seneca Wallace, quarterback Iowa State, mid-season. He was the Heisman frontrunner, went way downhill, as did the fortunes of his team. He is headed to Seattle. And the run on running backs, 5 of the first 18 today, a total of 6 running backs in the 4th round, Mike, and 9 if you count fullbacks, guys like Smith, Quentin Griffin, Suggs, some very, very productive players. You can add another name to that in the last 5 taken. Brandon Toefield out of LSU, taken by the Jaguars. Here's a guy who's ripped up both ACLs in his career. He had an arm injury. He'd be much higher if not for those injuries.
Yeah, and he's more of an inside runner, doesn't do a lot to the outside. He can go between the tackles pretty well. And Austin King, kind of an overachiever center that was picked up as well. You look at Jamal Green.
Another Hurricane defensive line.
Got 4 on that D-line going now. Jamal Green, you know what? He's a guy, you look at, he's a little undersized at 6'1", but I remember the last D-end that left Philadelphia was a bit undersized. They said Hugh Douglas, so I don't think they mind that. Only 2 years of high school. He's, but he had a lot of experience in college. He had the worst measurables, as they say, you know, the numbers of the other D linemen chose from Miami. Not great at the point of attack. He's better when plays go away, and he can kind of run them down on the outside. So, you know, he's not a bulking defensive end that's going to take on a lot there, but he's a guy that they feel that they can work with.
One of the stories we talked about, fullbacks being taken in the 4th round. Another one just went from Wake Forest, Ovi Mughelli. Mel, what does he bring to the table?
Chris, I'll tell you, he brings a lead blocking ability, which is going to be very much needed in Baltimore. When you talk about Jamal Lewis, and of course they were able to add in the 2nd round yesterday Musa Smith. There's a guy that had Sam Gash there for a couple of years, and Alan Ricard's in that mix at fullback. But Mughelli did carry the ball 72 times this past year for 296 yards. A lot of those carries were in short yardage, goal line situations, at 11 touchdowns on the year. Also proved to be a very capable pass receiver out of the backfield, but his impact going to be as a lead blocker. You look at a kid, 6'1", 253 pounds. You see him there opening up that hole. And I think when you look at a guy that bench presses almost 400 pounds, squats over 500, so strong at 6'1", 253. He's kind of a Sam Gash type more, going to Baltimore with Jamal Lewis and Musa Smith. He's like an extra offensive guard leading the way.
I think they're even joking in the Ravens thing. They got to break the news to Kyle Boller that they may have to run the wishbone with Jamal Lewis, Mughelli, and Musa Smith. So Kyle Boller's good at that. I guess he could run that wishbone now.
You know what? There is room still for a big, strong guy that's physical, and that's really to run again. I mean, you see all these defensive linemen taking. They're taking to stop the run. All right, what about all these tight ends? Absolutely, but what about the fullback? Well, there's nothing like getting a team in a base defense and lead with a big old fullback.
You're right, Denny, and I'll tell you, a team that got a guy at the end of the 4th round, last pick in round 4, the Seattle Seahawks, got Solomon Bates, middle linebacker from Arizona State. A little inconsistent at times, but he's 6'1.5", almost 250 pounds. Strong kid, stuffed those inside running lanes, and a guy that I think in Seattle could play a big role. Isaiah Kaczynski has had some troubles. This team was awful in terms of run defense. Orlando Huff's going to be in that mix, and Solomon Bates was a guy that I thought the teams last night after the draft was over, they were targeting for round 4. I'm a little surprised he dropped down all the way in to the end of the round, Susie, but a guy that has an opportunity as the last pick in the 4th round to be in the mix as a possible starter going into this season.
And I really like, it's Bob Ferguson's first draft in Seattle. Mike Holmgren no longer the general manager. But I like what Seattle did. Nobody talked about Seattle yesterday, but the first 2 defensive backs, they got Trufant and Ken Hamlin of Arkansas, I think has a chance to be a Pro Bowl safety in this league. And plus they got Wayne Hunter. And then what they've done today, I think the Seahawks and Bob Ferguson, good accounting so far.
Denny, we're in the 5th round now. Once you reach that point, what's the philosophy? Can it still be need, or is it just best available?
Yeah, I think it still can be need because you can still get some very good players. I think one of the things that happens, most of the guys got exactly what they wanted in the 4th round. Now as they move to the 5th round, you're still looking to see what guys are overlooked, maybe 3rd, 4th round guys that can drop to you, and also looking to say, hey, can we get a guy that can help us right now, start or back up? And most people are going to say we can get a guy that might not start for us, but he will give us depth in a backup position, and we should take that guy.
A guy who might not start, but is certainly depth, is Carson Palmer, who was the #1 pick in the draft overall. That was a long time ago.
I'm Carson Palmer.
Palmer back throwing to the end zone. Touchdown.
I'm Charles Rogers. I had 68 catches and 13 touchdowns. Sing it! I'm Charles Rogers. Sing it! I'm Charles Rogers. I had 68 catches and 13 touchdowns. I'm Charles Rogers. I had 68 catches.
Welcome to the big time.
Welcome back to ESPN's continuing coverage of the 2003 NFL Draft. I'm Andrea Kramer at our Players Roundtable here at ESPN Magazine. You always hear about character and about off-the-field issues, but that is such a wide-ranging topic. It could mean something as simple as an attitude, somebody's very cocky or arrogant, or it could mean a legitimate problem, failing a drug test, something of that nature. When you guys hear character issues, off-the-field problems, what does that mean?
Well, how about my former teammate, Brian Greasy? People talk about big deal, tripping over a dog, drunken driving. You know, those are problems off the field. Brian Greasy is a good guy. Really, what it comes down to is winning games on the field. If you win on Sunday, those problems can get overlooked. If you don't win, they're not going to get overlooked. You're going to have to find another team to play for.
Well, I think another issue was a former teammate of mine, Cal Turley. One of the things I love playing with Cal. You know, on the field, you knew Cal was going to get his block and he was going to be there. He's a warrior on the field. But I think one of the things that got him in trouble, and especially with the Saints, was with the management issue. You know, off the field, he kind of dissed the management as well as, you know, the head coach. And, you know, it was kind of like the team could not deal with it anymore, and they felt like that they had to make a decision. I think that what led to his trading.
I'll never forget. Bill Cowher just told me recently, because we talked about this issue, and he said, there's production and there's tolerance. And as long as production stays above tolerance, we're okay. But once tolerance gets above that level, we got some problems.
Well, the thing, you talk about Cal Turley, but I mean, I want a guy like that that's going to go out there on Sundays and fight with me when my quarterback gets bummed up by the other guy. I'm going to take the other guy's helmet and throw it halfway across the field because I got your back. I think building team character is important. And if you get guys that have each other's backs, that's what it's all about. I mean, trying to judge somebody and talk about what they do and how they do it, I mean, it's a fine line there. You're straddling the fence a little bit.
Arguably, your best player, though, is Randy Moss, the most talented player on the team. And whether he brings it upon himself or not, he just seems to attract attention that can be a distraction for the team. How do you deal with that whole production tolerance issue?
But Randy's chill. I mean, everybody likes him on the team. There's not a problem there. He's one of our leaders. I mean, like I talk about team character, every day when we go work out and run the 220s and 330s, he's there working out with us. That's how you build team character. That's what we look at. I can't worry about what somebody does in their individual life. I don't know what you do, and I certainly don't know what you do, and I really don't care. So really, you know, do what you do, and when it comes time to play on Sunday, be the leading receiver like you've been the first 5 years of your career.
Hey, but Sebastian Janikowski had some issues, cost the Raiders games.
Yes, he did cost us games. The bottom line, he also helped us win games. If you put that ball through the goalpost and help us win more games than you help us lose, we're going to keep you.
I think another thing is the image deal. You know, it's the image that your team has, and it's the image that the league is trying to portray as well. So that's where it really comes down to, is this the right image that the NFL, and is the right image for your team?
Players got to realize that they're under a microscope too. That's just part of the job. Whether you want your life off the field to be part of public knowledge or not, it's not our choice. That's the life that we live. That's where we're going with our jobs, and we have to realize that we're going to be held to a higher standard because everybody's looking to us. Kids are watching us play. Kids are watching what we do.
That being said, do you want the guy out in front that's putting on a facade and it's not really that guy, and behind the scenes, or you want a guy who's up front about what he does and doesn't have a problem with letting people know what he does? At least you know what's going on there.
You got to always have the guilt by association issue, which is a tough one as well. More opinions and all kinds of draft information ahead. Coming up from New York, the NFL Draft continues on ESPN right after this.
Oh yeah, summertime. Flip-flop, small top, party bumping non-stop. So much ice in my cooler, you think I was a jeweler. Bling, catching rays, making plays. Summer got more zap than a microwave. Ding, blue eyes, green eyes, brown eyes too. All the honeys checking who? The king of Malibu. The silver bizzle.
I had lotion on my hands. I burn easily.
I don't even know.
ESPN's exclusive coverage of the NFL Draft is presented by Coors Light, the official beer sponsor of the NFL. Cold down easy. And in part by Carfax. Buying a used car? Get a Carfax Vehicle History Report. Ask your dealer or go to Carfax.com. And Skill. What's next?
Well, we're glad we have some company here at the theater, Madison Square Garden, the hardcores. We're glad you're here with us on day 2. All right, let's recap the last 5. Who stands out
$10 each to come in.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Well, I think, Susie, when you look at this group, you see the safeties now coming off the board. Terrence Holt, we had a run on corners for a while, but Terrence Holt and Derek Hagel in this 5th round, and both guys very impressive on special teams, particularly when you look early in the career of Derek Hagel, before he was able to solidify a spot in that deep patrol with the Hawkeyes. A late developing player, former walk-on, then redshirted, then a backup, then a special teams player, and then really, when you look at this past season, number 25 there, isolated on him, see, read the eyes of that quarterback, comes through with the INT, and a guy that doesn't play quite as fast as he times. He ran a 4.54 at the combine. That wasn't always evident on film. He did finish 3rd on the team at Iowa with 90 tackles, so he was around the football a great deal this past season. Strong kid, did 25 reps at the combine as well. Seemed to be more of a big play safety this past season, so he was able to significantly elevate his grade, move from maybe a 7th rounder into what I thought was the 4th round. Now he goes at the top of round 5 to the New York Jets. Terrence Holt, on the other hand, younger brother of Torrey Holt, special teams again, but not on the coverage units, rather by punt blocking field goals. That's where he made his mark. He had 9 block kicks during his impressive career at NC State. Also had over 300 tackles as well in that defensive secondary. The concern, though, only 4 interceptions, so you know, work on that hands. Torrey Holt's the great receiver. Unfortunately, Terrence didn't come through with a lot of picks during his career. He was fairly aggressive, better tackler late in his career, picked up the intensity level, and as I said, won special teams with those 9 block kicks. He certainly presents some value. Here he is, busting through on the sack, strips the football, causes the fumble. But I think the versatility, being a guy, an instinctive safety with the ability to block those kicks, has a chance to be a guy who not only makes a football team, but competes for playing time.
Well, I think the big thing now is going to be he's one of these guys that has not played as much football, is not focused on on football as much as you'd like him to, and now North Carolina State, that's going to be the thing. How far can we take this guy now without all that spring training and everything for all 3 years that you normally have?
Hadn't focused so much on football because he really wanted to play basketball. That was his first love. He wanted to get a scholarship to NC State. Then when he saw the scholarship wasn't coming through, then he went back and asked the coaches if he could get a partial ride
They all
for a football
they all think they can hoop it up. They all think they can hoop it.
Big pet peeve of a lot of high school football coaches is a lot of basketball guys all think they're going to get that Division I basketball scholarship. They close the door by not playing high school football, and then at the end they wish they had because the door closes them basketball too.
Well, what happens is, as you know, Division I football is 103, 104 schools. Division I basketball is over 200. So a lot of times guys will go to very small schools to compete and play basketball and pass up a football scholarship. What happens, unfortunately, the window will go into the NBA is much smaller. And those guys figure out after 4 years at some small school, they're not going to get a chance to play in the NBA. And then many of them wish they had stuck with football because they probably had a better chance.
Play it all.
Well, you want to talk about playing it all and being versatile. The very first DB taken in the draft to Dallas was Terence Newman. Won the Thorpe Award, one of the fastest kids in the country. He always had a dream. His mom was driving him to kindergarten, and he said to her, "Mom, I have a dream. I want to play in the NFL and buy you a Lamborghini." And she looked at him and said, "What's a Lamborghini?" Well, she's probably going to find out now. He's just a small-town kid with a big dream.
Terence Newman.
I grew up in Salina, Kansas, which is a pretty small town. You know, Kansas is known for Dorothy and Toto. I get that a lot. I grew up in a single-parent family, you know, just me, my mother, and my sister. I told my mom when I was younger that I was gonna buy her a Lamborghini when I made it. She had no idea what a Lamborghini was. She looked at me and was like, "Okay, I don't know what you're talking about, but that's cool." My mother was always encouraging me. You know, she told me I could do whatever I wanted to do. She was always there for me. I've been discouraged a lot, you know, through my time in high school. I was probably 5'6", 150 at the most. I was paper thin, you know. I can remember I used to go to the YMCA to play basketball, and guys wouldn't let me play because they said I was too young or too small or whatever. And somebody said, "You're never gonna make it in football, you're too little." You know, and that stuck with me. You know, I've been proving people wrong ever since then.
The deep corner intercepted by Terence Newman. Do you believe it?
I think the stereotypical corner size is probably 5'11", 6 feet, 190. On the field, he's very cocky because, you know, it's him against the world. I don't do a lot of talking, but, you know, I have a short-term memory, and, you know, I'm assured of myself. I know what I can do, so I think I fit the mold perfectly. The positions that I played last year, I played receiver, cornerback, and kick returner. It helps me out a little bit because I know what receivers look for when they're going against the defensive back. I also ran track a little bit for the last 3 years. I won the indoor 60-meter championship, and I won the outdoor 100-meter championship. A lot of people are athletes, but they don't understand how to play the game, and I was in that situation where I relied on speed and not technique. So just watching film, watching other players, and seeing how they did technique, something I had to do. I think you can never be too good. You could always take something from somebody else, but I did watch, you know, like Deion Sanders, Charles Woodson, Champ Bailey, Derek Green, players like that. Last year, when I first started playing, I didn't know what to expect. I used to be so nervous that I couldn't control myself. I used to go out on the field, and after like 3 plays, I'd be just tired, you know, because my emotion would just be running so high and my adrenaline would be pumping. But now it's a whole different aspect. I'm just calm when I go into the games, focused on what I have to do.
Oh, I don't really think he ever gets tired. Quite the impressive resume. And consider this, he scored 5 different ways in his career: touchdown, punt return, kickoff return, blocked punt return, blocked PAT return, and he almost had an interception, Chris, but he fumbled.
Mistake he made. Susie, you know, Mike, talking to this guy, I asked him on Friday, I said, "You think you're the best player, you should be the #1 pick in this draft, don't you?" He goes, "No, what do you think?" And I said, "It doesn't matter what I think, what do you think?" But it was pretty clear what he thought. He thought he should be the #1 player, and he thought he was the best player in the country, which is amazing for a guy that out of high school. Right. Tulsa wanted him, Kansas wanted him, and Kansas State. Those are the 3 schools that recruited him.
Well, one thing, he has the attitude a cornerback should have, and that's a short memory and the attitude that he can cover you, that he can take you out of the game when he has to with his skills, and that's exactly what he can do. He can do it more as an athlete than a technical corner, so to speak. He does it with his athletic skills, as we have been talking about. He'll come up and play in that man. Here you'll see him get his hands on people, but mostly he'll like to be in front of the receiver and have body control. He's not a jammer. He's not going to come up and really try and get you on the line. He has breaking ability. He can break on the ball. He'll let the receiver come off. He'll stay in front of him. His run support is okay. He's going to come up and throw at the ankles. He's not going to come up and stick you. He's not going to make anybody fear you as a tackler. His athletic ability, unquestioned right now. Great timing on the jump. So he may not be as tall as some of these 6'2" receivers, but he times the jump incredibly well, and we all know about his athletic ability. The bottom line with this kid is he can come out and he can take a receiver out of the game. He can play off, he can play up. He's not going to be physical, but he can break on the ball. You talk about his punt returning skills as well. Also, 3 block kicks in the last 2 seasons. He's an all-around athlete that Parcells is going to love.
You've had 9 shoulder surgeries. That was the one little question mark that maybe an occasional team had about him with the shoulder strength. You say not much of an issue for a corner at this level?
I think there's differences in positions and injuries. If it's a lineman, it certainly is going to affect you when you're in there every single play using your shoulders. For a DB, especially an athletic one, he's not up there jamming when he does run support. He's just going to kind of throw at the knees or at the ankle to get the guy down. He's going to use his athletic ability, so I don't think the shoulder issue comes into play as much as it would for another position where you're really fighting and tussling in there with your arms.
And college fans will notice that highlight package. You saw him go against Mike Williams at USC, right. B.J. Johnson, Way Williams at Texas, Bethel Johnson, A&M, a guy drafted here, Justin Gage from Missouri, a guy that was just drafted by the Bears. So he's played against some of the best receivers in college football. Let's go up to Mark Malone and the gang.
All right, Chris, thank you very much, along with Merrill Hodge and Ron Jaworski. How many wideouts do you think Mike Golick's covered in his career?
Oh,
0.
They swung some different. Buddy, they ran some different coverages.
All right, let's get your control boxes out. Ready, set, go. Video game here. How about Terence Newman? This guy was big time in college. We saw some of his highlights. A first-team All-American consensus. 5 of his career 10 interceptions this past year. He is going to be a big.
McNabb just threw an interception. That's not going to happen.
Well, just another Philadelphia
quarterback. Don't you go that way.
Tell you what, EA's good. They've already got Newman in a Cowboys uniform and got a cartoon of him.
They have. And
quick and
by the way, even though they entertained some phone calls, they made that choice. He will join Roy Williams, last year's first pick overall.
Now listen, one guy does not make a secondary. But if you could base it on one guy, Roy Williams would be it. I think he's a terrific football player. He was actually the one guy everybody felt coming out last year would be a guarantee. And the reason for that is because Roy Williams can do everything from the safety position. He can blitz, he can tackle, and most importantly, he can also cover. Here's Williams lined up in the box as a 4th linebacker. He's obviously not out of his element. He's physical, he's explosive, he can beat blocks at the line of scrimmage to make plays in the running game. Another skill that defines the multi-dimensional safety is the ability to blitz. Great timing, hits the gap cleanly, then is both physical and relentless. He doesn't pull up when he sees he's accounted for in the blocking scheme. What is so important in today's NFL is the ability to play pass, to run with receivers in a one-on-one situation, simply to be an every-down player. Roy Williams is the model. He's what teams are looking for at the safety position. Boy, Roy Williams and Terence Newman immediately gives you a powerful secondary. When you look at Roy Williams, I mentioned cover. As a safety, with all the tight ends that have come out, the demand on them, you've got to be able to cover now. And Roy Williams is a guy who can cover. He can be impact around the line of scrimmage. You can play him like a 3rd corner, and then you got to be concerned about him blitzing off that or the ability to cover. And if you got that flexibility, let me tell you this, you can do a lot with your secondary.
That's all well and good. That's all nice.
Well,
you got a couple guys at the 3rd level of your defense. How about the defensive line?
Well, I'm talking about the defensive line.
No,
I'm talking about the secondary.
Well, I am. All right, well, let me get my point in.
Don't yell at me.
You got a
Why not yell at me?
You got a very nice secondary. I think a very solid secondary. The problem is with the Dallas Cowboys, the defensive line. You've got guys that are light. Mike Zimmer built the defense on light, quick guys. Bill Parcells loved those pluggers, those jug butts, the guys that anchor the inside. Clearly, I think there's a philosophical difference on this defense. It'll take a few years before they get the complete defense. Well, secondary, I agree with you, is now in place, but I'm worried about that D-line.
Well, their second defensive pick, the player in the 4th round, Brady James, is a guy that they check, so they get another defensive guy at the 2nd level, now looking, as Josh said, something for that 1st level. Let's check in with Ed Werder in Dallas, who's covering the Cowboys. Ed?
Well, Mark, as far as their defensive front 7, you're right.
Bill Parcells does want a bigger type of player, especially at linebacker, than the Cowboys have had in the previous years. They've been playing with Dat Wynn at middle linebacker. He's very small. Dexter Coakley, a Pro Bowler, also a very small 220-pound player. So they've gone out and got Al Singleton as a free agent. And then Brady James is a guy that they like so much that they tried to trade with the Raiders to get at the end of the 3rd round yesterday. They were willing to give up 3 picks to get him. So to get him at the top of the 4th round today was something of a surprise for them. And they also tried to trade back into the 1st round yesterday to get Boss Bailey. That didn't work out, but it's a clear indication that Bill Parcells wants to ultimately play with a different kind of linebacker than the Cowboys have been trying to play with for the past few years. But I asked Jerry Jones, Susie, if this means that Dexter Coakley, who had 173 tackles last year, the 8th highest total in the NFL, that his career's in jeopardy. He said no, they expect ultimately Brady James will compete for playing time at that position, but he is in no immediate jeopardy.
All right, Ed, and it's something we've been talking about throughout the day. Bill Parcells now the head coach, and it will be his style of defense. Well, Dallas kicked things off with cornerback Terence Newman. Come a long way since then.
I am Terence Newman. Sound like a natural, don't I? Can you give me an example of real tough, please? Can we move in? Because they're going to make me laugh. You're watching the NFL Draft on ESPN. Is that cool?
Get a 20th anniversary retrospective of the 1983 draft and go into the draft rooms with in-depth team-by-team analysis only on NFL.com. 83, the year of the quarterback. This year, the year of the D lineman. Kendall Moorhead, taken by Carolina. Number 2 in sacks last year. They add to it.
Exactly, Susan. You look at a guy that doesn't have to be the focal point. They have Julius Peppers and Mike Rucker, so they have the pass rush ability off the edge. Kendall Moorhead's an interesting story. Early on at Alabama, he was outstanding in the SEC. 1999, he had 19 tackles for loss, 5.5 sacks, 24 hurries. He was all over the field. This guy was sideline to sideline, sacking quarterbacks, chasing quarterbacks when they scrambled out of the pocket. Then he tore his Achilles tendon in August prior to the 2000 season, sat out that year, then had a sprained knee, missed the game the following season. This past year, he had 14 tackles for loss, 20 hurries, started to come back and return to the form he showed back 3 years ago. So I think you look at Kendall Moore, if the injuries are a thing of the past, he has a chance to be a backup defensive end who could be a factor with his pass rush ability. But injuries have been a factor in 2 years, particularly the Achilles tendon. Sprained knee wasn't serious, but a guy that for 4 years, you know, if he'd have been there at an optimum level without the injury, you may have been looking at a 1st or 2nd round pick. The injuries are what pushed him down into this particular point of the draft.
1 pick later, Baltimore takes another defensive tackle. They've had a pretty successful draft, wouldn't you say?
Well, it's just, you know, Rick Gosselin of the Dallas Morning News wrote a column this morning just saying how it's amazing how the Ravens and Ozzie Newsome and Phil Savage and that whole group just seem to always get lucky. Well, as Branch Rickey said, Branch Rickey, the former general manager of the Brooklyn Dodgers, luck is the residue of design, and the Ravens always have a plan, Coach.
Plan your work and work your plan. That's what they're so good at. Brian Billick believes it, so does Ozzie Newsome. I mean, getting Terrell Suggs. You're talking about at the number 10 pick, 24 sacks. I wouldn't call him from Musa Smith at the last of the 1st round. I keep saying, what are you guys going to take a running back? They take Larry Johnson? Well, I don't know if you took the right one. For him to be sitting there with them, I mean, they really know how to plan the work. And the big thing I think that takes place is between Brian and Phil and Ozzie, Brian is always ready to pull the trigger. Ozzie kind of is patient. I think Phil in between the two, and they always seem to be able to wait. They made the move for Kyle Boller. It cost them a pick next year, but they got the quarterback. Pass rusher, quarterback, running back, now fullback. I mean, they love a guy that can lead up in there and maintain the ball possession. So they were having, I think, right now, the best draft of anyone.
And Denny Albreo, frankly, they just took. The Baltimore Ravens did 6'1½", 305 pounds. Rex Ryan will work Albreo Franklin at that nose tackle spot, which is ideal for what the Ravens structure is going to be up front.
Let's get back to the defensive line issue here. You know, we need to defend Mike Golick from those guys that attack in Bristol. Mike Golick had 3 career interceptions, and he would have had more, but they kept throwing the Reggie White side.
We're glad you got that in.
Yes.
That's why you defend your man.
And back to the business of Baltimore, the big question is going to be, will it be Kyle Boller or Chris Redmond? We're going to talk quarterbacks, so we might as well go up to Ron Jaworski and Merrill Hodge. Merrill, I know you love to talk quarterbacks, too.
All right, thank you. Welcome back to the EA Sports NFL Matchup Desk, along with Merrill Hodge and Ron Jaworski. Kyle Boller, a guy that really came up big this past year, and after struggling at Cal, but he's a guy that's done extremely well. Let's go ahead and put our controls on here and take a look at him out of Cal. 19th overall selection of the Baltimore Ravens. A guy Brian Billick liked very much over Byron Leftwich, because Leftwich went to Jacksonville.
What kind of coverage we got out there? The Steelers cover better than that.
Come on. Well, the Steelers secondary a year ago
that was a coverage from last year.
Absolutely, absolutely. Kyle Boller, a guy that you liked a great deal.
I liked him a lot. In fact, he was my second-rated quarterback after breaking down all the tape and all the guys. He's the guy second-rated, right behind Carson Palmer.
Really?
He's the guy that I projected, which is what this is all about. It's a process where we project a guy, based on some production at the collegiate level, basically how they're going to play at the pro game. And when you look at Kyle Boller, you see a guy with excellent mobility. You know, he can run. I'll tell you, the thing he can do is move around the pocket. Now, Haji always likes a guy that could run, but the thing that just jumps out, and I think he's going to come in the league with one of the 5 best arms. He can zip the football. Here, Kyle will execute a bootleg pass to the right. The ability to effectively change the launch point impacts the defense. The deep safety must stay relative to Boller's movement. That opened up the window to the backside post. And Boller's arm strength allows you to call plays that have a throwback element to them. I love this kid's footwork, his quickness in separating from the center and setting up, and his compact delivery. That does not give the defense much time to react and recover. The next completion is very typical of an NFL play. Versus 2 deep safeties, Kyle should work the middle of the field. Versus a single safety, you work to the outside. That's where the one-on-one coverage is. And in the NFL, that's the best you're going to get. That's where the ball has to go. This will be a deep out, a throw that defines NFL quarterbacks. This is a rope, and just as impressive is the accuracy to the outside and away from the defender. Everybody wants to talk about Kyle Boller's low completion percentage over his 4 years at Cal. Well, certainly is important, but I will go to his 4th season at Cal, where his percentage went up. And I think what happened is he changed his mechanics. He became a complete quarterback mechanically. The big elongated motion was taken away. He became a more compact thrower, a much more accurate thrower. The short stride to get the ball out. I think, again, he projects well. Mark, you like myself in the pros, were power throwers, and you're never going to be a high percentage thrower as a power thrower. But you know what? You're going to get the big explosive plays because you can get the ball downfield.
And a guy, obviously, who is known as a guru of the quarterbacks, Brian Billick, joins us now at Coors Light video conferencing. And Brian, first of all, it was well documented that you like Kyle Boller. I don't know that you expected Jeff Blake to move on to Arizona, but you have Chris Redman. What's the quarterback situation as it exists today in Baltimore?
Well, we're going to give Kyle every opportunity to see how far he can come. We think a lot of Chris Redman. And our biggest disappointment last year was that Chris Redman only had 6 games to show what he was all about. So it's going to be a great competition. We think we're in a great situation, but we do have a lot of faith in Kyle Boller's abilities, and it's good to hear that Jaws thinks so highly of him as well. We think his upside is what's the best thing about Kyle.
You know, Coach, the one blemish that I just addressed, and I heard from talking to personnel people around the league, was the low completion percentage. How negative a factor is that as you look to project Kyle into the pros?
Well, certainly it's something you factor in, and I don't want to be too critical here or point fingers, but anybody that looked at the film and saw the number of drop balls that Kyle Boller experienced at Cal with the receiving group he had, I don't mean to be critical of that group, but it was staggering. I mean, it really caught your eye. I'm not trying to make an excuse for Kyle. Clearly something we'll have to work with. Also, the fact that Kyle was new to this system, just 1 year. Jeff Tedford does a tremendous job. For him to do what he did in just the 1 year in Tedford's system was very impressive to us.
Hey, Coach, before I fall asleep here, because this quarterback thing is just boring me to death. Let's talk about your defense. You go get Terrell Suggs. Peter Boller is a guy that you guys went to a 3-4. You use him. He's so versatile. What does this bring to your defensive package now and the flexibility that you have on every down, but specifically 3rd down?
Well, the great thing about Terrell is that in our championship season and even the ensuing season, one of the toughest things teams had to deal with us was Peter Boller and Michael McCrary coming off one side or the other. In our 34 scheme, and Terrell will be an outside Sam backer in the 34 scheme. Again, to have that kind of presence, a Terrell Suggs and a Peter Boller opposite of one another, we think in our scheme clearly makes Terrell a three-down player and can bring pressure off the edge with Peter Boller that is going to create some problems for offenses as to how they're going to handle both sides.
Brian, when we go back to day one in the first round, there was some confusion that existed around Minnesota's pick when you reached up there and you grabbed Terrell Suggs. Give us an idea of how much that really impacted your pick, or whether or not Terrell Suggs was a guy you really had kind of dialed in there.
Well, I'll be honest with you. In all the drafts that we went through, and this sounds very cliche because every coach is going to tell you, oh, I can't believe he was there. But Ozzie Newsome does such a great job. There were really three players, Terence Newman, Rodgers, and Suggs, that as we went through that initial possibility of trading up to 6 and 7 and picking at 10 and being back at 12, that there wasn't a time that we didn't do that Oz didn't say, well, we're only going to spend so much with Terrell Suggs because there is no way he's going to be there at 10. So for him to be there was so fortuitous for us, just the way the sequence of events went down. We were thrilled to have him, and then immediately went to work to try to get Kyle Boller, regardless of what we had to do to get him, because he was clearly the 10th player on our board.
Well, Brian, there was some concern about the 40 he had run. Everybody said, well, you know, listen, he's out there running 4.85, 4.9. Was that much of a concern for you in your defense?
Well, if quarterback drops start going to 40 yards, then we're going to be concerned. As long as they stay in that 10-yard level, we're going to be okay. I think if you go back and look at some of the great pass rushers, Michael Strahan's 40 time, some others, it's not a concern of ours.
Now that's putting it in perspective.
40-yard drops, that sounds a little bit like Jaws' drop.
That's my first drop in the NFL was 40 yards.
Brian, congratulations, and we look forward to talking to you as the day continues on. Let's throw it out to Andrea Kramer at ESPN The Magazine.
Thanks a lot, Mark. Well, we've heard your offensive players opine about Terrell Suggs. Let's bring in Bill Romanowski for a second. Now, Brian Billick made it clear, and he told me even this morning, that Terrell Suggs will be the Sam backer in the 3-4 alignment. How do you see him making that transition from defensive end?
Brian just talked about running a 40, that he didn't have to turn the corner and run 40 yards to get the quarterback. He has to run 10 yards. Well, Terrell Suggs had a slow 10-yard time. So what do you say? He's gained too much weight. He's got to lower his weight. Now he's going to be playing Sam linebacker. Is he going to be in coverage part of the time? That's the major question. I don't look at Terrell Suggs as a coverage linebacker anytime on the field. He's a defensive end. He needs to rush the passer.
With that 3-4 front, though, it allows him to take that weight off, because he's not going to have to go one-on-one with an offensive tackle in rundowns. He's going to be able to be out there on the edge. He's going to be battling tight ends and receivers coming in motion, fullbacks coming out of the backfield. He's going to be able to use his athletic ability and not have to worry so much about his size.
And I think that's a great point by John, because people wonder about the difference between film and the workout. Well, when you're watching the film, he was 240, 245. Then the workout, he's 258, 257. So that's the difference. That's why it looks like such a big difference.
Well, Baltimore definitely got better. I mean, with Ray Lewis coming back, and then you have Hartwell inside, and you put Terrell Suggs on the outside, you know, they definitely got better defensively. So I think Suggs' picks was a great pick for him.
Now, as for the weight, Brian Billick told me this morning that he thinks that Suggs got some bad advice to bulk up before the draft, but he will get his weight down once again before he gets out in the linebacker. Now, we're talking about the workouts versus production. The guy had 24 sacks at Arizona State. What about your guys' workouts? Do you remember that? How much should a workout count when it comes to these players? I mean, one of the great workout stories was Mike Mamula, your old teammate in Philadelphia. How much should these workouts count as opposed to production?
Well, the thing about Mike Mamula, great workout, great production, but he gets to Philadelphia, and what happens? He doesn't have the motivation. He doesn't respect the game of football, and the game catches up with him. He's out of the game.
Go ahead.
Well, I don't think I was going to say, I mean, without the workouts, I mean, there's no chance. I love the workouts because it gave me a chance to go higher in the draft. I had a 40-inch vertical and things like that. They stand out. And so without the workouts, without another way to evaluate whether a guy can project, I think it's hard to really even improve your standing like a Kyle Boller did.
Does a good workout help you more than a bad workout hurts you?
In my opinion, a bad workout probably hurts you, but it only hurts you in the minds of a few people. I believe that if you come from a major school like Arizona State or you know, a competitive school, they got to look at the way you played, how you played. They can't coach toughness, they can't coach pride, and they can't coach heart. And all of those things you see come to the fourth quarter when it's 3rd and long and he gets one of his 24 sacks and it wins the game for him. You can't coach that.
What am I playing 4 years for then? I should just play 1 year. I have a great senior year, go out and have a heck of a workout. I'm a first-round guy. I mean, what do you play 4 years for then? If that's what only thing they're going to go off for the workouts, what are you playing 4 years for?
And that was the one concern with Kyle Boller, that he did have just one great year, his senior season. The NFL Draft will continue from New York, from all points beyond. Right after this, please stay with us for the NFL Draft.
A perfect spring day, Times Square, New York City, of course. We're inside, but that's okay too. In the 5th round, and Dennis Green, that's all about special teams.
Special teams, really, a lot of ways, return guys, kickoff guys, punt return. But I tell you what you had, Cleveland taking Ryan Pottbrand. It says center, he is a long snapper. San Diego took Mike Seifert. He's a punter. I mean, you're talking about guys in the 5th round who are going to be starters for you. When can you find a starter in the 5th round, a specialist, a long snapper, a punter, a kickoff guy, a PAT field goal guy? Those are the guys you can say we need one. And in fact, wouldn't be surprised if they released the guys who were in that position even before minicamp.
Well, interesting that Cyphers went to the San Diego Chargers. They've released 2 of their most popular players, Junior Seau, Rodney Harrison, and Darren Bennett, their punter, was a very popular player in the San Diego area, and now he may be out.
Exactly, Mort.
Well, you can keep tabs on schools that have sent the most picks into the draft. Notre Dame, obviously, many more about 10 years ago than over the last 5, but you like Jordan Black, the tackle.
Susie, you know, Jordan Black has talent. There's no question about that. Physically, he has exactly what you want in a bookend tackle. I think when you look at Jordan Black, the experience with 45 starts, and you look at it, 42 there, 43 games, 45 overall when you factor in the bowl games. And you know, you look at Jordan Black, and we talk about his physical prowess, 6'5½", 311 pounds. Good athlete, a guy that's impressive in workouts, had some excellent games. He did struggle some, though, particularly against Alonzo Jackson, who went to the Steelers earlier in the Hula Bowl. Concentration level needs to be upgraded. Sometimes he's a little slow out of his stance in pass protection situations. And a guy who went, of course, Notre Dame had Carlisle Holiday, a mobile quarterback. So if he was beaten, of course, Holiday had the opportunity to escape and utilize that mobility to still make a play down the field. So when you look at Jordan Black, I wouldn't say he's an underachiever. I would just say that he's an inconsistent player who at times doesn't always play to the level of his talent. That's why he's still on the board at this point. I actually graded out Brennan Curtin, an offensive tackle, came out a little early from Notre Dame, as more of a highly regarded player. I thought Curtin would go ahead of Black. A little surprising that Black went ahead. Black better physically. Curtin, I thought, was the better player and would project a little better to the National Football League.
And also, among the last picks taken, another Miami Hurricane D lineman, Matt Walters.
A kid who was, you know, about experience, a hard-working player, was an offensive tackle and a defensive end in high school at Miami, played defensive end and defensive tackle. This defensive front has had 5 players already drafted. Walters, versatile, can play end or tackle. There he sacked Zach Mills here against Tennessee. Moving in on Casey Clausen, kid who spent most of his career on the interior. You talk about, is he big enough? 6'4½", 275, did 30 reps, probably will move outside in the National Football League, but a hustler, not a starter. I think he's limited in the National Football League to a backup role, but interesting about Miami in all the first round is 5 defensive linemen so far have come off the board. Cornelius Green could be the 6th. Talent level at Miami. You can see why they're winning national championships or competing for the national title just about every year now.
Well, I'll tell you a quick story. When Butch Davis took the job with the Cleveland Browns, I asked him, what are you leaving behind? And he told me at that time, he says, I'm leaving behind maybe 3 national championship teams and about 45 NFL players.
Well, that's true. And you know what? He's had unbelievable talent. It's hard to believe that a team can have 6 guys get drafted, and then next year they're going to be the preseason favorite for a national championship again. And you're talking about a team that every year that has the ability to compete, no matter how talented they are, no matter how many guys lose. In fact, basically, the young guys are glad that the old guys left because they say, hey, bye-bye, now it's our turn to take over and we'll get the national championship that you just missed this past year.
Yeah, but the best thing about that is, especially with Miami, those old guys are always coming back, and the young guys have a chance to see up close what it's like and what it takes to be in the NFL. They don't always have the best talent, but they always have the best attitude. Of course, one of the stars from University of Miami, Warren Sapp, who now has a Super Bowl ring. And as we throw it up to Chris and Mike, one of the questions has been, was Dwayne Robertson, who was taken in the first round, is he like a Warren Sapp? Well, what do you guys think?
Well, that's a tough name to throw out there. I mean, Warren Sapp was a dominant player in college. He was a Heisman Trophy finalist, a big name guy. Robertson, his situation, Mike, kind of reminds me of Ryan Sims, a guy that ardent fans didn't know during the season. Personnel guys knew him. Opponents who had to scheme around the big defensive tackle like Carolina knew who Sims was. And that was the Robertson situation. Became a huge name that the Jets package picks to get. Suddenly at number 4, he goes from anonymity to being the guy.
The only reason they're making comparisons to Warren Sapp is because you either are a one-gapper where you hit the gaps or a two-gapper where you're playing front alignment, or you can do both, and a couple do both in this draft, Jonathan Sullivan and Dwayne Robertson, and that's why you bring up Warren Sapp, because he does the same thing for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. He can play them both. What Dwayne Robertson does is he gives you nice technique inside. Again, he has great hand play, hands on the inside, good leg drive. He's a stout kid, short kid, about 320. He is just an absolute ball of muscle. And coming in here, he's going to take on a lot of double teams, so he plays it really well. Both, you hit into the man, doubling you, the man coming down on you, you leverage back into him. When he leaves, you come off and make the play. It's an excellent job. Rarely do double teams stay on you. Someone's going to leave you. You have to know when they go and come off. Here, recognition, fantastic job, because hands are inside. Sees if it's going to be a handoff, sees his play action. Because his hands are inside, he's able to have the throw and the strength to do the throw to come and make the tackle. What he's going to bring to the Jets, who have Josh Evans and Jason Ferguson, two blue-collar guys. They had 9 of the 30 sacks for the Jets last year. That, by the way, 30 sacks ranked 26. They need a playmaker in the middle. Now, what Dwayne Robertson could do is he can bust it up the gut. He can make some penetration and not be on the line and eat up blocks as well. One of the biggest things when we're talking about these D linemen, Chris, is a rotation system. Certainly they're going to have him come in and start or play and probably start, but there's going to be the rotation. You need 3 defensive tackles. You need 3 defensive ends. Keep people fresh. Especially the Jets, to play that middle. When they get run on, they get killed up the middle. They give up 123 yards a game on the ground, and a lot of that comes straight up the gut. You've got to have fresh bodies in the middle.
So pretty good fit for the Jets defense. Culturally, Roberts is going to have to adjust in New York City. He was touring the city for the first time on Friday. He was wide-eyed. They made the trade to get up to that number 4 spot. When he figured out he might be a Jet, he started to get nervous. He's from Memphis. He wasn't used to the big city. We said, relax. You play for the Jets, you can live in Long Island out there in the country, trade at Hofstra. Doesn't mean you have to live in a high-rise. He did go out to the Jets camp after getting picked and got to meet with Jets legend Joe Namath. I wonder if he knew who he was. He'll learn quickly, and the Jets fans certainly happy to have the big tackle on their side in green and white. And our draft coverage will continue. Steamrolling through round 5.
Ricky Williams, the first Dolphin to win the rushing title. Well, they questioned him in New Orleans. Was he capable of explosive big plays? Well, there was no question about that. 4 plays of 50 or more yards, 1,853 yards total, 4.8 average with 16 TDs. A successful season for Miami, but then the bottom line is this team doesn't make the playoffs. When you look at a Miami team, what went wrong?
Well, I think one thing, they have to learn how to use Ricky Williams the right way. I mean, it's one thing to come out and say that we ran the ball X number of times or Ricky Williams got X number of yardage, but it's all about the situation. Ricky is a wear-down type of guy, can wear a defense down. He's going to be much more effective in the 3rd and 4th quarter, and in the 4th quarter, he can be absolutely a bruiser. And so I think that's the key thing, and you can't do it alone. I mean, they had quarterback issues. You know, when the quarterback was hurt and missed 8 games, that made all the difference in the world, because when Ray Lucas stepped in, he was only 2-4 at that particular time.
And the quarterback thing is very sensitive to Dolphin fans because of Dan Marino. And even though Dan Marino never won the Super Bowl, come on, he was Dan Marino, and Jay Fiedler has to live in that shadow. Now, Jay Fiedler's issue, hey, sometimes is he an average quarterback, above average? They obviously believe in him, but when he gets hurt, he doesn't miss just 1 game. He misses the 6 games or the 8 games, and I think that's a concern, and I don't think Ray Lucas filled in, did his job last year. I think Lucas will be gone after June 1st. Maybe Greasy see in there, but Fiedler is the quarterback, and I think that's one thing that still unsettles Miami fans.
And I look at their draft, Morton. I think you look at Wade Smith, an offensive tackle, hopefully a left tackle. I think that's what Miami needed. They went for Eddie Moore, who could be in that mix at linebacker, more of a special teamer. Donald Lee, you have Randy McMichael. Donald Lee only averaged 7.3 yards per catch this past season. Wasn't necessarily his fault. Mississippi State's quarterback play was far below average. So I think of the draft choices Miami's made so far, keep an eye on Wade Smith, a late developing player. Position change, the offensive tackle out of Memphis. He could be a guy who's a key element, whether it's this year or next year, whether he's ready this season, Susie. Does he have enough experience? His workouts were excellent.
And I even had a question. When they signed Junior Seau, somebody says, is this going to get him over the hump? I said, I thought Ricky Williams was supposed to do that. But I do think another year under Norv Turner's system may push him along a little bit farther, but we'll see.
And Zach Thomas made the comment to have somebody like Junior Seau next to him in defense is like playing on offense with Dan Marino. But the big story with Miami is Ricky Williams and what a successful year he had. Let's throw it up to the factor back, who's with Mark Malone and Ron Jaworski, our EA Sports matchups.
All right, Susie, thank you very much. Yes,
I love when she says that.
That's Merrill Hodge is in fact with us. Although we don't understand how a guy like Dennis Green can say, well, you know, they need to learn how to use Ricky Williams. Mort says you're going to push him along a little further. 1,853 yards.
Did a dang good job of managing and using him.
This guy did a great job. He was supposed to be all everything after Mike Ditka gave everything up for him in New Orleans. Of course, cost Miami a #1 draft choice this year to get him in Miami. But really, I think he did a terrific job. I can't imagine going 9-7 and not making the playoffs had anything to do with Ricky Williams.
Absolutely not. Ricky Williams did his part. Norv Turner did his part as far as how he managed him and how he brought him in line. Because regardless of what Ron Jaworski says, this was not the best offensive line. It was not the best offensive line in football.
Oh, last year you said it was.
Did I?
Yeah,
I thought you said that.
No, you said it.
But Norv did a great job of juggling both. You know, he brought Ricky Williams into the fold, and he didn't immediately demand Ricky Williams do all these things that they eventually did in the running game. He brought him along slowly, but as they got creative and utilized the skills of Ricky Williams, Ricky got better as the season went on.
On a conventional lead draw, the tight end normally blocks the outside linebacker, and the fullback leads up on the middle linebacker. The wrinkle here is that they exchange roles, with Randy McMichael responsible for the Mike and Rob Conrad blocking the Sam. It has the desired effect. Watch how it plays out. McMichael releases inside. Looks like he's working to get into a route. Tackle Todd Wade pass sets, with Conrad working underneath Wade, also to the inside. All this shows pass, and that's how the Mike and the Sam read it. Great job by McMichael on Brian Urlacher. And Conrad shows the necessary patience in waiting for Wade's block to be defined. Rob is the runner without the ball, leading Ricky through the hole.
You know, the Dolphins knew they didn't have a powerful offensive line. They weren't just going to blow people off the board, so they did a lot of these man-blocking schemes. I think Norv Turner does a great job of managing personnel. We can talk about John Gruden does a great job, but I think you have to put Norv Turner in there as well, as he brought Ricky along, as he utilized the things that Ricky did well, actually started to make the big runs everybody said he could not make, and now he will take that into the tight end McMichael, the wide receivers, and yes, Jay Fiedler, because I think he has to be more consistent if the Dolphins are going to the playoffs.
But you finished 9-7, you still didn't make the playoffs.
Look, did I just say the quarterback? The quarterback needs to be more consistent. And if, listen, he got hurt. Those 2 or 3 weeks, or about that month he was hurt, I really hurt the Dolphins.
You know, Ricky has a bunch of 200-yard games. They lose those games. I look at elevating this offense to the next level. When you look at Norv Turner, certainly Ricky has a great year. You know, they're running the ball well. But you've got to be more productive in getting those explosive plays. And Norv is terrific at manufacturing points. He's not a 3 and 4 wide receiver set. He still likes the tight formations. But when you get the running game going, now you got to get Chris Chambers involved. You got to get Darius Thompson now involved and get those chunks of yards out of the passing game. And you're right, Fiedler must elevate his game.
Ray Lucas, when he came in and played, I mean, he really struggled. Obviously, he struggled, and it really set them back. And then when you come back and he's finally healthy, he didn't play as well either.
Is Jay Fiedler a quarterback that you believe can take him?
Absolutely, because if he hadn't gotten hurt, he would have played consistently, done the things that he had to. The Denver game is a great example.
Wade Smith, the offensive tackle, Taylor Whitley, 2 offensive linemen they've drafted. Eddie Moore, a linebacker, after already getting Junior Seau. It says something about the 3rd-round pick in 2001. That would be Morton Greenwood. He might be on the hot seat to be backing up. We'll be back with a lot more coverage. Day 2, the 2003 NFL Draft, as ESPN continues. Stay with us.
Welcome back to the 2003 NFL Draft, presented by Coors Light.
the St. Louis Rams having a, well, every team says they're having a successful draft. Wide receiver, a big need. Ricky Prohl leaves. Kevin Curtis perhaps could take his place as the #3 wide receiver. And questions even about Torrey Holt, Sean McDonald, wide receiver picked up from Arizona State. But their first pick was Jimmy Kennedy from Penn State. He arrived at Penn State with big dreams and, well, and a big body as well, 400 pounds. But he lost 100 pounds, got his college degree, and is fulfilling a dream that he never thought he could.
Jimmy Kennedy.
I definitely have 1,000 nicknames. On the football field, I'm the Grizzly Bear, Big Daddy, Jimmy Sweet Feet Kennedy. Guys on the block call me the Fashion Statement, Fat Kobe Bryant. My grandfather used to call me Dumbo. He used to put rocks in my pocket and tell me to go back outside, and the rocks would make sure I won't fly away. Because my ears was about this size when I was like 2, so I had to grow into them. Yonkers, that's home. I mean, it's hard if most people say it's rough, but it's my hometown. I can't say if it's rough or not. That's all I know. I think it made me mature quick. I've been a man since I was 6 years old. When I was younger, I found out that my mother had a drug problem. Social services said she was an unfit parent, and they took us from us. Me and my 2 younger brothers, Curtis and Norman. I lived with my father, where I went in and out of special ed classes because I was fighting all the time. And 3rd grade, 4th grade, those are the years when guys and your classmate give you your mama joke. Your mama's so fat, such and such, whatever. And we didn't know how to defend that. So we used to fight over that because we was trying to protect our mother. Now my mother is doing great. She's been clean for years now. She's into the church and she's a wonderful woman. Like I said, my father set me straight. He taught me a lot of stuff. Like I said, washing clothes, cooking, just being a man. He always set me down and say, hey, this is how you carry yourself. Make sure you always look like this because your first impressions is all you have. And a man is nothing but his word, so. I view football as something that set me straight. I can't tell you that I would have went to college if I wasn't playing football. I can't tell you where I'd be at if I wasn't playing football. I decided to get my degree because NFL to me means not for long. I mean, you never know what can happen. It's a job for me. I mean, it's not a bad job, it's a great job. Of course, I want to have a long NFL career, but I look forward to having kids and having a family and giving them all the things that I didn't have. I mean, I want to have that Huxtable life. I want that for my kids, and I want that for myself.
And joining us now on the Coors Light video conference from St. Louis, his new team, is Jimmy Kennedy. Jimmy, I want to see a nice big smile from you because about 24 hours ago exactly, in the green room back here in New York, you told me, I'm dying. First of all, Dwayne Robertson gets drafted. Then Jonathan Sullivan gets drafted. Now you're really not feeling good. Then a 3rd defensive tackle, Kevin Williams, gets drafted ahead of you. Now you're really feeling terrible. You're feeling disrespected. Then finally the Rams come through and deliver. Take me through that whole process a day ago.
Oh, man, Chris, I was so nervous. I thought all the teams were going to pass on me. I felt like I was going to end up slipping down to the 2nd round, man. I mean, I was... You saw me and I was in the back room, in the green room. I was sweating, and my stomach was, I had the bubble guts.
And your high school coach, Tony DiMatteo, is so instrumental in getting you to this point. He was fuming, too, because, like a lot of people, he believed you're the best defensive tackle in the draft, and you're one of those guys that thinks that, too.
I mean, it's tough. I had some of the teams that passed on me say, hey, you are the best defensive tackle. He just ran a faster 40, and he's a better athlete, comparing myself to Dwayne Robertson. When it comes down to it, the Rams made the best selection by getting me, and I'll prove that every Sunday.
Do you take that experience from yesterday at all, maybe, and apply it to training camp or the season, a chip on your shoulder, a point to prove to the teams that do pass on you, or do you forget about it?
I'll forget about it. I mean, I'll go out there and do everything in my power to be the best defensive tackle, and when it's all said and done, hopefully the teams that passed on me will say, hey, we had a chance to get that guy, and we passed on him. What was we thinking? Maybe I put myself in a position where a couple of guys will lose their job or something.
I want to put the weight thing to bed. The whole report about 400 pounds, you told me on Friday, that 400-pound, that was wearing a big leather jacket and boots, and you actually came into Penn State for your senior season too light for Coach Paterno's liking. So the weight not going to be a problem throughout your career? You here to tell me that?
I guarantee you. My high school coach tell me all the time, I always go out there and I worry about the way I look, whether I'm too big or too small, and it's not going to be a problem at all. Right now I'm trying to find out what Coach Keller thinks my weight should be at, and whatever he says it is, if he says 295, I'll be 295 by the time camp comes. Weight is not an issue for me.
Jimmy, you're a delightful guy, and everybody who shares in your story, from Coach DiMatteo to Sue Paterno, Joe's wife, or tutored there at Penn State, can share in this, and wish you the best in St. Louis.
Thanks a lot. I appreciate it.
That is really a story of personal triumph. Jimmy Kennedy at Penn State. Look forward to watching him in a Rams uniform. Let's go to Mark Malone of the gang in Bristol. Mark?
All right, Chris, thank you very much. Here at the EA Sport NFL Matchup Desk in Bristol, Connecticut, along with Merrill and Jaws, as we continue to take a look at some of the players drafted in this 2003 draft. Last year, of course, the Atlanta Falcons made a huge impact, taking Michael Vick, 777 rushing yards. He was a guy that
must-see TV.
Revolutionized the position. There's absolutely no doubt about that.
Settle down.
Not the kind of quarterback, Jaws, like the statuesque kind of quarterback.
Oh, no, absolutely not that kind of guy. This guy's exciting, wins from the pocket, and does things that we've never seen before. We call him must-see TV, but he is now better than that, because he's now an HD TV. But he is the most explosive player in football when you design good plays, and he's also the most explosive player when plays break down.
The play call was an outside zone run. Vick really has to widen out to hand the ball off to the back. But sometimes it just doesn't happen the way you practice it. Vick's path is too tight to the inside, not wide enough. He won't be able to make the handoff. And the right guard, who's responsible for the middle linebacker, ends up working backside away from the point of attack. Two major busts. You almost always get a negative play when that happens, and you definitely would with a statue quarterback. With the quick improvisation by the back, the entire front ends up being blocked, with the ball in the hands of the most explosive player in the National Football League. That would be Mike Vick, must-see TV.
All right, I'm going to make Jaws happy here. Mike Vick wants to be better. He wants to be better from the pocket, and the thing he's going to focus on with his quarterback coach, Mike Johnson, is footwork. And I think if you go to quarterbacks, you look at footwork, you can take accuracy and consistency. He gets that better, he's going to be dynamite from the pocket as well.
Just need to go ahead and put in running plays that you missed the handoff and run it in for a touchdown. It's a great thing. Let's go to our Coors Light video conferencing phone out to the head coach of the Atlanta Falcons. That would be Dan Reeves. And Dan, welcome here to the NFL Draft. I guess my first question to you is, you are commonly known as the guy that kind of brought John Elway into this league, and obviously a future Hall of Famer. I know they're two different kind of quarterbacks, but how would you compare a guy like John Elway and Mike Vick?
Well, both are outstanding competitors. I think that's the thing that really impresses you when you look at John Elway and Mike Vick, is how competitive they are. They both have tremendous talent. Both had the great arm, could make things happen when maybe the pass wasn't there, and, you know, both could hurt you with the run. I think the difference is that John was an outstanding, you know, passer in the pocket and could really pick people apart throwing the football once, you know, his career started. That's something that Mike still has to do. He can make so many plays on his own. Nobody's played this position that has the speed that Mike has. And like you said, you design some plays that, you know, designed to run a little bit and turn out a little bit different than what Mike Vick did. But Mike makes those bad calls turn into something really special.
Hey, Coach, obviously Mike is extremely exciting, but one thing I think that makes him so special is that his willingness to learn and get better. You know, his footwork is not the best in the pocket. It seems to be that's the thing he wants to focus on this year, and if he's able to conquer that, it'll only help him be more accurate from the pocket.
Well, if he starts beating people in the pocket, I don't know what they're going to do defensively, because if he starts learning to, you know exactly where to go with the football, and they have to respect his ability to be in the pocket and to go to the correct receiver. And now that we've got some speed there with Peerless Price, it's going to put more pressure on the defenses. We just got to get Mike to where he can read defenses, know exactly where to go, and those runs will still come, you know, for him.
Coach, you had mentioned you gathered Peerless Price in the offseason. You go out and you bring in Marty Jenkins. How important was it for the development of Michael Vick to have experienced wide receivers?
Well, I mean, you know, he did a great job, and our receivers, I thought, did a great job last year. But, you know, for Mike to come in his first year as a starter and have the kind of season that he had, I mean, even the opening game of the season last year against Green Bay, he threw the ball extremely well. We had a couple of drop passes or could have possibly won that game. The better the supporting cast, the better the quarterback's going to be. And if we can get the supporting cast around Mike, it's going to be tough for other teams.
Coach, in the 4th round, you took Justin Griffith, a running back out of Oklahoma. T.J. Duckett, obviously a guy you took relatively high a year ago. Hope would be productive. He had some problems with some injuries. Is this a pick to try to stir T.J. Duckett into some more production?
Well, Justin Griffith's out of Mississippi State, but, you know, he is a player that we really liked. You know, we feel like he could come in here as a fullback, you know, and you lost Bob Christian, and here's a guy that has the great size and, you know, has also the running ability. But we're looking for him to come in here and compete with George Lane, and, you know, that'll depend a lot on special teams. It just makes competition for that position. And when you lose a guy like Bob Christian that was so vital to our running game, to have a guy come in here that we think can fill his shoes and at least compete with the guy that we have at that position, you know, was exciting for us in that pick.
Well, 2 6th-round picks and a 7th-round pick. Still have some more work to do. Coach, thanks for joining us here on our draft coverage here on ESPN.
Okay, thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
A lot more coverage to come as we continue here with the 2003 NFL Draft. Back after this.
I'm Carson Palmer.
EA Sports. It's in the game. Product not yet rated.
Jim Rome is back on ESPN.
ESPN Sunday Night Baseball tonight. Manny Ramirez, Nomar Garciaparra, and the Red Sox in Anaheim to meet the defending world champs. And don't forget, Kenny Mayne, part of ESPN's Grand Slam, started today right here in New York City. I believe that's stop number 3. The 5th round of the 2003 NFL Draft continues. We look back on the last 5 picks. Brian St. Pierre, only the 2nd quarterback taken so far on day 2.
Exactly. So you look at Brian St. Pierre at BC, almost orchestrated one of the huge upsets a couple years ago over Miami. It was late in that game. He had them down there poised to win the football game and shock the world, knock Miami out of the ranks of the unbeaten. It was intercepted, then lateral to Ed Reed, taken all the way for a touchdown, spoiled their hopes for the upset up at Chestnut Hill. Last year, they were close for a half, second half dominated by the Hurricanes, but St. Pierre, smart kid, very experienced. Arm strength is adequate. He ran hot and cold, though. His accuracy was not necessarily always what you wanted it to be. Had some very good games, had some very average games. So here's a guy, you talk about Tommy Maddox's situation more, how secure is he long term, and you have Brian St. Pierre in that mix going ahead of
Ken Dorsey, University of Miami, in the same conference. That's what's happening. This is not a good day for Ken Dorsey, obviously.
You look at Miami of Florida, and of course winning a national championship 2 years ago, almost winning one this past year. Dan Coppino, the anchor of that BC line, big kid, goes about 6'2½", 298 pounds. The guy that was that anchor, you talk about 34 consecutive starts, very durable, but interesting, he goes ahead in this draft of another Miami player, Brett Romberg, at the same position. So BC hasn't been able to beat Miami, but their center and their quarterback go ahead of 2 more high-profile players from that Hurricane program. I think Dan Coppin, when you look at, there were some other centers that were highly rated, but Austin King from Northwestern came off the board a little earlier to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. After that, there were some question marks. Wayne Lucier, Brett Romberg, and some other guys who had some medical concerns. So Coppin fell into that mix, and now you talk about how does he project to that New England Patriots offensive line, Denny?
Well, I think the big thing, New England's doing everything right. I just love what Bill Belichick's doing. Let me make some comparisons. Bill Belichick, having gone to the Super Bowl after the 2001 season, did not get back here in 2002. Way back in 1986, another guy who had control of football and operations, Bill Walsh, went to the Super Bowl in 1984 and made the cornerstone of his progress in the 80s, the 1986 draft. He didn't do it with a first round, didn't have a first round. He had a second round in Larry Roberts. Then he had 3 because of trading back, accumulating picks. He had 3 picks in the 3rd round. He got Tom Rathman, which was the key to the whole draft because he wanted to move Roger Craig to halfback. He had Tom Rathman at fullback, Tim McCarr, a tremendous running cornerback, and John Taylor. All 3 of those guys plus Larry Roberts were instrumental. And then he had 3 picks in the 4th round. In the 4th round, he took Charles Haley from James Madison, who heard of James Madison at the time, all right? Then he also took Steve Wallace from Auburn, and then he had a great pick. He took Kevin Fagan. We talked about it with Willis McGahee yesterday. He took Kevin Fagan in 86 and said he won't play in 86, he won't play in 87, he'll play in 1988, and in 1988, the 49ers were Super Bowl champions. They also had Don Griffith pick number 6 round. They were also champions in 1989 season. Those guys, along with those earlier groups, became probably the best era of the 90s of any team in the history of the National Football League.
And you talk about Bill Belichick picking up extra picks. He's already done it again, taking advantage of the emotions of draft weekend. He's got 2 1s. He's got 2 2s. He's got 3 4s. Next year's draft, he's already picked up this weekend. And a note on that cop and the Boston College Center going to New England. Damian Woody, the center, struggled with shotgun snaps, and so you would imagine Woody would be moved to guard. I don't know. We haven't talked to him about it.
I think if you use the draft, I think the New England Patriots are sitting better than anybody else in the National Football League. Like I said, 2 years ago was champion, not last year, but I think, and also you can't
discount they pick the right players.
Well, I think they are picking the right players, and I think if you look at Baltimore 3 years ago, I think those 2 guys are going to be battling for AFC Championship.
And you'll get the guy who orchestrates all this. Talk about Bill Belichick. A guy who deserves a lot of credit is Scott Pioli. Scott Pioli has done a remarkable job, very underrated in the front offices in the National Football League. Built that Super Bowl team. He's worked this draft process, getting extra picks next year, moving up to get Asante Samuel, doing a lot of things creatively in this draft process to strengthen this Patriots talent base. And I think Scott Pioli is the guy to keep an eye on in the future. Very underrated in the National Football League, Susie. He's an outstanding evaluator of talent.
Both those guys obsessed with the day 2 guys, and Bill Belichick, one of the only head coaches in the NFL who works out all his guys. He wants to see them all up close. And really nobody's been a better wheeler and dealer recently either. Well, when you talk about New England, you really want to be able to build around Tom Brady, who I don't know if everybody believes really came off a great season, but I think the guys at the EA matchup set believe he did.
Well, Susie, indeed he did. I thought they abandoned the run a little bit in New England for whatever reason. And we're going to get into that a little bit because they really haven't gotten a running back. They haven't gotten a factor back. But Tom Brady, the guy who was really slipped on that glass slipper a couple years ago when they won the Super Bowl, kind of kept them into some football games.
Pay attention. I want you to listen because you had your time. You had your time with Michael Vick and your runaround quarterback.
It's going to be beautiful.
And, you know, we've got the Donovan McNabbs, the Jeff Garcias, and the Dante Culpeppers.
We don't have a statue quarterback.
Now we're getting the statue quarterbacks. And by the way, Tom Brady does have one of those Super Bowl rings on his finger because there is no doubt until one of your guys proves to me that you can win a championship by running around trying to make plays. Championships are won from the pocket, processing information quickly, and getting the ball to the open receiver.
Deion Branch on the comeback is the primary receiver on this play. When Brady comes off the play fake on his designed roll and looks to the outside, it's clear that the coverage has taken Branch away. But Brady will move to his left, reset, and deliver with accuracy to David Patton on the dig route. Move within the pocket. Keep your focus downfield. Allow the offense to work. Avoid the hit. This is what the position is in the National Football League. You see the inside pressure. No reason to get frenetic and break down and give up on the integrity of the play. The subtle elements that define consistent quarterback play are often not visually dynamic, but they are the key to sustaining offense.
Charlie Weiss, the Patriots offensive coordinator, has done a terrific job with Tom Brady. When Brady plays the game, he's clear-eyed and unclouded. He knows where to go with the football. Now, I will agree with you. I'd like to see him hand off just a few more times.
That would help.
I think they got a little pass happy
That was going to lead me to my point.
I'm setting you up now.
When they won the Super Bowl, they created a toughness. They had a mentality that they were going to control the line of scrimmage. They were going to run the football. They were not going to put all the pressure on Tom Brady. And you know what? Tom Brady played better as a quarterback, and that's what they need to get back to.
Look at who they're picking. All defense. They know the defense has to pick.
You're right. They have two offensive players they picked so far in this draft. That would be Dan Copp in the center, and of course the wide receiver Bethel Johnson, 4.36 out of Texas A&M. But they started this draft with Ty Warren, somebody I think they hope will help Richard Seymour get all the double teams off of him.
Yeah, you know the other guy I'm going to mention though, Dan Klecko. You know, I played against Joe. Mark, you played against Joe. What a great player he was. Dan plays with that same passion, that same enthusiasm, you know, for attacking the game. And he may be a little bit undersized height-wise, but effort, I'll tell you what, he will elevate everyone on that Patriots defense because of the effort he will give on every single snap.
Do you know who Klecko is?
Absolutely, bro. I played against him, too.
Did you really?
Yeah, defensive line. Come on, everybody knows.
You lost.
I ain't as old as you guys. Just because I lost my hair doesn't mean I'm as old as you guys.
We'll continue with more coverage on the second day of the NFL Draft 2003 when ESPN continues.
Welcome back to the 2003 NFL Draft. I'm Andrea Kramer with our Players Roundtable at ESPN Magazine. Well, 9 active coaches actually played in the NFL. Dave Wannstedt was the 10th. He was drafted, got injured, so he doesn't count. So, Bill Romanowski, you played for Ray Rhodes in Philadelphia, Jim Haslett in New Orleans, Mike Tice in Minnesota, and, of course, Steve Spurrier, and even Marty Schottenheimer, your former coach in Washington. Guys, what difference does it make to you that your coach played in the NFL?
Well, probably the biggest difference is he gains your respect. I mean, just because he's a former player and he knows what it's like to go out there every day. And, you know, Coach Casserly, he does a pretty good job of taking care of our bodies, you know, not really doing a lot of hitting, not doing a lot of contact during the season. Because, I mean, in the NFL, you only have 53 players that you have on your roster.
I think it's kind of cool because, I mean, with Coach Tice, he's such a fun guy. He has a little video he has for us all the time when he comes to the locker room with. So he shows us him catching a touchdown pass back in '92 from Sean Salisbury, as a matter of fact, when he was in Minnesota. So, I mean, when you have stuff like that, I think it's just easier to relate to the coach because you know that he's going through what you've gone through, and it's a uniqueness, I think.
I don't really think that it matters. I think that you have 23 coaches in the NFL who have not played. You have 9 coaches who have played, but how long ago did those coaches play? I think that there has to be a respect that's earned. Coach Spurrier played back in Tampa Bay and San Francisco, you know, and if he didn't tell you about those experiences, you know, you might not even know it. So they have to earn the respect, just like the player has to earn the respect of those coaches who have expectations of the players.
One of the all-time greatest comments by a guy by the name of Marvin Lewis, great head coach. He said, it's easy to be tough with someone else's body. If your head coach has played, he understands what we have to go through. But I've played for 3 head coaches that have 7 Super Bowl victories between them. Bill Walsh, George Seifert, Mike Shanahan. Either of them have played in the NFL.
But I mean, at some point you play maybe elementary, I mean, high school. I mean, you played football. These coaches, they didn't play professional football. I mean, they played at some point, though.
All right, you mentioned Mike Shanahan. Now, right now, you play for Bill Callahan. In the Raider organization, he is the coach. There is a clear demarcation between coach and front office. But in Denver, you played for Mike Shanahan, who probably has more control than any coach in the entire NFL. But what difference does that make to you as a player?
Well, something that happened with me personally is the head coach, Mike Shanahan, is going to ask me to take a bullet for him on Sunday when I take the field. But up in his office, he'll pull me in there and say, hey, Bill, we love you. We think you're playing great. But I want you to take a reduction in pay by this amount. How am I going to take a bullet for him on Sunday when he does that to me up in his office?
All right, so the bottom line is that you feel that there is a trickle-down effect there.
Absolutely. What's best for the team is what a coach has to do. What's best for the organization is what a general manager has to do. There's a definite conflict there.
Yeah, and it's even reminiscent of the whole Willis McGahee pick in Buffalo, which seems to all of us here, Susie, that was a general manager pick because you're looking at a guy in Greg Williams who's in the last year of his contract. How much could Willis McGahee mean to him? Let's head back to you in New York.
All right, Andrea. And Bill Belichick from New England must have heard us talking about his wheeling and dealing, how successful his drafts have been. He joins us now through the Coors Light video conferencing. Bill, maybe you could just let us in on how much fun this process is for you, because clearly you couldn't work as hard at it if you didn't really love it.
Well, you know, today's a big day in terms of team building when you can, you know, start to make some moves that will affect your team in the future and for, you know, multiple years. So, you know, it's exciting to be able to put those pieces together and then, you know, ultimately see how it comes together on the field.
Coach, Chris Mortensen here. Just in terms of collecting picks for the future, you continue to roll it over. What's the advantage of that? Are you taking advantage of the emotions of draft weekend?
Well, you know, I think there are a lot of people that, you know, that want to have the pick today and are willing to give it up for tomorrow. And we just feel like if, you know, if there's value in doing that, we'll do it. If there's not, you know, we recognize the value of today's picks as well, and we'll take those. And in some cases, we've turned down deals into the future.
Bill, earlier I mentioned Scott Pioli's name and how important it is for a coach and a player personnel director to work together in unison, be on the same page, throw egos aside. Bill, talk about Scott Pioli and the job he's done assisting you developing this Super Bowl winning team in New England.
Well, Mel, I think we've got a great scouting staff. Scott's done a fantastic job, but we have a real good group of scouts. Larry Cook has headed up our college scouting department, and we've got a lot of guys that work really hard. They provide all the information and really makes our job pretty easy.
Bill, how you doing? Dennis Green, man.
Good, Denny. How you doing?
Good. I made comparisons of you guys winning the championship after 2001, not getting back in 2002, and then getting back there later on, and the comparisons of wheeling and dealing with Bill Walsh back in 1984-85, and then getting back in there a couple years after that. So, I mean, the wheeling and dealing to get in position to get players, do you feel that's the way to build it right now?
Well, I mean, honestly, we don't go into the draft or into a particular pick saying, well, we're going to do this or we're going to do that. We just kind of look at what the options are available there, and sometimes we move up, sometimes we move down, sometimes we move into a future year. But the intent isn't to move just for the sake of moving. It's to try to, get the value that we feel like is there when we pick.
Bill, we're watching you in the draft today, but let's not forget you picked up two of the most sought-after free agents, Rodney Harrison and Roosevelt Colvin. How do you decide the right mix of going after free agents and then knowing what you have coming up in the draft, and then maybe even free agency after the draft?
Well, Susie, the draft's so unpredictable. When you're sitting there in March and April, you just have no idea who you're going to pick or who you're going to add to your team. At least in the free agency process, you can sign a specific guy and know what his role is going to be. So it takes a little bit of the guesswork out of it, and plus you have a guy that's performed in the National Football League, so you have a pretty good idea what he could do. And any needs you can fill in free agency, that's just one less you have to address in the draft.
And, Coach, some people did scratch their heads when you got Rodney Harrison, because you do have Laurier Malloy. How does that work itself out?
Well, I think that in our system, we play a lot of split safeties more and where it's not really strong and free. Both guys have responsibilities on their side of the field, and we've done that quite a bit through the years anyway, so I think that these guys will be fine. They've done plenty of it through their career. They're both hard hitters. They're both tough physical players, and, I think that they'll work well together.
Bill, thanks for your time. On a busy day, you make the draft fun for us as well.
Thanks, Susie.
Well, let's get you caught up now, and we'll take a look back at the last 5 picks. Who stands out here, Mel?
Well, I think Shane Walton, when you really look at it, Susie, and Sean Mahan, I think, was an outstanding pick for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. And Notre Dame, we had 3 Fighting Irish players go in round 5. Shane Walton, the last of the St. Louis Rams. When you look at Shane Walton, kid who was a former soccer player in high school, had a big interception early in his career against Drew Brees and the Purdue Boilermakers, allowed Notre Dame to win that football game. You see there an important thing, 11 interceptions, outstanding ball skills Shane Walton brings to the table. Talk about the interceptions, some of those key picks late in games to secure victories for the Irish. That one against Michigan. 65 total tackles this past season, became more of a force in run support, 14 pass deflections. A guy who came up big at key points. And in the Rondé Barber Bowl, you think back to Rondé Barber at Virginia, he was doing the exact same things that Shane Walton did in those zone packages. I think he's a system-type corner in those zone coverages. He was able to read those quarterbacks, anticipate, close on the football, make a lot of plays. Here he did the exact same thing against Sims in the Senior Bowl, returned it all the way to a touchdown. So I think when you look at Shane Walton, big play corner. Why has he dropped this far? Speed is the question. I think you're running in the 4.6s, only a 31 vertical. He's going to have to be in the right coverage scheme to be effective in the NFL.
You mentioned Rondé Barber. We're talking about Lovie Smith from that Tony Dungy, Monty Kiffin line there. So this makes sense.
Well,
and Lovie Smith is the defensive coordinator of the Rams.
As the 5th round wraps up, every team assesses what they've done. Sitting in this chair, how would you assess the draft from this view?
Well, I really like that. I love the college players that come out that America gives us. So I think the teams who really wanted to get their players, they really got them. I look at what Cincinnati was able to do at the top. I look what Tampa was able to do at the bottom. I look what Boller was able to do in the middle. And I know all 3 really got what they wanted, particularly when you pinpoint what you want in the 4th round, and it's there. I mean, it's like the first day. It's there in the 4th round. You love it. And then even and you get to the 5th round, you start seeing guys that have 3rd and 4th round value. And so you have to feel that the league is in great shape with the draft. Even with 2 more rounds to go, there's going to be a lot of battling for guys. And will they be a free agent undrafted, which is a tremendous competition for, or can we get the guy we want? So, in other words, you want to draft him, well, then draft him, because if not, you might not be able to sign him as a free agent, because then the competition is much stiffer.
Denny, we're getting late in the draft now, into the 6th round coming up. Your best second-day pick when you were with the Vikings?
Well, our best 6th round pick was Matt Burt. Harvard University, played offensive tackle. We converted him to center, His third year he started. He's been to the Pro Bowl 2 consecutive years.
Was he smart?
Well, he was just as smart as those guys from Stanford.
Okay.
Danny, we've thoroughly enjoyed your input over the last 200 of hours as we prepared and here on ESPN. And it was nice to be able to tap into that inside the draft.
Well, I enjoyed it. I love personnel work and I love doing TV. So thanks for inviting me on. I had a great time.
Thanks, Coach.
Thanks,
I hope some of the butterflies were the same here as in the draft room. One of the most dramatic stories here at the 2003 NFL Draft, Willis McGahee, an incredible week.
I am Willis McGahee.
That's what I'm talking about, Willis. Gonna get to know my name.
Later on today, the NBA playoffs continue on ESPN. More action 5:30 Eastern as Tracy McGrady and the Orlando Magic host Ben Wallace, Richard Hamilton, and the Detroit Pistons in Game 4 of the 7-game series. That's later today on ESPN. And as we revisit round 1, Willis McGahee taken by Buffalo with the 23rd pick. Going into the draft, he was considered a wild card, and it certainly has been a wild week. Jeremy Schaap has more.
Don't adjust your set. The images on your screen haven't been digitally altered. This is the real thing. Willis McGahee was running Tuesday, not sprinting, not yet, but running, when many thought he'd never run again.
Can you expect to still go in the first round? Is that a realistic expectation?
I'm expecting to go in the first round. You know, I know I ain't gonna go to second pick like I was supposed to, but you know, all the things I did and how hard I'm working, I should be back in the first round.
Look at all that muscle, man. He's got a lot of muscle for a guy with this kind of injury, doesn't he? Do it again, man. It really is a miracle. This is the most amazing recovery of an injury I've ever seen in any sport.
This is the gospel according to Drew Rosenhaus, McGahee's agent. Part salesman, part cheerleader, part motivational speaker, Rosenhaus acknowledges no doubts about his client's future.
He's going to be a first-round pick. He's going to be the first running back drafted. He's going to be ready the first day of training camp to put on the pads. He's going to be all rookie, and he's going to make the Pro Bowl this year.
So much for diminished expectations. With scouts from a dozen NFL teams watching, in the weight room and on the field, McGahee proves he's fit to be drafted.
The scouts are shaking their head in amazement with what you just did today.
The next day, McGahee flies to New York to promote the Xbox game system and himself.
Right in early, Willis, huh?
Yeah.
Morning person?
Nah.
You guys break, man. Summertime.
On 1 hour's sleep, McGahee tells his story again on live TV.
And you're just gonna get a phenom, you know, somebody extraordinary, you know, you don't come across too many people like me every blue moon, you know.
Interview number 2, 8:16 in the morning.
Getting sick of talking about the injury?
No.
No?
I just give them a short answer.
Welcome to the Willis McGahee conference call.
Hey, what are you looking forward to more, Saturday's draft or your first NFL game?
First NFL game.
How come?
Because it's my very first one.
How are you doing?
I'm doing real good. How are you doing?
A different McGahee emerges at the Madison Square Boys and Girls Club, where he even shows off his scar.
Any of y'all want to touch it?
McGahee also opens up for the first time all day about his knee injury.
I just thought everything was over for me. It was like everything stopped. Everything was silent. The crowd was silent. I just heard the doctor saying it was over. It's over.
Those kids seem to really make you light up. More fun to talk to than reporters?
Yeah. Yeah, you know. To them, I'm a god.
They don't know any better.
Just a story, a topic.
McGahee won't answer the one question he's most frequently asked. Just how did he cope mentally with his injury?
All these reporters are asking you what the secret is, well, what you're keeping to yourself, what's it all about?
You know, they're trying to get a piece of my mojo.
Your mojo?
My mojo.
What is your mojo?
I can't tell you my mojo.
No, without telling me what it is, explain to me what it does for you.
It gets me going. It gets me to where I need to be.
Now it's time for another interview, this time at a restaurant in Times Square.
I don't care who it is, Oakland, Philadelphia, Giants, Jets, it really doesn't matter.
A few minutes later, McGahee bumps into ESPN draft guru Mel Kiper.
I think it's a good shot to be in the late first round. I really felt like when he started to move up, Oakland at 31 and 32, at worst second round. But I'd say now, yeah, you talk about the second round when it was the fifth or sixth round when the injury occurred. That's amazing.
His Manhattan Marathon finally over, McGahee's back in Miami on Friday. At physical therapy, Rosenhaus gives him an update.
Once we get to that 14th pick, that's when I'm really going to be intense about where we might go. And you're going to see a lot of trades. Now, if we start to see Houston or Dallas trading down into the middle of the first, that could be for us.
With the draft now fewer than 24 hours away, McGahee appears unfazed.
Are you nervous at all?
No, I'm not nervous. It's just like a football game. You know, I performed in front of thousands of people, and it's going to be something similar like that. People are going to be watching me. All eyes going to be on me like it was during football season, so nothing's changed.
There he is. How you doing? Did you just wake up?
Draft day at the Rosenhaus residence.
Right now, I couldn't be more confident. Do I look nervous?
Not really.
I'm really...
You look more like that shark behind you.
That's right. I'm ready to take a bite out of that team that selects him. I mean, I've got goosebumps right now knowing that in a matter of hours, he's about to pull off a miracle. We are a part of history.
As the draft begins, McGahee appears anxious, doodling, biting his nails, shooting pool. At 15, the Eagles draft Jerome McDougal, another Rosenhaus client, McGahee's Miami teammate. As the draft continues, the question remains, when will McGahee go?
I'm not nervous right now. I'm still calm, so everything's okay.
Drew Rosenhaus sat there and virtually guaranteed to everybody, and I know it's his job to sell his client.
He marketed this
yes,
guy
he did. That's
like
his job.
he was selling Air Jordans.
This is great. Every time they talk about you, it excites another team. This is huge. It's exactly what we want.
Just after Cleveland makes the 21st pick, McGahee's cell phone rings. It's Rosenhaus, who's sitting right next to him.
I wanted everyone to feel that things were going well. I wanted the teams to see him on the phone, maybe think he might be on the phone with another team, and we better make this pick.
Then, just after the Bears make the 22nd pick, McGahee's phone rings again. This time, it's not Rosenhaus, it's the Buffalo Bills.
Tell me what they said, so I can read into this and call.
You got me on hold.
With the 23rd selection in the 2003 NFL Draft, the Buffalo Bills select Willis McGahee.
In an instant, McGahee's vindicated.
I felt like I won the lotto, to tell you the truth. You know, it felt real good.
To blow your knee out and go in the first round and be the first running back picked, that's a miracle.
Have you ever been in Buffalo in December?
Nope. I'm not worried about it. I don't care how cold it is. I will be there.
Over the last day and a half, I think we've asked every Bills executive and coach their take on drafting Willis McGahee. So let's not leave Tom Modrak out of the mix, the assistant GM who joins us through the Coors Light video conferencing. Tom, if there were question marks, what was the one thing that then sealed it for you?
I think the biggest thing is that Willis, who he is, he's such a determined person, such a guy that wants to get better and wants to work hard. We had no doubt that that recovery was going to be 100% in time.
Tom, you probably heard Drew Rosenhaus there. I'm not sure you did, but there was even a column in the South Florida paper suggesting that the agent, Drew Rosenhaus, manipulated it so that a team like the Buffalo Bills were going to take a chance on Willis McGahee. I know the answer to this question, but I want you to explain whether that's true or not.
Now, as good as Drew might be at his job, he doesn't do our job for us, and I do appreciate his enthusiasm and his push for his client, but we certainly make those decisions ourselves, and we have enough good people here helping to make them.
Tom, when you look at your fourth-round pick, Sam Aiken, last year, of course, you had Josh Reed in round 2. Eric Moulds is the lead guy. Now Josh steps up to that number 2 spot with a loss of Peerless Price. Talk about Sam Aiken and just how he does fit in this year, Tom.
Sam's already an accomplished route runner. He's not a real vertical guy, but he can work underneath in the short middle distance areas really well. He's a big kid, strong, very good hands. He's continued to make progress throughout his career. We think he's going to continue to do that, and we were excited to get him where we got him.
Tom, Mike Golick here. I'm not going to lie. The pick absolutely shocked me with a guy like Travis Henry over 1,400 yards and 40-some receptions. It really surprised me. Was it what you think McGahee could do so much, or other needs that you had you thought you could get a little later in the draft and there wasn't that value at that pick?
I think it was a combination of things. I think we had the ability to do it, certainly because we had filled some needs in the offseason. We had a chance that we feel to get a potentially great player, and you don't have an opportunity to do that at 23 very often. And it's certainly no reflection on Travis. He's a top back, and he'll continue to be a top back. And you know, he'll certainly get plenty of chances here.
Tom, we appreciate your time. Huge expectations there in Buffalo from 3-13 to 8-8, and after totally revamping the D, who knows what could be next. We appreciate you joining us.
Thanks, Susie.
Let's check back now on the last 5 picks. Tony Pascio says Baltimore continues to load up.
Exactly, Susie. And you talk about the right tackle spot. We had said yesterday that there was maybe some consideration for Jordan Gross because the right tackle spot with Orlando Brown, they did re-sign Ethan Brooks. But Tony Pascio's, I thought, could be a third-round pick. He was at the Senior Bowl. Struggled some. I didn't think he played up to the level of his talent, but at Illinois, you talk about a veteran at right tackle, set a school record with 47 consecutive starts, and a guy who had his weight up near 340 pounds. You watch him here, number 79, isolated there for the line. That's against Cal, and Tom Canada drives him completely out of the play. Sits the running game, 6'6", about 333 pounds, did 38 reps at the combine, so his strength is off the charts. Did he always play that strong? Balance sometimes was off. The teams were defensive ends with certain teams were able to get some leverage at the point and neutralize that strength. So I think while he does have the size, while he does have the experience and the strength, he needs a little bit of work. Is he nimble enough as an athlete? That's why he dropped down into round 6. But for the Ravens, needing a young right tackle, not getting Jordan Gross, obviously going for Terrell Suggs, this is the guy's going to have an opportunity to make this football team.
We're about halfway there, huh?
We're getting there. We're getting there. Absolute road grader, this guy. He is a road grader. I think he may have some problems with some athletic defensive ends that can go ahead and rush on the outside. I think it'd be trouble for him.
6th round, pick 181. We're still rolling. Plenty of action in here, but certainly no lack of things to do outside Times Square in New York City. That's the bus. We'll be back.
I'll enjoy the weather, not the fight.
ESPN's exclusive coverage of the NFL Draft is presented by Coors Light, the official beer sponsor of the NFL. Cold, down, easy. And in part by Gateway. Ready, Tech, Gateway.
Just a beautiful day outside of New York City. It's the best day of the spring so far, but the day 2 diehards still inside the theater, sweating out every pick. Still breathing. One of the storylines of day 2 has been Dennis Weathersby. Now, a week ago, very nearly killed or paralyzed a gunshot on Easter Sunday. Take a look at the last 5 picks, and we'll get to our draft track in just a second. These are the 5 most recent picks. We're down to 182 as we are in round 6 of the draft. Guy was just taken, by the way, by Miami, Corey Jenkins, listed as a safety out of South Carolina. He played some quarterback, apparently anticipating a shift to the secondary with pick 181. Get some reaction to these picks shortly. Not many Notre Dame players drafted, but Jerome Sapp, the safety, just going to the Ravens with the most recent pick. Dennis Weathersby a week ago was nearly killed in a drive-by shooting in Los Angeles County. Bullet just missed his organs, just missed his spine by perhaps an inch. He's on the way to a full recovery, they say, within the next 6 weeks, and he's on his way to Cincinnati. He was the first guy taken in day 2. We wish him well. Running backs, a story also in the second round. Guys who had injury problems in college, like Lee Suggs at Virginia Tech. Teams gambling on them perhaps a bit in 4th round. But still sitting out there, one of the all-time winners in college football. Ken Dorsey, one loss record of 38-2 in college. Got to be very tough for him to watch pick after pick. 182 of them so far go by and not be taken. By the way, Brett Romberg, his roommate at Miami, the center, voted the best center in the country this past season, also has not been drafted. So not a very good weekend so far for that household. When we continue, more picks in round 6. We'll kick it up to the EA Sports gang, and they'll discuss the Redskins. Take 2 with Mustard and Kraft, please.
Welcome back to ESPN's continuing coverage. Day 2 of the 2003 NFL Draft at the EA Sports NFL Matchup Desk. Merrill Hodge, Ron Jaworski. Of course, I'm Mark Malone. A lot of interesting developments over the last 2 days at the draft, but there were fewer shocks felt this offseason than when the Washington Redskins pulled off, well, a couple of big gets. And, of course, it started with Rob Johnson, the quarterback from the Buccaneers, trunk candidate, a trade with St. Louis. Lavernius Cole set the Jets reeling after they paid him $13.5 million to come over to the nation's capital. Randy Thomas and, of course, Dave Fiore. That's a lot of talent, certainly most of it on offense. And the question now is, who's going to get the ball from the center? It looks like Ramsey, Patrick Ramsey, their first-round pick a year ago. The question is he in a position to succeed?
Absolutely, no question about it. And Mark, you think back to last season and Merrill and I doing the matchup show, we would talk about Spurrier's offense, and I would talk about building an offense, which is what he was doing last year. No, Merrill didn't always agree. That's right. He talked about the 2 protections they had. They actually probably had 27 or 28.
That was in Florida.
But
that's got 27 now.
That's irrelevant.
Just need to use them.
He was building that offense last year. You look at this offseason, putting more pieces in place, the offensive line, the plethora of wide receivers, the speed at running back with trunk candidate. But you must have the quarterback. And I think the quarterback now is in place in Patrick Ramsey. Yeah, he has the arm. He has the awareness in the pocket. But the one thing he certainly does have is toughness. He will look down the gun barrel. This will be play action. Ramsey will initially turn away from the defense, so he doesn't see his protection break down. He is totally unaware of the immediate pressure. But Ramsey intuitively knows where to go with the football, and he sacrificed his body to get the ball to his receiver. Can't do it any better than that. Another play, later in the game. Ramsey will face an overload blitz to his left, and the safety will get in clean. Instead of immediately breaking down and giving up on the play, Ramsey sets his feet, stands in, and delivers the ball down the field for a first down completion. Courage in the pocket is tough to teach. Patrick Ramsey's got it. Patrick Ramsey has to be salivating at the wide receiving core he now has. When you look at Lavernius Coles, Rod Gardner, now they pick up Taylor Jacobs with their second-round pick. He has 3 go-to receivers now. The Steve Spurrier offensive components are now in place. The defense in the NFC East better get ready.
Patrick Ramsey was so courageous, so good, so tough that you bench him right after that. He doesn't continue to play the rest of the year. When the other quarterbacks that he was competing against wasn't even a comparison. Okay, so first of all, you robbed him of a year. And if I look at this organization, now just a minute.
Go ahead. He was building.
They lack the understanding of chemistry. They're like Walmart. There's as many people coming out as going in. In the front office, to players. There's 4. They do shop there, but they come in and out. You've had 4 coaches in 5 years. That means you've had 4 philosophy changes. Vinny Serrato worked for Washington, then he worked for us. Now he's back with Washington. Chemistry is vital to win the National Football League. You cannot keep rotating and rotating and rotating. It all starts with Daniel Snyder, number 1. I mean, he is a guy that has treated the National Football League like it is, we're going to put together a football team, we're going to take names out of a hat. You can't do that.
Wait,
you got to keep
Did you ever make mistakes in your life? Did you ever make mistakes?
Everybody makes mistakes in their life.
Okay, so Snyder's learned from his mistakes. He's correcting them.
We will see if he has learned.
All right.
You cannot build an offense around a wide receiver.
Vinny Serrato, and before we get into a full-fledged brawl here, let's bring in, via the Coors Light video conferencing phone, Vinny Serrato himself. The Redskins director of player personnel. And Vinny, obviously Merrill made mention of the fact that you were with Washington, you came here, you went back, you didn't have the first-round choice, you gave it away for Lavernius Coles. You take Taylor Jacobs with your first selection, that being in the second round. Tell us how he fits into your plans.
Well, I think the first thing is that, Merrill hadn't been around here. Apparently, he hadn't been in Washington at all lately, because we do have 57 guys here in the offseason that are working and that are working together. And I think our chemistry is building. You know, and I think that, you know, Merrill's making all these assumptions about all these things that we're doing without even being around and having any knowledge or even talking to anybody. I haven't spoken to Merrill at all, and I'm sure Mr. Snyder hadn't and Coach Spurrier hadn't. So to make all these accusations about our team already is kind of ridiculous. But we'll see in the offseason, you know. But I agree with Jaws. We do have a good plan, you know, and I think that was it. But back to your question, Mark, you know, Taylor Jacobs fits in. The thing that he brought is, number one, we didn't think he was going to be there. Number two, you know, he's a guy that, he can come in right away, knows the offense, knows everything that we're going to do. So he fits in that way. He can fit in the slot. He's got great quickness and the ability to separate. And I think that's where he helps. And in the offseason, we wanted to add speed. We had a plan, Merrill, through the whole offseason, even though you might not think so, that we did have a plan. Mr. Snyder had a plan. We put it together, and we went out to improve the offensive line, the speed at wide receiver, the speed at running back. So I think we've done that, and I think we have a chances to have a good football team now, and we'll see. The chemistry looks pretty good right now, Merrill. You can come anytime and watch us work out. We got minicamp next week. I think you'd really enjoy it.
Hey, now Vinny, I'm going to take you up on that. I'm going to take you up on that, all right?
Come on.
I'm going to call you. Okay, then I got to ask you this question. Now, I've watched tape, and you're right. We haven't talked. I go based on what I have seen. Patrick Ramsey, you guys loved him. You thought he was courageous. All the things Jaws has said. Then why do you sit him? Why doesn't he play the rest of the year? And then this year, will he play all year? Or will he struggle a couple times? And then, I know I can't answer for Steve Spurrier, but will Steve Spurrier pull him, or will he stay with him?
Well, apparently, Merrill, you didn't watch the last couple games of the season because Patrick played quite well the last couple games of the season. And if you watched the last game against Houston, you know, when you compared him with David Carr, he fared out pretty well in that exchange. So I think that Patrick is our guy. He's here in the offseason. He's working every day. So I think he's learning as we come, and Coach feels very good about him being our starter and Rob Johnson being our backup. We feel very good about our quarterback situation.
Hey, Vinny, trust me on this one. I'll bring Merrill down. We'll come to practice. We'll tee it up, play a little golf in the afternoon. You know, I'll make sure he gets in the loop on what's happening down in Washington. But a quick question for you. With Patrick Ramsey, you know, any young quarterback, I think the key is protection. You want to get him comfortable in the pocket. How important was it to solidify the offensive line in the offseason?
That was the #1 goal because we were not very good in the middle of the offensive line last year. That was our #1 goal to identify that, and that's why Randy Thomas, Dave Fiore, and Dockery yesterday, you know, I think what we did is we've solidified that offensive line, which gives him the time to throw football, and then we added the speed at the wide receivers, so he's going to have time to throw the football, and you're right, Jaws, that's the biggest thing we want to do is solidify the offensive line, and that was day one in the offseason what we did.
Vinny, before I let you go, you only had 4 picks in this draft. You didn't have picks in the 4th, 5th, 6th round. I don't know if you've made any phone calls trying to collect some more picks. And if so, have you talked to the Jets, or are there still some hard feelings between the two franchises?
I'll tell you what, we have great respect. You know, Mike Tannenbaum's outstanding what he does. Herm Edwards is an outstanding football coach. We have great respect for the Jets. We've been on the phone trying to talk to everybody to move and wheel and deal, but we can't get anything done. Nobody's really willing to really make any trades with us, so we're kind of stuck. We have 1 pick left, so we'll have 3 for today, but we feel good about our draft because we had our draft a month ago, basically.
All right, Vinny Serrato in charge of football operations with the Washington Redskins. Vinny, thanks for joining us. Let's send it out now to Andrea Kramer at ESPN The Magazine.
All right, Mark, thanks a lot. We have with us today John Jensen, the tackle from the Redskins, a 4-year starter. Now, you listened to everything that Vinny Serrato just said, but let us know from the player's perspective about the chemistry issue. All these new guys coming in, especially on offense. How is the chemistry development going?
The progress is there, but it's going to be an ongoing progress. We're going to have to go through mini camp, which is our first one's going to be next week. We have a couple of weeks of coaching sessions. We do have this offseason program, but we got to get everybody together at the same time, which isn't going to happen until we get to training camp, which is going to be a big step for us in the time that we spend there. We're going to have to gel as a team, gel as an offensive line, and get ready to go and open up this season.
But that's the thing about an offensive line. You want consistency there. Vinny talked about, we have talked about for 2 days, the fact that the interior of the line has been rebuilt. What's it going to take to get everybody in sync on your offensive line?
It's going to take time, and it's going to take reps.
How much time?
Well, hopefully only about 4 weeks of training camp. And you know, it's going to take that time to get together and work together. And every week it's going to look a little bit better, And we just need to make sure that we do the job that we need to do to keep Patrick protected, gain the yards on the ground, and get the ball downfield.
How would you assess Steve Spurrier's rookie year as a head coach and
How might it be different in his sophomore year?
Well, I think it's going to be different because he learned so much as a rookie coach, as any first-year person in the NFL does.
What do you think he learned?
I think he learned that we have to be more detail-oriented. We have to take care of the little things, and that happens in practice. That happens in the off-season workout, and you can see it right now with the workouts that are going on. There is, detail. On what's going on. They're making that a point, and I think that's going to carry over onto the field.
Any difference at all, real quick, with Hugh Jackson being an offensive coordinator, or is that just a name only? Steve Spurrier still running the show?
No, I think it's going to be a huge plus for us because it's going to give Coach Spurrier a chance to look at other things other than just worrying about the offense. And Hugh Jackson is going to be a great offensive coordinator for us.
All right, that's the latest on the Redskins. We will have much more from the NFL Draft when we come back. After this message, please stay with us from New York and points beyond.
Welcome back to the 2003 NFL Draft, presented by Coors Light.
Well, we're up to pick number 191 in the 6th round, but at pick 187 to Buffalo is Lavale Sape, defensive tackle from Utah.
You look at the safeties now starting to come off the board. You look at Jerome Sapp earlier to the Baltimore Ravens, Susie, and look at Jerome Sapp. Look at a kid who, obviously, a lot of Notre Dame players coming off late. Credit Tyrone Willingham with a job well done. But you look at Jerome Sapp, heavily recruited out of the Houston area, out of the prep ranks. Took a while to get going at Notre Dame to really solidify a starting job as a backup special teamer. This past season, though, you talk about going to a new level with his play. Up until this year, he'd intercepted just 1 pass and broken up just 2 others. This season, though, he does an excellent job with 4 picks, 11 pass breakups. Good size, questionable speed, though. And that's how he's going to play in the National Football League as opposed to how he performed in college. That's the question. That's why he lasts this long in terms of the draft. But he is instinctive. At safety, that's the most important thing. It overrides speed in the National Football League. These 4.45, 4.53 safeties have come into the league and struggled some. The 4.6 plus guys have come in and been able to surprise. Sapp ran a 4.68 at the combine. That's why it's still available at this point. Another tackling machine, Hank Milligan at Houston with the Cougars. Didn't hear a lot about the Houston Cougar program the last couple of years. Milligan had 128 tackles in '99, 174 tackles in 2001. This past year, 141. He was the only bright spot on this defense at times. You watch him in the box, an outstanding tackler. Cover safety, though, that's questionable. Here he does make the play, deflected ball, but in coverage, matching up, that's where he tends to struggle. Did run a 4.48, doesn't play that fast, ran that at the combine. There he makes a play against Roy Williams. But a guy, because of the productivity, just too hard to overlook. You cannot overlook a player that for 3 years had 128 plus tackles and 174 that one season. And you look at some of the teams he had to face, and of course in practice against the Houston Cougars. Look at a guy who, obviously, for Marty Schottenheimer, the San Diego Chargers, with that safety position being very questionable. They haven't been happy with Roger Beckett. They had to move Ryan McNeil inside. Their opportunities at safety with the San Diego Chargers for Hank Milligan. Jeremy Bridges, talked about as an offensive tackle, going to the Philadelphia Eagles and Andy Reid, and of course at Southern Mississippi. 3 offensive linemen with draftable grades. Torrin Tucker still on the board right now. You look at Jeremy Bridges, 4-year starter, great feet. Does he have the initial pop, though? I think this is a guy, can he drive defenders off the line of scrimmage? Can he augment that running game, even though he did 25 reps at the combine? Doesn't always play that strong, but he is a 300-pounder, 6'4". Quickness, pass protection ability is outstanding. I think that's the area that I think he's going to come in, he's going to do a good job at. Whether he's going to be strong enough in terms of the running game, getting that going, very debatable. Jeremy Bridges, though, at this point, you're talking about a guy who did 25 reps, 33 vertical. You can get an athletic offensive tackle who could be on the left side, Susie, at this point. Why not bring him into the fold?
All right, let's go back to San Diego because you mentioned difficulties.
Let's just go to San Diego.
Let's just go to San Diego. Difficulties in the secondary, and we bring in Marty Schottenheimer with our Coors Light video conferencing. Marty, our former co-worker, dead last in pass defense, so we certainly understand why you go DBs with your first 3 picks. But even Quentin Jammer last year, #1 pick, struggles. How tough is it to get these young guys into the fold and at a position that dangerous?
Well, you know, Susie, I think that position probably, other than cornerback, is the one that is maybe the most difficult to play when you make the transition. And we've got plenty of work to do with these youngsters, but I'll tell you what, it all starts with talented young players, and we've certainly made strides in that regard. And I can't tell you how excited I am because as a former secondary coach, I'm looking forward to it.
Coach, you haven't made a lot of popular decisions in your community when you say goodbye to people like Junior Seau, Rodney Harrison, and now we might anticipate Darren Bennett with you taking a punter here. What went into those thoughts, those decisions, and are you taking any heat for it?
Well, frankly, we tried to approach this thing on the basis, Mort, that we would get younger and we would get faster. And in the course of events, I think we've been able to do that. Finishing as we did, 32nd in pass defense and 29th overall defensively, we just felt it was important to make some changes. And as difficult as they have been to make, obviously, we felt that they had to be made.
Marty, when you look at the development of your young quarterback, Drew Brees, you bring in David Boston, you're obviously going to feature LaDainian Tomlinson. Talk about the impact that David Boston will have and where Drew Brees is at this stage of his career, Marty.
Well, I'm really pleased with the progress he's made. Throughout the last part of the season, I think he struggled a little bit because of the absence of Curtis Conway. The presence of David Boston now in conjunction with the ability to run the ball effectively with LaDainian Tomlinson and, of course, Lorenzo Neal in front of him, I think gives us an opportunity to put a lot of pressure on defensive football teams to determine whether they're going to play pass defense first or whether they're going to play run defense first.
Marty, Susie alluded to the fact of the defense and the defensive pass and how it struggled. And how has the league come in an evolution to where you talked about how your number 2 cornerback had to be better than their number 2 receiver? It's almost like you're looking at at least 3 versus 3 and maybe 4 versus 4 as far as DBs versus wide receivers.
You know, I think, Mike, this football team here, we were not able to play the style of defense a year ago we would have liked to have played. The way offenses are set up today, they want to throw the ball fast. They try to do everything on timing. I think the ability to play bump and run man-to-man coverage gives you the best opportunity, Mike, to disrupt the passing game and the timing of it and ultimately give you a chance to be much better in pass defense.
Marty, thanks for your time. Always good to see you. As Marty Ball continues to take over in San Diego. Well, big pick just made by Houston. We've been waiting on this.
Wow.
Quarterback or minor league baseball player, Drew Henson.
I look at him and more else. I'll tell you what he did that last season and talk about 2000 for Michigan. The Wolverines that year led in terms of their numbers, best in Michigan history in terms of total offense per game. And that was all the result of Drew Henson and what he was able to accomplish. 18 touchdown passes that year, only 4 picks, completed high percent, 61.6. We talked about Kyle Boller at 53.4, and everybody raved about that. He was at 61.6. Now, he did have the supporting cast. He had David Terrell, Marquise Walker, the A-Train Anthony Thomas. He had Backus up front with Hutchinson, so he had the guys in place around him to allow him to have that kind of year. The last game he played against Auburn, the Florida Citrus Bowl, 15 of 20 for 294 yards, 2 touchdowns, and no interceptions. I really believe that had he come out, would have been ahead of David Carr, would have been ahead of Joey Harrington in the #1 pick last year. And what I want to ask you is, where does he stand in terms of baseball, in terms of where is the team that brings him in? How will he have his rights for a year, then he becomes a free agent? What goes on now in this process?
There's a lot to talk about with this. I don't think it's a surprise that Drew Henson has been taken in the 6th or 7th round. It's a surprise that it's the Houston Texans because they have David Carr. They have Dave Ragone. In fact, you can look at their entire quarterback chart and you just wonder what Charlie Casserly, the general manager and the organization, is thinking there. I can think of a couple things. First of all, Drew Henson, had he come out last year, would have been a consideration for the Texans. I know that. The other thing is, right, when you get Drew Henson's rights, you also get his rights to trade him. So maybe this is just positioned for a trade even after the following season, before next year's draft. That's certainly a consideration. And then, of course, his baseball situation with the New York Yankees. Hey, he's under contract. He has at least $12 million guaranteed over the next 3 years. So signability would be an issue. And Henson had sent out the message, I'm not playing football. That might have been a ploy.
Well, yeah, it's exactly right. He has to do that. He has to send that message out. But here's the deal with the Yankees. They kept Robin Ventura, an aging third baseman. They didn't try and get a young prospect there. They're grooming that spot for Drew Henson. if he can improve his play. He's at AAA in Columbus right now. It is a big if. So by next year in spring training, if Drew Henson doesn't grab a hold of that job, he's got to think long and hard about his baseball future as opposed to what may be a longer future in the NFL. He's had a few years now, or a couple of years now, to try it in the minor leagues. The Yankees are giving him every opportunity by keeping an older Ventura at third base. He's got to either make hay or go to the NFL.
The shame of it would be, Mike, with an athlete of that magnitude, that at age 30, you look back and you didn't have the successful baseball career, and you waited too long to jump back into the NFL. And by that time, that you're not going to shake off the rust. No team's going to invest money and time to develop your skills. You're 30 years old. You weren't a successful player at the major league level in baseball, and never gave the shot to the NFL to see what you could do.
Well, let me say this. I mentioned about maybe the Texans acquiring his rights to trade it before next year's draft, because when you think about it, Eli Manning's coming out, Andrew Walter, the quarterback at Arizona State's going to be, maybe because it's not such a big quarterback draft next year, he brings some value for the Texans in next year's draft. That's just speculation.
The official word from the league, if Henson was taken, was a club would make him the tender offer minimum salary. So Houston would make him an offer of $225,000. He would sit on their cap, then retain the rights till next year's draft. He goes back into the draft, and then Houston is the only team that's not allowed to draft him again. Now let's check in with the EA matchup guys. Mark Malone.
All right, Susie, thank you very much. And obviously, I mean, Drew Henson has what? Less than a year to learn how to hit the curveball. The guy's hitting under 200 right now, the Yankees. $12 million guaranteed over 3 years is a lot of money to give up, but I think there comes a point in time where you start to become so frustrated as a baseball player, you have to consider the possibility of playing the National Football
Probably
League.
the bus rides have become frustrating for him.
Absolutely.
You know, if you don't get to the major leagues, it's not a whole lot of fun getting on board in the bus every day. But what I'm finding interesting in this draft right now, you got a Willis McGahee, who now will probably not play next year. You got a Henson, who's probably not going to play this year. You know, and you look at a team like Houston, which needs offensive linemen. They're looking down the road, a year, maybe 2 years, in a win-now National Football League. I find it interesting. I know Charlie Casserly would join us. We'll find out how he feels about it.
76 sacks. They led the National Football League last year in terms of sacks. Of course, promoting the draft, we've shown commercials with David Carr into the center with no offensive line. We've seen that. Let's bring in, via our Coors Light video conferencing phone, the general manager of Houston, Texas, Charlie Casserly. And Charlie, this is a very, very interesting pick. Obviously, you have David Carr, you got David Ragone, now Drew Henson. Explain to us initially here why the pick of Drew Henson.
Well, there's a couple of things here. First of all, you know, if you're alluding to the fact there's offensive linemen still on the board that are going to come in and help us and start right now, we don't think so. And I know that's not necessarily what you're meaning there, but I think Drew Henson's real simple. If Drew Henson had come out in the draft when he was scheduled, finished his senior year in college, he would have been clearly a minimum first-round pick. May have been a top 10 pick, top 5 pick, one of the top quarterbacks in the country. So that's where he was when he left to play baseball. Now, we own the rights. Right now, he's going to stick with baseball. Hey, let's see what happens. We have his rights for the next 12 months. We're set at quarterback with David Carr. We've got Tony Banks as a backup. We've got a young guy and Dave Ragone we drafted yesterday who we like. We have Mike Quinn. But let's see what happens with this guy. I said yesterday when we drafted Dave Ragone here in Houston, you can't have enough quarterbacks. This is the most valuable position in football. You're basically taking a guy who would have been a high first-round pick in the 6th round. Let's see what happens. In Washington, when Bobby Beathard was a general manager, he drafted Jay Schrader. Jay Schrader had not played football in 2 years. 2 years into the NFL, he throws for 4,000 yards and went to the Pro Bowl. Drew Henson is a better prospect than Jay Schrader was.
Charlie, did you at any point in time get a hold of David Carr and say, hey, listen, David, you're our guy. We have a lot of options here with Drew Henson. Obviously, he gives us a lot of opportunity perhaps to trade the guy away next year if he decides to come back and play football? Or did you just go ahead and say, hey, listen, here's a guy that's a great prospect. We just need to take him?
We did not call David Carr before we took Drew Henson because, you know, we didn't know if we were going to be able to take Drew Henson. In fact, after we took him, we got a call seconds after we took him from a team that told us, hey, they were getting ready to take him. But we have talked to David Carr. We'll talk to all our quarterbacks and explain the big picture to him. So, hey, if Drew Henson wants to sign here, fine. If he doesn't, we have his rights going into next year's draft. And I think it's the best thing in the world that could have happened to Drew Henson. It gives him some options going into next year's draft as opposed to 31 teams. Now there's a trade possibility that could develop with a Super Bowl team and needs a young quarterback to develop.
Charlie, you mentioned that there was no offensive lineman on the board that you could go get. That's why you chose to go the way you did. Well, how do you address the offensive line now? I know June 1st there's some salary cap cuts that will happen. Is there anybody there that will be able to come into Houston and help? How do you go about filling those voids?
Well, I think we've been working on that, Merrill. We signed Zach Wiegert from the Jacksonville Jaguars, play right tackle. We've made a trade for a 5th-round draft choice to get Greg Randall Robinson from New England. Last year, we invested 3 draft choices in offensive linemen: Fred Weary, Chester Pitts, and Milford Brown, 3 good young prospects. We drafted Seth Wan this year as a young prospect. And, of course, the wild card is Tony Baselli. Tony's had an excellent offseason, and we're optimistic he's going to play. Charlie,
let me just ask you, obviously there was some speculation as to whether or not Drew Henson might be chosen in this draft because he's struggled with the Yankees. You're a guy who is noteworthy for having done his homework. Did you take a look at that Yankee contract of Drew Henson before you made the selection?
Well, we've been involved in this one a long time back, even before he signed the contract with the University of Michigan, talking to them about this. And when he signed the contract, we saw the contract when it was signed. We've seen the contract. We've looked at it. We understand the contract. And is there an element of risk for us in this? Sure. He may never play, and we lose a 6th-round draft choice. So, but what's the percentage of 6th-round draft choices playing in the NFL to be successful? It's less than 10%. So we are aware of the contract and understand it.
You know, Charlie, as you begin to build your football team, obviously you have the quarterback in David Carr. You're drafting, you're going to sign an Andre Johnson along with Jabbar Gaffney. It seems like the wide receivers are in place. You just explained your offensive line situation. What are you going to do at running back? I know you have Stacey Mack. Is he the guy?
Well, I think one thing to keep in mind, Ron, is that we're just going into our 2nd season. This is just our 2nd draft. It's just our 2nd off season. You can only get so many things at a time. And that's kind of where we are right now. Would we like to have a 1,000-yard back in our roster that's 22 years old? Sure we would. It just hasn't fallen that way. Specifically, to answer your question, we acquired Stacey Mack from Jacksonville last year. We had Jonathan Wells, who will now be going into his 2nd year. Jonathan will be a better football player. Those are our 2 backs or 3 backs on the roster because we obviously drafted back today. But let me get to Stacey Mack here. What Stacey Mack gives us as a minimum, he scored 18 touchdowns in the last 2 years. Short yardage, goal line. This guy excels in that area. So we got better there. Maybe we got to find out how we're going to get better on 1st and 2nd down and 3rd down in the passing game. Stacey Mack might give us something there. Jonathan Wells might give us something there. Dominic Davis might give us something. We might have another back that we're going to sign or trade for in this mix. I don't know that we have a solution at this point in time at that position. We are farther ahead at other positions. It might be by committee, but in one area we got better. We got better on short yardage goal line, which if we had had Stacey Mack a year ago, we would have won 2 or 3 more ball games.
All right. Charlie, thank you very much. 13 picks coming into this draft. Got a couple more today. Let's send it out now to ESPN, the magazine, and Andrea Kramer.
Thanks a lot, Mark. John Jansen, Drew Henson was your teammate for 2 years at Michigan. What do you think about this move by the Texans?
I think it's an excellent move by the Texans. I think that Drew, if he'd have come out and stayed in football, if he'd have come out last year, he would have been Houston's #1 pick instead of David Carr. I really believe that he is that much better. I think he's a better decision maker. He's a great athlete, has a strong arm. He can come out and make a difference immediately with any team. This is a great pick for the Texans and for Drew. For the Texans, it gives them an opportunity to develop him and let him come back from baseball and get back into the swing of things for football. It also allows Drew to know that he's wanted in the football world. He knows that he can come back anytime he wants and play football.
Knowing him the way you do you think he would want to play football again?
Yeah, I think so. He's an athlete. If baseball doesn't work out, he would come back to football in a heartbeat. I tried to talk him out of it before he left the University of Michigan. I said, don't give up your senior year at Michigan. Guys that have done that, they always regret that. Whether he does or not, I don't know. But, you know, somewhere in his life, he's going to wish that he played his senior year at Michigan. He's going to wonder what he could have done in the NFL. And the money that he'll make in baseball, I don't think it's near the money that he'll make in football. And the length of career in football will be tremendous.
All right, John Jansen, thanks very much for the update on Drew Henson. The NFL Draft will continue on ESPN when we return to New York. Points Beyond. Stay with us, please.
Stop.
draft continues, closing in on the end of round 6. We're up to selection 201, but let's take a quick look back here, Mel. Michael Nateel, the linebacker, goes to Minnesota.
He does, Susie. He's outside linebacker, pure outside linebacker. You see the size, 5'11 and a half. Got 228 pounds. Steady producer for the Florida Gators from that spot. Nearly 400 tackles in high school. Same thing at Florida in the SEC. You watch him here, number 59, a multi-dimensional player. Come on the attack, off the edge, and get after the quarterback. There he sacks 275-pound quarterback. But up to 300. Jared Lorenzen at Kentucky. You look at him this past season, started every game on the strong side. Second on the team with 136 tackles. Plays a little bigger than his size. Can be on the field for every down. Does have coverage ability. So when you look at a guy that runs well, good athlete, Mike Nateel, just the size factor is the reason why I think he did drop in a 4-3 scheme on the weak side. I think he can do a pretty good job because he does cover well the backside of the backfield. And you look at him at Florida, each and every year, even dating back to high school, when he's on the field, the results are exactly what you expect to see. You look at the other guys that have come off the board here, Arnaz Battle, converted quarterback, turned wide receiver at Notre Dame, and you look at what he did this past season for the Fighting Irish, a kid that had the wrist injury, missed that season, started some games at quarterback for Notre Dame. Pretty good size, and a guy that I think when you look at what he did and what he accomplished since he made that transition, you have to be impressed. Notre Dame had Carlisle Holiday at quarterback. Every time Carlisle Holiday dropped back to pass Mike Golick, he looked at Battle. If it wasn't for Battle, they wouldn't have completed many passes this year.
No, that's exactly right. Battle's not going to be that deep threat down the sideline. He's a guy you're going to try and get the ball to in a shorter route. He does a nice job of turning up the field and running quickly with the ball. He did that when he was playing quarterback, when he would take off and run. He has good vision after the catch. It'll fit very nice in that San Francisco 49ers system where you want to hit the shorter, intermediate pass and let those guys run after the ball. He's not a home run hitter, but he's going to get you yards after the catch.
And for a former quarterback, he showed pretty good hands.
And how about the little reverse pass that they got in their repertoire now? Is that the right word, repertoire? Can I say that?
Yeah.
Is that all right?
Well, like an Antoine Randall, quarterbacks love to throw to wide receivers who've been quarterbacks because they understand what they're doing.
Right.
Day 2 of the NFL Draft continues here on ESPN. Broadway, bustling as always, just outside our doors. We'll be back.
All right, as promised, Harold Reynolds is here, so the NFL Draft is taking a little bit of a baseball turn here with Drew Henson getting picked. Now, yesterday, his agent came out and said, don't pick him. The Yankees, what would their perspective be on this as a franchise? Do you think they're unhappy to see this happen with him getting picked, or do they care?
I think they'd be happy to see him go on. You know, it's a gamble that they took. There's going to be a project for them. The interesting thing is the Yankees went out. They signed Robin Ventura to 1 year, added another year because they knew Henson was not progressing the way they'd liked him to. Now, he's really struggled being able to recognize pitches. He's shown some home run power. He hit 18 home runs last year, but he had 151 strikeouts in 128 games. That has been the problem. He's a great athlete. You don't get drafted as a quarterback in the NFL if you're not a great athlete.
Hitting 167, though, this year, the strikeout problem's continuing. Is there a realistic timeline for him to make it to the big leagues, or do you think at some point he's just going to need to bail?
Well, the toughest thing for Drew is that he played college football, and you play in the spring, so he hasn't played a whole lot of baseball. He's got a lot of baseball to catch up on, and to invest that type of money and the time, you're going to New York City. You're not going in there, you're not going to Tampa, no offense to Tampa, but you're not going to get a chance to grow in the big leagues. In New York, you got to win right now, and I think they might have stepped out of bounds, tried to take on a project that they weren't ready for, because you better come out the gates winning in New York, and he's not ready for that big-time winning caliber yet.
I did mention that his agent yesterday said, hey, don't pick him. Do you think they meant that, or was that a smokescreen?
I think it was a smokescreen. I think, well, his dad, first of all, is the head of IMG football operations, so he knows a lot about the football draft. But I think the big thing was if he became a free agent, that obviously opens up the market for him to negotiate with more teams. When you do that, there's going to be more money on the table. Whoever gets Drew is going to have to work out a deal with the Yankees because there is about $12 to $14 million on the table out there, and that's an awful lot for a sixth-round pick in the NFL to give up or a team to take and pay. So we'll see how this thing works out.
Yeah, but remember, there was so much talk. This guy would not have been a sixth-round pick if he weren't playing for the New York Yankees right now, so or at least in the New York Yankees system. Harold, thanks a lot for the insight. Really appreciate it.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
We've got lots more coming up. Our draft coverage continuing from New York. We'll see if there are any more surprises as we continue through rounds 6 and 7. The NFL Draft coming right back.
This chick's rocking your first choice in the 2003 draft. The Cincinnati Bengals select Carson Palmer, quarterback from Southern Cal. With the 8th selection in the 2003 NFL Draft, the Jacksonville Jaguars select Byron Leftwich.
To the Baltimore Ravens. Now, it's got to be Boller, right? This is the spot.
The Baltimore Ravens select Kyle Boller, quarterback, University of California. The Chicago Bears select Rex Grossman, quarterback, University of Florida.
You know, I'm just so excited right now, I cannot believe it.
Obviously disappointing for Chris Sims. There was a gathering across the river in New Jersey waiting for his selection.
Buccaneers with their 3rd round selection select Chris Sims.
Yep.
Quarterback.
There it is.
I'll say this about Chris Sims. He's a good kid. He's going to have a great opportunity here in Tampa to do the things he's capable of doing. And all I can say is we're going to work hard to back this pick up.
Well, that's the story of the day 1 quarterbacks. There's been a run on quarterbacks in day 2, beginning with Seneca Wallace, and most recently with Cliff Kingsbury, who led the nation in touchdown passes with 45, 12 more than anyone. But now we need to look ahead at the quarterbacks who haven't been taken, and there's still some pretty big names on the board.
Yeah, I would say Ken Dorsey would be the biggest name up there at this point. I mean,
38-2 as a starter.
An incredible college career, now going to the NFL. And as I said before, it doesn't matter what you did in college. It's how your game translates to the next level. And Ken Dorsey's, in my opinion, does not. I don't think he has a strong enough arm to hit the outside routes. I think he struggles getting out of the pocket and throwing on the run. No doubt about his intangibles. He had a lot of great players around him, but you don't want to take that away from him. I just think it's his skills that are going to keep him back. I did the East-West Shrine game, and after that game, I saw a lot of player personnel directors from around the league, and they said at best they thought Dorsey could be a backup quarterback at best, and a lot of them wouldn't even take him with a draft pick. I don't think he's going to get drafted today, which may be a blessing in disguise. He may have more of a pick on what team he could go to if he's a free agent when you start getting down this low.
Mike, when you also look at another high-profile quarterback at the college level, Heisman Trophy candidate in that mix was Brad Banks, really a former JUCO transfer. Watched, came in this season, had a great supporting cast. Best offensive line in college football was at Iowa. Excellent receiver in Maurice Brown. Outstanding tight end in Dallas Clark. They had Fred Russell and Jermel Lewis running the football. He had every component you need around him. Only 5'11", and you look at Brad Banks, qualified as an outstanding college quarterback. You could argue great college quarterback, but so did Tommy Frazier, so did Major Harris, so did Danny Warfel. And I'll give you another quarterback that's in that mix with Dorsey and also at Banks. Jason Gesser out at Washington State. All excellent college quarterbacks with very limited pro potential.
You know, I told you, we said something before, that the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, John Gruden's the one guy who actually liked Ken Dorsey, but then Chris Sims fell into their lap. And I asked John why, and he said, look, he said, does he have an erratic arm? Yes, he does. He said, but he's almost 6'5". He goes, he's going to put on weight. He's going to get stronger. He goes, in fact, he actually said, he goes, he runs the campus like nobody I've ever seen. In other words, he's leadership. People follow him. And he just felt like this guy does have some upside, although people will tell you still have to be able to throw the football with some velocity and maybe even more accuracy than what he did. And when they're only talking about you being a winner, that's not necessarily a good sign. You got to hear some other things.
And just to throw one other name into the mix, Division III, Mount Union, Rob Adamson, all he did was win back-to-back national titles.
Tony Romo, Eastern Illinois, too, another
Kurt
guy.
Ames, Grand Valley State.
Obviously, a QB curiosity in Dallas. Will Chad Hutchinson be the Dallas Cowboys quarterback this season? For more on that, we join Ed Werder in Dallas.
Well, Susie, it appears that the Cowboys are prepared to make Chad Hutchinson their starting quarterback, at least through their initial offseason. They begin a veteran minicamp on the 19th. Jerry Jones telling me twice in the last couple of days that even though the Cowboys have been closely linked to Brian Griese, the veteran quarterback that the Denver Broncos, according to Mike Shanahan, will release sometime after June 1st, Jerry Jones saying the Cowboys don't expect to be a factor in the pursuit of Brian Griese. Now, Chad Hutchinson and Quincy Carter, two quarterbacks for the Cowboys the last two seasons, have combined to make 17 starts as rookies. And in those 2 seasons, the Cowboys have finished 31st in offense both years. Clearly, it would seem they need to take a different approach. And one of the reasons they don't like Brian Griese with Chad Hutchinson, they're about the same age. Brian Griese might excel beyond Chad Hutchinson initially, but they fear that he might impede the development of Chad Hutchinson down the road. So I think a more likely thing, Mark Malone, is for the Cowboys to possibly pursue trade talks or take a look at Ray Lucas being released by the Miami Dolphins. I know there have been discussions about that player between the two teams.
Oh, my God. Well, Ed, obviously, Ray Lucas, a guy that played for Bill Parcells and a guy that I think at times has played well as a backup. In terms of the quarterbacks that have gone so far in this draft, Chicago at number 22 jumped out and kind of surprised everybody. Took Rex Grossman, a guy who certainly had a big-time college career, a guy that I think could play at the next level. 22nd overall selection, spent a lot of time with Steve DeBerg this offseason, getting ready for the draft and the combine, working on his mechanics. His height, a little bit of a question. He does have the big cannon arm, and I think when we look at all these quarterbacks, Coach Jaworski.
That's right.
There isn't a quarterback out there that doesn't have some sort of flaw.
Yeah, there are blemishes on all the quarterbacks, and I love what Rex Grossman did. He went to Steve DeBerg, a longtime veteran of the NFL, and he taught him mechanics. And it's interesting because we're talking about Drew Henson now, Chad Hutchinson, Charlie Casserly talked about Jay Schrader, guys that were out of the game for a little bit of a while, and it took them time to get their mechanics back in. I think back to my playing days, and I was fortunate enough to be coached by Sid Gilman. Way back, but still, you know, Sid Gilman, one of the great quarterback coaches of all time, started with the fundamentals. He didn't assume because you played 10 years, you come into camp and start throwing 20-yard comeback routes. He'd say, Ron, Joe, come over here. Let me see your grip on the ball. You know, fundamentals, mechanics must be rock solid on a consistent basis. The little things like Marvin Lewis says. Hey, let me see your grip. Now get under center. Let me see your hands under center. Let's work on the exchange. And then we took it even further than that. When the ball was snapped, one thing that we always worked on was exploding away from the center, driving back in the pocket.
Focus on the left foot or pivot foot. No step, just a pivot. That allows you to explosively drive away from the center. You must get as much depth as you can as quickly as possible. Now, ball position during your drop. You carry it just under your chin, never letting it get outside the framework of your body. This keeps your upper body flexible and fluid and enables you to quickly release the ball with a compact motion. Conversely, this is too high. It decreases your body flexibility. You're forced to be too mechanical or robotic instead of rhythmic and athletic. This mechanical flaw in Dave Ragone's ball position will be corrected once he gets into an NFL camp. Now, the setup in the pocket. This is Carson Palmer. Look at his feet. Not too close, not too wide. This gives him the optimum balance he needs to be in a position to quickly release the ball. Now look at his stride and his release. With collapsing NFL pockets and less time to throw, you must take a short stride and have a quick, compact release.
Yesterday, that's all we heard all day was about defensive linemen attacking the quarterback, putting pressure on the quarterback. That means the quarterbacks now must be fundamentally sound. They must get back there, process information quickly, and get the ball out. The premium now on defensive linemen attacking the quarterback tells me the quarterbacks better get tougher, they better get smarter, and they better be mechanically sound, and the coaching must get better at that position.
You know, that's why mechanics got to be just instinctive, because you can't be thinking about it. When you start thinking about mechanics, the offensive, the complex offenses are now instilled, all the defensive things that these guys are going to have to go through. That's why the learning curve is so high. Yeah. So many things that you've got to go through, so many things you've got to learn. And football, as we know, is an instinctive game. You can't be out there thinking. You think for a second, and it's over.
Timing is also extremely important, depending on which team you go with. Has a lot to do with what kind of success you have. Out of all these quarterbacks, in 3 years from now, who's going to be the most successful?
Willis McGahee.
Kyle Boller.
Kyle Boller, okay.
Willis McGahee.
Willis McGahee, a factor back.
Oh, you want a quarterback? Oh, you wanted them. Okay, I think if I took one, Rex Grossman.
Rex Grossman.
I like Rex Grossman in his mechanics, his mindset, his ability to throw. Even though he came from Florida.
How long before he'll get a chance to play? Because Cordell Stewart's up there for what, a year or two?
Maybe. No, Cordell will work with him.
Yeah, he'll work with him. We've got more of Day 2 of the 2003 NFL Draft here on ESPN after this. Stay with us.
Champions rise up. Now, the NBA playoffs on ESPN.
Our customers like a website that works instantly, like Progressive.com, where you can get a quote on car insurance and buy a policy right online. Visit Progressive.com today.
Welcome back to the 2003 NFL Draft, presented by Coors Light.
And welcome back. A player who had the toughest week of everybody involved in this NFL Draft, Dennis Weathersby. And if you missed it earlier today, he was the first play taken on day 2, shot Easter Sunday, lucky to be alive, headed to Cincinnati, the first pick of round 4. Surprising pick for many, Drew Henson. Remember him, former Michigan quarterback, now third baseman in the Yankees system, drafted by the Houston Texans. Will he stay at third base? Will he go to Houston? Will they trade him? And still out there, one of the all-time winners in college football, Ken Dorsey. 11 quarterbacks have been taken so far, a total of 212 players, 7 other Miami Hurricanes. But still, Ken Dorsey is out there waiting. We hope he's not watching at this point. We hope you will continue to watch. One of those quarterbacks, of course, taken yesterday, the second quarterback taken, Byron Leftwich, headed to the Jaguars. We'll continue after this.
I am Byron Leftwich.
Snap to Leftwich. He's got his man. Touchdown.
Little boy.
Welcome back. We've entered into the 7th and final round. Why watch the 7th round? Because guys like Shannon Sharp were taken in the 7th round. Only the all-time leading tight end receptions in the NFL.
I think they should have 20 rounds.
Jamal Anderson, a 7th rounder.
Who wants to get back into the league, by the way, rehabbing?
Okay, as long as you can do the
Jackson,
well,
a 7th rounder.
Well, that was like Drew Henson.
It wasn't for the hip. Imagine with this guy, we'd be talking about him right now. Incredible.
Nice scoop.
How about Donald Driver, the go-to guy in Green Bay for Brett Favre? Nate Wayne led the Packers in tackles
Now
in
with the
02,
Eagles.
and now he's with the Eagles. How about Leon Lett? 7th rounders.
Well, you talk about the draft. It was 8 rounds for 1 year. It was 12. It was 17 rounds not that long ago. That's why for everybody watching, you talk about a round ending at 7, say 7.5, because they have the compensatory picks. There's going to be some quality free agents that go undrafted that make football teams and override some of these 4th or 5th rounders. So don't say, okay, the guys get signed after the draft's over, can't play. Some of those guys can play and will play at the next level.
Yeah, certainly when you consider that it used to be 12 rounds, and for one, I can say, I'm glad it's not. Chris, let's go up to you.
What? Yes, Susie, I just got a chill throughout my entire body. Mel mentioned a 17-round draft. Sal Palantonio is here, longtime resident of Philadelphia. We're going to talk about the Eagles, and they were an interesting team yesterday because every team has a chart saying what you're supposed to have to give up, Sal, to move X spots in round 1. They moved up 15 spots with the trade with San Diego. Didn't give up much.
Chris, I think the most spectacular move in this draft was made by the Philadelphia Eagles in the first round. To go from 30 to 15 and only give up a low number 2, and to jump over the New York Giants, a division rival, to get a player they wanted in Jerome McDougal. It replaces a need with the loss of Hugh Douglas in free agency, and Jerome McDougal is a perfect fit for them. McDougal is a right defensive end who can come in and replace Hugh Douglas. He can get in the defensive end rotation for them. And this is a team, don't forget, that led the league in sacks last year. But they have to replace 12.5 sacks.
He's playing left in college in this tape. They projected moving to the right defensive end?
He will rotate on right and on left. And they'll do both at this. I think they really want to move him to the right side eventually.
They did get that spot. That was kind of the end of the run on defensive linemen in the first half of the first round. McDougal, a guy they felt very good about. Later, they drafted another defensive end from Miami. As we look at the rest of the Eagles picks, talk about why you think these picks will help them as they build for, let's face it, December and January's game. This is a team that expects to be in the Super Bowl.
Well, L.J. Smith, the tight end from Rutgers, was a guy that Andy Reid told me that he thought he could get late in the first round if they stood there. To get him in the second round is another fantastic move for the Eagles. Billy McMullen had a little bit of an injury problem in college, but he's real tall, 6 feet 3 inches, and a real physical wide receiver. When he goes to minicamp in about a week in Philadelphia, he will be the tallest receiver on the Philadelphia Eagles roster. Jamal Green is a right defensive end, was a right defensive end at the University of Miami. He's another guy that will probably figure into the defensive end rotation for the Philadelphia Eagles this year.
They project both those guys as just being like spot defensive end. They look for one of those guys to start from Miami?
Well, I think probably the first round pick eventually will start, but this is a team that's got a lot of depth. They've got N.D. Kalu. They've got Derek Burgess returning from 2 foot surgeries. Andy Reid obviously is looking for him to make a major impact this season.
All right. Hey, thanks, Sal. Hey, we're into round 7. The Raiders, by the way, have the final pick in this round, a compensatory pick. So that means they have the right to choose Mr. Irrelevant. And John Clayton tells us they were open to suggestions, so teams want to call. That pick is available out there, Mr. Irrelevant. We'll hear from the folks, Enrique Kramer and the ESPN magazine, when our coverage of round 7 continues after this.
Welcome back to the 2003 NFL Draft. Corey Chavis, you're making me laugh way too much. I have an idea. Instead of just evaluating each of your own team's drafts, why don't you take somebody else's team and evaluate their draft? Does that sound like something to do?
I can't do Oakland. We played them this year.
I got Oakland. I don't play Oakland.
Are you want to do? Okay, seniority. We'll start with Oakland. You start.
I'll take Washington.
Okay.
Very easy for me. 3 draft picks. A receiver, an offensive guard, and who knows who the 7th-round draft pick is. But really, their offseason came in free agency. Lavernius Coles. That's a big pick. But here's my question. It's the chemistry question that Merrill Hodge brought up. But even more, what about leadership? You have all these young players. Who's going to be the leader on offense? Is it Patrick Ramsey in his 2nd year? He struggled last year. Tell me, John.
Well, this is no knock on the
Why not me? Wait. When does an offensive tackle? When does an offensive tackle take a leadership role?
Hey, I'll tell you what. We'll see you in the Super Bowl, and I'll meet you out there for the coin toss.
Wow. So you guys are going to be in the Super Bowl?
No doubt about it.
Wow. Good luck. Good luck.
You too.
I'll talk about the AFC champs.
Let's talk about them.
Well, I think you did an adequate job of
adequate.
Well, adequate. You know, you did a pretty good job of drafting players.
That's better. You're getting there.
Pretty good job of drafting players. I don't really know if they fit your style. You know, the Raiders' style of ball. You know, some of these guys may not be tough enough. You know, you're gonna rough them up a little bit. But I like what you did with Justin Fargas. He's a back that, you know, is a Charlie Garner mold. You know, he's a Raider guy. You know, he's definitely a Raider guy. Your corner, I can't say his name, but I think he's gonna be he's gonna be able to play in. He can fill in for Woodson and as well as he can play safety for you. I think the Raiders did a pretty good job. You know, I may be coming up in free agency about 10 years. You know, you have a lot, your track record shows that you carry a lot of old guys. So maybe in 10 years or so, Mr. Davis, I may need a job.
But we like fast old guys.
What? I think I can still move a little bit by age 34, 35.
Okay.
With New Orleans, I tell you what, the guy that sticks out to me is C. Grant. He was kind of up and down with everybody, but he played cornerback for Ohio State. Then he moved to linebacker this year and really proved that he could be a good blitzer. I think that's one of the things that attracted him to you guys, because you got to stop the people from scoring so many points. Kareem Kelly actually is a nice value pick, I think, late, because I mean, you're talking about him being USC's all-time leading receiver. So I kind of like some of the moves you guys made.
All right, go ahead. You got the Vikings coming up now, John.
I'm trying to think. I got the Vikings. I can't decide. I can't decide. No. I'll take the tackle. No, I'll take the receiver.
What are we doing? We're doing
I'll take
a presentation of the Vikings draft room.
They did a great job of getting who they wanted, but they didn't get anything for it. They dropped down 3 picks, didn't get anything for it. Did a great job with Kevin Williams. I think they got a steal with Ontario Smith. If they can keep him on the field and keep him out of trouble, I think he's going to be probably the steal of the draft. The other guys, I think E.J. Henderson is going to be a solid linebacker, going to play between the tackles for him, make some big plays for him inside, and be a good run stopper. And the other guys are going to complement their team very well.
Is there one guy that's a surprise for you, whether he is still out there, whether he fell, whether he got taken too early? Is there anybody have any ideas about a guy that's out there that surprised you, especially you two, because you are really the draft experts, having studied all hundreds of these players?
Not experts, but one guy that definitely sticks out to me is Brad Banks. I mean, they talked about it a little bit earlier, and I think you hit around the head, because anytime you throw 25 touchdowns, 4 interceptions, and really when you talk about Banks, it's the height question. Well, I mean, Steinbach, Sobieski, all those guys inside, they were all 6'4", 6'5", so it wasn't like he was playing behind an offensive line full of 6'1" guys. So I think Banks got it done, and he was a great leader.
My guy is probably Dwayne Robinson. You know, he really rolls. He has to be impressed with, you know, how many teams that really want him. I mean, there was 3, 4, maybe 5 teams that tried to move up in the draft to get him. Now he has a good coach, and Coach Edwards. Now he has to just go out and prove it week in and week out.
You know, the one thing that we are at our roundtable is we are decisive. So since the Raiders have Mr. Irrelevant, I think we should, during our next break, we should work on a consensus pick, and we should have Bill call into the Raiders. So stay tuned for that. There will be much more of the NFL draft coming up, both the serious and the sublime. Stay with us.
Minutes from now, the NBA playoffs continue on ESPN. Tracy McGrady and the Orlando Magic host Ben Wallace, Richard Hamilton, and the Detroit Pistons. Game 4 of their 7-game series, the NBA postseason on ESPN, ESPN2, and ABC. Let's take a look at the last 5 players taken here in the 7th round of the 2003 draft. And a note as we look at this, Tuskegee, 2 players picked. Auburn, pretty good defense, none.
Well, Tuskegee had a corner last year in the 3rd round, Roosevelt Williams of Chicago, and Susie this year. Tuskegee has 2 more, Drayton Florence and certainly Frank Walker. You know, they're the Giants late in the draft. You look at this particular board right now, and Keenan Howry jumps out. Josh Brown, the first kicker off the board. But when you look at Howry, not very big at 5'9.5" and 178 pounds, but a guy who did a lot of good things out in the Pac-10 for the Ducks, particularly catching the football, making big plays, and doing a job in the return game. And I think that's where his opportunity is going to present itself. He's not real fast. Only ran a 4.62 at the combine. Quick, though. Has a good understanding of the position. Excellent hands. Only had a 31.5-inch vertical jump. That's not what you would expect from a kid that size. You would expect him to be able to jump and leap more and play a little taller than 5'10.5". But here's the vision and the quickness and the feet that you see as a punt returner. Plays above and beyond those physical skills. At least he did it at the college level. Can he take that to the NFL and do equally as well? He's going to have an opportunity now, at least, with the Vikings. But the punt return skills are the key. Whether he can be a 5th receiver, and whether he's fast enough, Susie, whether he's athletic enough to be that 5th receiver, but to wait and see. Punt return, though, Mort, is where he's going to have to do his damage. Kareem Kelly, though, is a guy that has the speed. There's no question about that. He was a guy highly recruited out of the prep ranks when he came out of the California area. Played in the All-Star games coming out along with Kyle Boller and that group, Justin Fargas. When he went to USC, was an immediate hit. Then he kind of leveled off. Came on a little bit this past season by Mike Williams on the other side. You can see the speed there blowing by the corner, but Mike Williams really helped Kareem Kelly. Mike Williams was one of the best players in all of college football as a freshman, certainly the best freshman receiver, along with Pittsburgh's Larry Fitzgerald. And when you look at Kareem Kelly, can he be effective enough in the middle of the field? Can he be the guy that you can count on to make the difficult catch in traffic? Wasn't at USC, was more of a deep threat. And I think when you look at that, is he going to be consistent enough, drop some catchable balls? Will he be tough enough? Those are the questions he'll have to answer with the New Orleans Saints.
Over to the other side of the ball, Tony Gilbert taken by Arizona. Big kid in the middle. And when you look at the Arizona defense, they were 30th in the league last year, giving up 134 yards a game on the ground. They give up a lot right up the gut. They wanted that D-line help. They got it last year with Wendell Bryan in the middle. They could use a tackle-to-tackle middle linebacker, and that's what Gilbert is. Not a lot of range, sideline to sideline, and not great cover skills, but he's going to come up and hit you in the middle. He won't let a lot run at you. People have said it's because of who played in front of him over the last couple of years. Marcus Stroud, Roland Seymour, and of course Jonathan Sullivan that have helped him out. But between the tackles, this guy can make some plays, and it's something that Arizona needed, though he will have limitations in the coverage game.
Very consistent player for Georgia. Let's talk about the Georgia linebacker who hasn't been drafted. It's Chris Clemens. He was a guy who came out after his junior season, even though everybody told him not to come out. That's just one of those situations where when you talk to personnel directors, really, they tell you, unless you're a running backs coming out after the junior season may be okay. Not okay for a guy like Chris Clemens. Hasn't been drafted.
And Morton, you look at Trent Smith, another good, solid Raven pick. The Ravens seems like each and every year have productive drafts, and they take a guy here who has been a key cog in that passing attack, caught a ton of balls during his career. You see 148 receptions, 6'5", 245 pounds, excellent hands. This guy was a key entity for a long time. Remember, the quarterback play at Oklahoma, kind of sporadic. Nate Hibble came on a little this year. You look at Trent Smith, the big question is going to be getting in the weight room, getting stronger. Only did 16 reps, inline blocking. He's always obviously not his forte right now, but he presents a big target at 6'5", excellent hands, experience catching the football. When you look at the Baltimore Ravens, they have Todd Heap, the outstanding pass-catching tight end, Pro Bowl player in his second year for the Ravens. Trent Smith, Brian Billick was a tight end, a former tight end at college level, drafted by the Niners at that spot. He likes to integrate the tight end in that offense. They had Shannon Sharp. Now they have another backup type in Trent Smith to work behind and learn from Todd Heap.
We're at pick 225, 262 total, and the hope is for these kids who haven't been picked, the game isn't over if you're not drafted.
Absolutely.
Because if scouts like you, they'll still want to bring you into minicamp.
Oh, it's a free-for-all. Some guys at some point, especially some of these quarterbacks, when you don't get drafted, you're now a free agent. So you get to negotiate with 4 or 5 different teams, if that many teams like you, and you might be able to take a look at their depth chart and say, I got a better chance of making this team based on the position, based on their quality of players.
You can go to a team that fits your talents a little bit more, and that helps you when you're a free agent.
Control your own destiny a little bit more. Let's rejoin Mark Malone and the EA Sports matchup, guys.
All right, Susie, thank you very much, along with Merrill Hodge and Ron Jaworski. As we focus in now on the Green Bay Packers, let's go to the Coors Light video conference and bring in Mark Hatley, the Vice President of Football Operations from Green Bay. And Mark, thanks for joining us. Your first pick, a guy that certainly rose up the board, Nick Barnett, the outside linebacker. How is he going to function in your roster and your football team?
We felt like Nick was a heck of a football player, and we felt like he could come in and play all 3 positions for us. He had good coverage skills. He had a lot of upside. He has a passion for the game. He was able to run. He can play in space. He covered what we're looking for as a linebacker and what we're trying to get better at on defense. And we thought Nick fit exactly what we wanted as a linebacker. We felt like we were real fortunate to get him at the 29th pick.
You know, Mark, nowadays with the salary cap, you're not able to just fill your roster with great players on all sides of the ball, but you got Brett Favre. So it appears to me that you can still be dominant on one side of the ball and try to win a championship. Is that still your focus, or the area that you might have to win a championship with here is still offense?
Well, we feel like we had a good offensive football team. We were able to keep that side of the ball together quite a bit. You know, we did lose a few players on the defensive side. But overall, we think we've helped ourselves defensively. We think we'll have a chance to make a run at it again. We're excited about what we've been able to get done in the draft and in our off-season program, and the ability to get our other players signed. We've had a busy off-season, and I think it's been awfully good for us, and the draft worked out especially good for us today.
Had a lot of talk about Brett Favre and how long he's going to continue playing quarterback. Was there any thought or discussion in your draft room about drafting a quarterback in those early rounds?
Jaws, we looked at him like everything. We kept the board in perspective, and we talked about some different quarterbacks. But we feel like Brett's going to be here for a good while, and we're excited about him being here. Obviously, you know, when you've got a player like Brett, it really helps your football team. But we talked about some things, but we ended up going with the defensive players.
All right, Mike Hatley, the Vice President of Football Operations with the Green Bay Packers. Thanks for joining us here, Mark.
Sure. Good talking to y'all.
All right, now some breaking news in baseball. Let's send it over to Carl Ravitch here in the Sports Center studio.
Mark, thank you very much. And baseball news today. On the 1-year anniversary of Major League Baseball's last no-hitter, it was by Derek Lowe of the Boston Red Sox. He no-hit the Tampa Bay Devil Rays. Kevin Millwood of the Philadelphia Phillies is close to no-hitting team of his own, the San Francisco Giants. So far, he is through 8. The Philadelphia Phillies still at bat right now as they are trying to retire the Philadelphia Phillies in the bottom half of the 8th. And then, of course, the Giants will come up. This is a San Francisco Giant team that started the season with 18 wins, only 5 losses. Millwood, of course, acquired from the Atlanta Braves. Free agent, $10 million. They were able to get him in a trade for a backup catcher, Johnny Estrada. So the Philadelphia Phillies on the verge of completing a no-hitter. We'll see if Kevin Millwood can do it. Again, on the 1-year anniversary of Derek Lowe getting it last year for Boston. Harry Callis with the call. Let's get out to Veteran Stadium.
Well, we're going to get a pinch hitter here for Pedro Feliz. Nathan Perez will come out and bat for Feliz. Nathan Perez. Switch hitter hitting at 213, 2 for 6 as a pinch hitter.
Look at the last 5 selected. Andrew Pinnock, 250-pounder, was the feature back at South Carolina, but now will be a fullback short yardage guy with San Diego. Lorenzo Neal will be the blocking back for LaDainian Tomlinson.
2003 NFL Draft rolls on from New York City. Stay with us. we get set to wrap up round 7.
ESPN's exclusive coverage of the NFL Draft is presented by Coors Light, the official beer sponsor of the NFL. Cold down easy. And in part by Valvoline Max Life, products formulated to help keep your higher mileage car running for a long, long time.
The best thing about draft time is every team still has that dream of making it to the Super Bowl. And I want to talk about John Gruden's impact on the Tampa Bay Buccaneers' masterful use of personnel, making adjustments, maximizing what he has, maybe the best in football. I know the EA matchup guys agree.
What we do here in Bristol, Connecticut, is we take a look at the Tampa Bay Bucks and what they did under John Gruden. Of course, I mean, when you look at what they had to give up, a couple number 1s, a couple number 2s, a wheelbarrow full of cash. Yet
worth it all.
It was worth it all, because when you look at what they did in the Super Bowl, they went against an Oakland Raiders team, and I think John might even admit to this, said, hey, listen, I don't know if there was a guy on that offense that could have started for the Oakland Raiders.
He won't admit to it. He won't admit to it. They're his guys.
But I think we all agree that every one of those guys is probably better than every position guy in the Tampa Bay Bucks.
Then that's what great coaches do. They make you play their game. You know, they fit the matchup that may favor them. In fact, John Gruden did that a lot this year. He used a lot of power formations, big formations. At times had 3 tackles on the offensive formation. He did that to run the football, but he also did it to create that one matchup that favored him in the passing game. This is 1st and 10. There are 3 offensive tackles on the field. Focus on the left. It's a 4-man surface. This strong run formation dictates a specific defensive alignment. 8 in the box, so they're not outnumbered defending the run. When you have 8 in the box, you only have 3 to play deep coverage. And any 3-man coverage scheme with a single deep safety opens the vertical seams. Remember, this is a defensive alignment designed primarily to play run. A great example, Jaws, of using the run to throw the football. With Brad Johnson's pump fake impacting the deep safety, the seam on the left is there for Ricky Dudley. A big play in the passing game, and it didn't come with 4 and 5 wide receivers on the field. Here's the luxury that you have if John Gruden is your head coach. Yes, he would like to have all the speed in the world. He'd like to have a terrific offensive line, the best quarterback in the National Football League. But if he doesn't have him, what he does, he assesses that person. What does he do well? And then he caters his philosophy so that they can have success. That is great coaching. And people go, well, that's easy. A lot of coaches don't do that. John Gruden's simply the best.
I agree with you. John knows the strengths as well as the weaknesses of his own personnel. He'll take his guys and set them up. He'll build his offense around their talents rather than say, you do what I want to do. And, you know, we know there are a lot of coaches in this league. They have their system. You have to adapt to their system. John says, hey, here's what my players can do. I'll adapt my system to their talents.
Speaking of adaptation, when you look and see what they've done with the draft so far, I think they shocked everybody in the 3rd round yesterday when they reached up and they grabbed the Texas quarterback, Chris Sims, after taking Dwayne White, obviously the great defensive end. But when you look at what they've done so far today, guys, 3 successive picks on the offensive line, Nemo, King, and Mahan, before taking Torrey Cox, the cornerback out of Pittsburgh. Obviously, a guy that's looking to retool that offensive line for a guy like Brad Johnson.
Well, no question about it. Brad Johnson is a quarterback that needs to step and throw. Brad Johnson had a terrific year last year, and what I think is probably just an average offensive line. I think with Bill Muir, they'd like to build upon that offensive line. But you know, Mark, I was a big Chris Sims fan, you know, coming into this draft, and I spoke to a lot of GMs and coaches this morning, and there were a lot of people fighting to get to Chris Sims in that 3rd round. I think him falling to John Gruden is an advantage for Chris Sims, and I think John's going to really develop into a good long-term quarterback.
You know, one of the things that I had heard about Chris Sims coming into it, that he wasn't tough enough. Now, John Gruden will do one thing. He will challenge that toughness, and Chris Sims will either get tougher or he will fold. And one of those things is going to happen. And depending on what happens, then that will be where Chris Sims goes from here. But I believe
that's a bad knock.
Well, it is a bad knock. It's an awful knock.
It really is.
And that's why I believe that he fell so far, because of that toughness factor.
Yeah, and when you question a guy's manhood, which is really what you're saying, that makes it tough. And you know, but one thing about John, he doesn't care if you're a prima donna quarterback or anyone else making $100 million. He's going to make you work hard.
Of course, you don't like Chris Sims as much as Kyle Boller, but that's a complete other
That is
story.
correct. That is correct.
We've got a lot more to go here on the second day of the 2003 NFL Draft as we continue our coverage here on ESPN. It's been, well, a long time coming for the Tampa Bay Bucks as they squandered away opportunity after opportunity, and now the world champions.
David.
Let's do it. Let's do it.
The 2003 NFL Draft continues. Not many college teams using true fullbacks, so the pool is small. But, Mel, what about Brandon Drum?
Well, he's out of the prep ranks in Alaska, Susie. You look at Brandon Drum. He was two-dimensional. He was an outstanding lead blocker. Did catch 18 passes out of the backfield this past season. Limited running threat, but obviously as a fullback, you see John Ritchie with very few carries, if any. His job was to block. He's now, of course, in Philadelphia working for Andy Reid. When you look at this Colorado offense, it's all centered around Chris Brown, Bobby Purify, and Brian Calhoun, their freshmen. They amassed 2,800 yards rushing. A lot of that had to do with the lead blocking ability of Brandon Drum. But you say, well, he's a little stiff in his movement. You have to be able to hit a moving target, obviously, at the pro level to be an effective lead blocker. John Ritchie said every lead block's like a snowflake. They're all different. And for John Ritchie, he's accomplished and done a great job in that role in the National Football League coming out of Stanford. Brandon Drum will have to prove that he can match what Ritchie has done as a lead blocker, because obviously this is a forgotten position. It's a position, Mike, that nobody really has an interest in even evaluating players at the fullback spot.
You decide what you're going to do at that position. Is he going to be a blocker? Is he going to be a guy that can come out of a backfield? Larry Centers, Richie Anderson, be a receiver? Or is he just a short yardage guy like they wanted with Ron Dane and what San Diego will get with an Andrew Pinnock?
Another recognizable name, Tallman Gardner, just went to New Orleans.
Yeah, wide receiver from Florida State. This is a guy who Mel will tell you would have been a second or third, probably a third-round pick. But about 10 days ago, he was arrested in Tallahassee for possession of marijuana, possession of a loaded handgun, and somebody told me who knows him said until that point he would have thought he was a very sweet kid, but this obviously hurt him.
He put up some big numbers at Florida State. When you look at what Tallman Gardner did down there with Anquan Bolden and Robert Morgan, he was a key element in this passing offense. 19-yard average per catch in 2001. Tough kid, got better and better. Had a nice week at the Senior Bowl, and I think could have been maybe a 2 more, certainly no worse than a 3.
Talk about league issues. Let's send it over to Chris, who's got John Clayton with him.
John Clayton is here. I'm still stunned that Gibran Hamden was drafted. Spurrier is a genius with quarterbacks. That guy had 14. He was a holder for Indiana a year ago. That's the latest slap at
You like
Dorsey.
the pick, right?
I love the pick. Yeah. John Clayton, your own kind of grand slam. ESPN, the magazine today, you did an ESPN.com chat, a radio show a second ago, now on television. So
all in 1 hour, too, which is
in
great.
1 hour.
And the magazine, right.
Now work on your Mandarin for the Pacific Rim fee a little bit later on. Giants fans concerned about the big issue for their team, which is the Ron Dane trade situation. Where does it stand?
It's slow right now. Talking to his agent today, he was hopeful there was going to be a deal. 2 teams seem to be interested, Pittsburgh and Dallas, because they fit very well in the offense. But at this stage, it looks like it's going to obviously go past the 7th round into next week. May have to be a conditional pick down the line.
Dane, a guy who averaged just 3.4 yards a carry, only 3 touchdowns, has been a disappointment, but there are teams that would be very interested in having him, though.
Yeah, there is, definitely, because, again, this is a big running back. He's actually losing weight. He's down to about 242 pounds, and you get the right offense. Pittsburgh would seem to be the best pick. They didn't get Larry Johnson, so I can see that happening.
What about the Jeremy Shockey trade rumors? No, I just wanted to scare the Giant fans in here. You safe, relax. Other things going around the league. I know you're working the cell phone.
Absolutely. We had one trade done. Norman Hand is now the big run stopper for the Seattle Seahawks. They've been trying to get somebody in the draft. They were going to wait until June. They get that deal done. One other trade still not done, but I think it's going to happen sometime in the next week. Thomas Jones. The main talk has been with Miami and a couple other teams, but he could go with Derek Rodgers in some kind of a package deal. Rodgers going to Arizona. Jones going over to the Miami Dolphins. Also, there was Larry Foster being traded today. He goes to Arizona as a wide receiver. And one possible signing, Jerry Fontenot may re-sign with the New Orleans Saints, getting close. Gennaro Dinopoli close to re-signing in Tennessee.
Nobody knows more about the salary cap than this guy. And that's always a factor in the June 1st cuts. What are some name players who are going to be sent packing?
There's only one guy for sure, and that's Brian Greasy, likely to head all the way over to Miami. He'll be cut on June 1st. Now, Jacksonville has two guys. Kyle Brady, the tight end, who used to be a former Jet. He's going to probably be cut unless he takes a pay cut. Also, Tony Brackens looks like he's definitely out of Jacksonville. That's one to look forward to. So those are three guys right now that are going to be definite. And Luther Ellis has to take a pay cut to stay in Detroit. I think he'll do it, but right now, if he does it, he's gone.
All right, John, try to stay busy today, will you? Work the cell phone. Find out who the Raiders are going to make Mr. Irrelevant. That's the hot issue right now.
I've got it right here.
All right, get the phone in hand. We're going to work that story. John will be around. We're counting down the final picks in round number 7. The day 2 diehards are still here.
Welcome back to day 2 of the 2003 NFL Draft here at the EA Sports NFL Matchup Desk, along with Merrill Hodge and Ron Jaworski. Yesterday, with the 7th overall pick, well, the Jacksonville Jaguars went ahead and took Byron Leftwich. Let's bring in the new head coach of the Jacksonville Jaguars now, Jack Del Rio. And Jack, thanks for joining us. I think the first question we all had when we saw that was, what does that say for Mark Brunell? What does that mean for your aging quarterback there in Jacksonville?
Well, it just means that we added a youngster behind him, but we still like Mark, and we're happy to have 3 very quality quarterbacks on our roster.
Hey, Jack, winning in the division is always important. Tennessee has always kind of had that physical dominance in there. How important is it to bring a physical presence to the Jacksonville Jaguars to match up to Tennessee?
Well, we are aware of that. Manawai was one of the guys that we identified as someone that could help us with their very physical front for Tennessee. So we're aware of that, and that's something that we have begun to address, and we'll continue to address it.
You know, Jack, on one of your earlier interviews here on the draft show, you talked about competition. I think we all agree competition is great at every single position, and it brings the optimum performance to all your players. But you have a proven leader like Mark Brunell, and you had said that there's going to be competition between Leftwich, Garrard, and Brunell. Is that really fair to Mark Brunell as proven he can play in the NFL on a consistent basis?
Well, obviously, when you have a guy that's proven it over time, the young guys will have to come quite a ways to pass him. But we are, like I said, we're happy to have those 3 guys here. And as you know, anytime you have that kind of competition, that'll bring out the best in those guys.
All right,
and by the way, Jaws, I just want to tell you, I appreciate that little tip I saw earlier on him not patting the ball. We're going to work on that.
Hey, Jack, I got a lot of tips. Call me tomorrow. I've been breaking them down.
All right. Appreciate it, guys.
Right. Jack Del Rio, the new head coach of the Jacksonville Jaguars, as we continue our coverage of day 2 here in the draft. We go all the way across the country and take a look at the the Seattle Seahawks and their draft so far, especially here on day 2. As we take a look at that, do we have that, guys? Let's go to Bob. Okay, we'll get to those picks in a second. Let's bring in the new general manager of the Seattle Seahawks, Bob Ferguson. Bob, thanks for taking some time with us. I'm looking at your draft here. Obviously, the first selection, Marcus Trufant, a guy that really kind of rose in the first round. I'm obviously certain you guys were ecstatic he was there when you chose him.
Well, we were ecstatic. It was, I think we were on the run. You know, it was one of those situations as that draft started to unfold, everything really changed, as you might say. So we had a guy, our guy had 3 names, and we weren't running up there to get him, and yeah, like the other teams were. So we were surprised in some ways, yet you know you really had to be prepared. And I can't tell you enough about what a great job Ted Thompson and Scotty McLuhan doing with our running the draft room. As you guys know, I've just been here about 2 months. Kind of hit the street running here, and it's really been a pleasure to be around him and work with him. And that was just one sign, because a lot of things could happen when things fall apart like that. And but it was really exciting to get, you know, and he's a local guy and all that. That really makes a difference. Plus, in our division, you can't get enough cover guys.
Bob, you had 2 fourth-round picks, and with the first one, you chose Seneca Wallace, the quarterback out of Iowa State, who obviously there were some concerns about his height. He said he didn't want to play anything else but quarterback. How do you see him fitting into that football team?
Well, he's going to fit in as the 3rd quarterback right now, and he's going to be exciting as heck. I'll tell you that. He should be all preseason. He'll certainly be all Cheney over in Eastern Washington, getting as much playing time as he's going to be. But he's an exciting young player. You know, I love these kind of guys, and I know that you know, Jake Plummer, who we had in Arizona, make things happen. When it breaks down around them, they give themselves a second chance to make a play. And Seneca's got a good arm. You know, I'm not worried about the height and all that as much as some people maybe are, but if it's a factor, it's a factor. But I know one thing, he's got great feet, he's a great competitor, and I think he's going to really add a lot to what we bring coming off the bench and when he gets his chance to play.
All right, Bob Fergus, the new general manager of the Seattle Seahawks. We appreciate you joining us. Let's bring in now the head coach of the Washington Redskins, Steve Spurrier. And Steve, thanks for taking some time with us. Merrill Hodge here was taken to task by the football operations man, Vinny Serrato there. You didn't have a lot of picks, obviously made a lot of moves this offseason in free agency. Give us an idea of how you feel about your draft with so many, or so few picks, I guess, especially in the first day.
Well, Mark, as you know, we did have 3 draft picks, and hopefully we got 3 really solid players. We just picked Jabron Hamden, a young man from Indiana. Came to our tryout camp about 3 weeks ago. We had one for the kids from the area, and we think he's a good prospect. And right now he's our 3rd quarterback. But as you know, we made all the off-season moves with the restricted free agents, so that sort of took care of our draft, and then we only had the 3 players to draft yesterday and today. But we're excited about Taylor and Derek and also Jabron.
Hey, Steve, you're finally getting people to fit the philosophy, the things that you want to do, and Patrick Ramsey now is going to be your quarterback. And I know you've been able to change and interchange quarterbacks. Will you stick with Patrick Ramsey this year, or is that still going to be a position that if he's not playing well, you'll move other people in?
And now, Merle, we definitely plan on Patrick being our quarterback. He's going to have an opportunity to go through all the mini camps and coaching sessions as our #1 guy. And that repetition, snaps, all the practice time he's going to get, I really believe will prepare him to play this season. I know you mentioned that we took him out last year, and we did, and I think it was a smart move because he really wasn't totally prepared to play quarterback in the NFL as a rookie and really not having all the practice time through the summer. So he did finish our season strong. We won our last 2 games with Patrick. Hopefully that momentum will carry us off to a real good start this coming year.
Yeah, Coach, you know, you've now been a head coach in the National Football League for 1 year. Obviously a big change from college to pro football. What has been the biggest change for you, and what's really the one thing that you have benefited the most from during this transition?
Oh, Jones, I don't know exactly what I've learned. I've learned I wasn't as good a coach as I used to be. But hopefully I've learned that if we get maybe some faster players, some better players here, there, the other, maybe we got a chance to have success. But I really appreciate Dan Snyder, our owner, our personnel department. Everyone has said, hey, we got to upgrade. We got to get a couple of more guards. We got to get more speed at wide receiver, at running back. Our personnel department and our owner, Dan Snyder, have gone out, spent the money. We've upgraded our team. Now we got to coach them. We got to play smarter. We got to learn how to take care of the ball. We got to learn how to avoid stupid penalties. We do all those things to get our kicking game solid. We'll have a much better chance.
All right, Steve Spurrier of the Washington Redskins, thanks for joining us as we continue our coverage of Day 2 of the National Football League Draft here at the year 2003. More coverage right after this.
Distinctive styling. 368 improvements in all. The 2003 Discovery. It's a whole new way to see the world. From Land Rover, the most well-traveled vehicles on Earth. Nicely equipped from $399 a month. Complimentary scheduled maintenance included.
The fire temperature is the secret to great tasting sourdough bread. Like sourdough bread, burgers just taste better cooked over an open fire. This burger is so juicy.
The sourdough bacon cheeseburger is back at Burger King and better than ever. A quarter pound of beef cooked over an open fire. 2 slices of Swiss cheese, 4 strips of bacon, lettuce, and tomatoes, all served on buttery toasted sourdough bread. Only back for a limited time, so you gotta get in now.
Out here, the grass never stops growing, and you gotta take care of that. So, boys!
victory.
Oh, boy. Uh-oh.
For when you need it most.
Uh-oh.
Our longest-lasting Energizer Max ever.
What was that?
Energizer Max. Do you have the bunny inside?
Hey, Stone Cold, what are you doing up so late?
Hey, Dan. Just studying. I'm fading pretty fast.
I know just the thing.
Can I get one more of those?
Sure.
Thanks, buddy. That helps.
Don't work too hard.
Welcome back to the 2003 NFL Draft. And while you were away, a moment that we've all been anticipating. You know, Ken Dorsey had promised whoever gets me is going to get a heck of a deal. Well, he finally does have an NFL home.
San Francisco 49ers in the 7th round select Ken Dorsey, quarterback, University of Miami. Ken Dorsey, quarterback, Miami.
Really, quite the slam that he was on the board this long. 86 touchdowns, 28 interceptions in his career, a 38-2 record, a host of Miami records, 5 Big East records. Why is he still there?
Well, 38-2 as a starter was his career record, Susie, but the arm strength, that's the big question. He did have against Syracuse in the Carrier Dome one of his best games as far as throwing the football, showing the necessary velocity. That was in a dome, though, and throughout his career, whether it was Jeremy Shockey, whether it was Kellen Winslow Jr., Andre Johnson, the offensive line led by Bryant McKinney and that group, he always had a phenomenal supporting cast. And there were those who said you could take a lot of quarterbacks at various programs around college football, put them at Miami, and they'd be 38-2 as a starter. That's the question about Dorsey. Was it Dorsey? Can he project into the NFL with that questionable arm strength? Worked with a lot of other quarterbacks, done equally as well winning football games and been able to show the necessary arm strength. So more, that's a debate. The 49ers, they're not a dome team. I thought if it was going to go to a team that could accentuate his skills and give him the best chance, it would be a dome team where weather conditions wouldn't be a factor.
Well, he has no guarantee he's going to make the 49ers. He is the tallest quarterback in the 49ers now because Jeff Garcia, Tim Rattay, Brandon Doman, Cade McNown, all short guys. But, you know, he's been beat up so much since the national championship game. It's almost like time to call timeout on it a little bit. Hope this brings a little bit of joy to his life. He is a hometown, Northern California type of guy, but it's going to be an uphill climb because really, when you speak to a lot of people in this league, they just don't believe, Mike, as you do, that he is an NFL guy. But John Gruden believed he had a chance. And so now Dennis Erickson must too.
You just see so many other quarterbacks that went before him. I mean, these are all scouting departments, coaches, GMs, player personnel people that I have talked to and that we've seen take other quarterbacks that say, you know what, Ken Dorsey is just not our guy. Now we'll see what happens in San Francisco. Though you're right, Mort, you know, he got drafted. Let's hope he's happy about that. Certainly he had a fantastic career, but I sound like a broken record. It just doesn't translate to the NFL a lot of times what you do in college.
Well, and especially to Dennis Erickson's system because everyone figured he would want a guy with a big arm, that's what he would be going after. The draft continues from New York. Stay with us. We won't waste any time bringing in Bill Cowher, head coach of the Pittsburgh Steelers, via our Coors Light video conferencing. Bill, you've been quite vocal about your pass D. Number one against the run again, but pass D was the problem, that it wasn't just the personnel, it was also the system. How much of a change needs to be made?
Well, I don't think a big change at all, Susie. I mean, I think it was a situation, certainly early in the season, we gave up a couple of big game numbers-wise, and it was something that we really had to kind of sit back and, you know, regroup, reassess what we were doing. And then I think down the stretch, we had some injuries in the secondary. So, you know, I just think we looked at our football team this year. We feel good about the fact we got 20 of the 22 starters coming back, and we think we've addressed some of those voids through these last 2 days.
Well, you certainly got a hitter in Polamalu. There's no doubt about that. But as you were getting ready to make the selection yesterday, a lot of Pittsburgh fans that were here were wondering, is this going to be Larry Johnson? Are they going to get a running back because of the uncertainty with Jerome Bettis and the injuries and Amos Zaraway filling in for him? So what is the status of that running game now in Pittsburgh?
Well, I think it's pretty good, Mike. I mean, you look at the situation. Jerome is healthy. He came off some off-season surgery. He was just in last week. This is probably as light as he's been in 3 or 4 years, and he's going to be part of our off-season program starting here in a couple weeks. And so we feel good about him, Amos, and Fu coming back, and we think we got 3 pretty good running backs, to be honest with you. So I think with a healthy Jerome Bettis, I think we'll be fine.
Oh, I'm going to hit you on the quarterback now. No new deal for Tommy Maddox. You take a quarterback in the 5th round. Does Tommy have to prove himself again to you this season?
Well, I mean, I think everyone has to prove themselves every year, Susie. I think the quarterback position's one that, you know, we all know, you know, what happens in 1 year, but certainly the mark of the great ones are the ability to do it year in and year out. And we feel good about Tommy. I think Tommy's a guy that came in last year, proved that, you know, after coming in really in the 3rd game, and was very, very consistent for us. He proved he was tough and able to come back from some of the injuries. And so I think that we feel good about Tommy, and the fact that we were able to sign Charlie Batch back and having some experience now in the backup, and now Brian St. Pierre, who's going to come in and have an opportunity to sit behind those 2 guys and learn our system and watch 2 pretty good quarterbacks in front of him.
Coach, thanks for your time. Good to see you as always.
Thanks, Susie.
And we are rapidly reaching the end of the 2003 NFL Draft. We're counting down. Pick 248 out of 262.
All week before the Jets game, I'm like, you know, 18, you know, we're going to handle it. Me and you, we're going to win this game. And he's like, well, yeah, okay. I'm like, hey, come on, show some enthusiasm. You're the quarterback. We need to win this game. And I just don't see it from him. Some guys have it, some guys don't.
I'm out of my 3rd Pro Bowl. I'm about to go in and throw a touchdown to Jerry Rice. We're honoring the Hall of Fame. We're talking about our idiot kicker who got liquored up and ran his mouth off. If he is still a teammate, we'll deal with it. You know, that remains to be seen. But the sad thing is, Lynn, he's a good kicker. He's a good kicker, but he's an idiot.
Welcome back to ESPN Magazine. Well, rarely, guys, do you hear a player calling out a teammate, calling out his head coach, like we just saw with Mike Vanderjagt and Peyton Manning and Tony Dungy. What are you thinking when you see what just went on?
First things first. Are kickers even football players? I ask. How could you let that happen?
No. I'm going to be, I know Coach Tyson might release me for this, but I ain't going to lie to you. I feel like kickers are athletes. I mean, they have a skill that, can you kick a 25-yard field goal?
Yes. I probably could.
Come on, man,
they go in and lift weights most of the time. They don't even do nothing.
Hey, man, listen, the way I look at it is this right here. When it comes down to losing a football game, and then all of a sudden you end up losing it.
I'm losing 41-0. The Colts to the Jets in the playoffs you're talking about.
Right.
Okay.
Somebody has to come out and say something. He had the guts to do it. He's the most accurate kicker in NFL history. Maybe he put a little too much on that, and that's why he came out and made a comment.
Kickers don't practice. They can't stand on their feet too long because their leg gets tired. They can't stand out in the heat because they get tired. They can't stand in the cold because their legs get cold. Their toes get cold. After they kick, whether it's a punter, kicker, whatever, you're playing 10 on 11. How can you play at a disadvantage like that all the time? Why don't you just go for it?
Well, what about Trey Junkin? I mean, the snapper who loses the game for the, and it's really the same way. I mean, he loses the game for the Giants in the playoffs. He criticized himself. They taking the blame just like we do when we drop a key pass.
All right, but we're not just talking about the kicker. We're talking about the issue of a kicker, a player, mouthing off about a Pro Bowl quarterback and his head coach. That's what we're talking about here. That's the key thing.
I have never played with a kicker that ever had anything to say, okay? And here he is going to call out the head coach and your star quarterback, who's one of the best quarterbacks in the league. Not on my team.
I've never been on. You've never played with a kicker that said anything. I've never been around anybody who wanted to listen to a kicker. I mean.
What would you have done?
How did it even make the news? How did it even make the news that they were going to interview a kicker?
What would you have done if that had been Sebastian Janikowski? What would you have done if that had been Sebastian Janikowski, the Raiders kicker?
You know what I would have wanted to do?
Yeah, big
I would have wanted to grab him by the neck and put him up against the wall and said, "Don't be stupid."
Sebastian a big boy, though. You know, I don't know if you would have grabbed him.
Yeah, you might have had to take
it
both
would have
arms.
taken two here.
Where were the rest of the Colts during this whole thing, backing up Peyton and Coach Dungy. Where were the rest of the Colts on this?
Well, that was the question I had. I mean, he came out, made some crazy comments. I don't agree with the comments, particularly your guys you go to war with, but nobody else came to their defense. I didn't understand that.
Well, correct me if I'm wrong. You're talking about a guy that brought this up 2 weeks after it happened. You know, it's not like he went back into the locker room and said, we didn't come out with any emotion, and I blame this and this and this. He came back 2 weeks later after he had thought about what he was going to say, took 2 weeks to think about it, and still came out and blamed his coach and his Pro Bowl quarterback.
So you say he kind of rekindled the fire?
He rekindled the fire.
On top of that, Peyton Manning, there's nobody better in this league that holds himself accountable for his play. And he takes the blame a lot of the time when his team loses.
What happens next season when and if Vanderjagt misses a field goal, a winning field goal, an extra point, something that's key to the game?
It gets talked about.
I'm sure it gets talked about in the media, but I guarantee you in the locker room or Peyton Manning probably doesn't have anything to say about it because he's going to deal it with class.
Does he get released, though? That's the question. I mean, kickers get released for missing key field goals. It happens all the time. I mean, a guy that's the most accurate ever, do you go as far as to release him? He already took a pay cut.
Well, they restructured his contract. No, somebody like Kyle Turley, that you might expect some behavior like this from. What would have happened in a situation like that, or what did happen in a situation like that with the infamous helmet throwing incident?
Well, I mean, you say something to him, but hey, Kyle, you know, you have to respect it because of what he does week in and week out. I mean, you're talking about an offensive lineman. You're not talking about a kicker who goes out, kicks extra points, kicks the field goals, and you know, they go to the end of the bench and, you know, they may even eat some candy or eating something on the sideline. You know, Kyle, he's a warrior, so you have a lot more respect for him because of his job.
All right, guys. Well, thank you very, very much for all your opinions all day today, all day yesterday, your expert analysis. You all have future jobs as GMs in this league, I think. That is it from ESPN, the magazine. I'm Andrea Kramer. There's more of the NFL draft still to come. Please stay with us. All right.
Andrea, best moment of the day. Great job there from the magazine.
Good job, guys. I couldn't agree with you more.
We're up to pick number 253. We're into the compensatory picks, which are awarded to teams that lose more or better free agents than they signed in last year's free agent period. Anybody stand out on this last
well,
five?
Casey Moore, it's interesting. You talk about all-around skills. He can run, catch, and block, but can he block well enough? Everybody's looking for the dominant blocker. They don't want the fullback to carry the ball. All the blockers went before Casey Moore, who's an all-around talent. I think when you look at Casey at Stanford, his forte was giving you more of a dimension running the football than a lot of fullbacks. 44 starts. This kid was out there every game. Look at the rushing yards and receiving yards. Very balanced in the way he attacked the defense and gave Stanford an extra weapon. We had Greg Camella come out of this program. John Ritchie. Blocking, though, with this kid is something he's going to have to prove. Can he be effective enough without being a factor carrying the football? Because in a lot of offense, that's not going to be the case. Can he catch the ball? Yes, he can. At the Senior Bowl, he dropped a couple. That was not what you expected to see. So I think there was some questions raised. Just how good he was in those areas offset the fact that he's not that dominant lead blocker.
We're talking about defined roles of fullbacks now, receivers, maybe blockers or short yardage carriers, and I don't think Casey Moore, I think he may be a jack of all trades and a master of none in these areas of blocking. I think he's really going to struggle with some of these low guys that are coming at him, but if he can catch some balls out of the backfield, get in space, could help out a little bit.
Guys, we're counting down to Mr. Irrelevant. When we come back, SportsCenter takes over. Playoff action. Updates coming. Counting down to Mr. Irrelevant, but the last 5 picks. Crowd that's still left here. Well, the 10 people that are still left here. There you go. Enjoyed the pick by the Giants. Kevin Walter. Quality pick. Let's go up to Chris Fowler.
And I'm joined by NFL consultant Gary Horton, a veteran of many NFL draft rooms over the years. You may have the Mr. Irrelevant pick before the Raiders make it. That could be. But we want to go back and revisit one of the wacky dramas of day one. Once again, the Minnesota Vikings had the appearance of being disorganized, not having the pick ready when the clock ran out. In reality, Gary, tell us the inside story. Trade talks with both Baltimore and Jacksonville to jump up and get Leftwich there.
Well, at number 7, Chris, Minnesota always wanted to move down a little bit because Williams was the guy that they wanted, and they wanted him a little lower than taking him at 7. So they entertained offers at 7 with Jacksonville and with Baltimore, both teams coming up to get Byron Leftwich. Midway through their 15 minutes on the clock, they told Jacksonville, we're going to go with Baltimore. With 32 seconds left, they tell the league, we're going to do a trade with Baltimore. Minnesota calls Ozzie Newsome and say, okay, Ozzie, we'll do the trade. Now you call in the league office. With 32 seconds left, they kind of fold their arms. They say, we're going to get our guy at 10.
Right.
All of a sudden, they're off the clock, and the next we hear Jacksonville's on the clock, and Jacksonville has their card ready. And right behind that, Carolina has written down their name, Jordan Gross. They have their card ready. And they call basically Baltimore and say, what happened? Baltimore's answer is, we called the phone lines at the league office, and they were busy.
Get call waiting up here. Are you kidding me? So they missed the chance, Baltimore, to get Leftwich. And after Jacksonville was told, no, we're not going to deal with it, they get their quarterback. It's going to be interesting to see how this plays out in future years, to see if the guy that Baltimore took, Terrell Suggs in the first round, or Kyle Boller, the other quarterback, how they play out, how Leftwich does in Jacksonville.
If they really wanted Leftwich, I think that's the key. If there was some gamesmanship there, but if that was true, then you're exactly right.
They do like the rest of their draft, but here's what happened here. And again, this is 2 years in a row when Minnesota had to pass in their pick because they weren't ready. Came down just like this.
Well, and really what happened is they
well, Danny, the clock is winding down on the Vikings. What's going on here?
You gotta like 7 players. There's 7 players in all of America that you can pick. The Minnesota Vikings have had to turn one in. Here it is. You can't pass. Jacksonville's on the clock. Who do they take, Mel?
With the 8th selection in the 2003 NFL Draft, the Jacksonville Jaguars select Byron Leftwich.
Minnesota can run up at any time with their pick, but Carolina's going to beat them to the clock.
The Carolina Panthers select Jordan Gross, offensive tackle from Utah.
Well, here comes Baltimore with speed, Carl Lewis light.
Maybe Minnesota beat Baltimore, though.
Let's see. Or is it Minnesota? What are they doing?
With the 9th selection in the 2003 NFL Draft, the Minnesota Vikings select Kevin Williams, defensive tackle from Oklahoma State.
We had 3 phones working at the right time. We couldn't get what we felt was worth trading back. We did agree to a deal with Baltimore, and then we went to pull the trigger, and we still did get our guy, and that's the key thing.
I never say anything like this. This is great.
All right, Gary, they did get their guy. They got him 9th pick, but really they had the 7th slot. Now, where are they going to pay him? As the number 7 guy, the number 9 guy?
Well, obviously, if you ask Red McCombs, the owner, he's going to pay him as the number 9 guy, and everybody thinks now maybe Minnesota just let it slip a little bit to get their guy so they would pay him less. However, Williams' agent will now say, wait a second, you guys screw it up. We want number 7 money. So the holdout they had last year for offensive tackle Bryant McKinney, it could certainly be the same thing again this year, because there's going to be a real battle between the philosophy and the perception. Is he a number 7 pick or number 9 pick between the agent?
The last thing they want is another holdout. They did like their draft, though. They get Ontario Smith, the guy you really like in the 4th round, and they get E.J. Henderson, who could end up being a great pro and a real value pick at number 40.
Ontario Smith was their 31st rated guy on their board. They loved that in the 4th round. And in all their trade scenarios going to the middle round, when they thought maybe we could get multiple picks with like New England or New Orleans, E.J. Henderson was always the 2nd guy in that scenario. Mike Tice would take him with one of those 1st round picks. They got him in the 2nd. So I guess the good news is, at the end of the day, they didn't get a 3rd round pick for trading down for Williams, but they got what they wanted. They feel real good about their first day, but they are taking a lot of heat in Minnesota.
They shouldn't, though. It's not justified. Good stuff. We'll have to see if the league gets call waiting for next year. We're going to see how the careers in the NFL of Leftwich and Boller and Suggs play out. This might be a story to remember down the line. We are closing in. Mr. Relevant just a few picks away as we wrap things up in round 7 in New York.
Coming up in less than 15 minutes on ESPN, it's Game 4. Pistons and Magic, Tracy McGrady. NBA basketball. Welcome back to our continuing coverage. Day 2 of the 2003 NFL Draft here at the
Day 2? This is like day 9.
Day 9. Well, day 9.
Hour-wise, it's day 9.
We talk a little bit about Jake Plummer here because, interestingly enough, when you talk about Jake Plummer, here's a guy that, well, a 2nd-round pick, 6 years ago? 90 touchdowns, 114 interceptions, made about $50+ million in Arizona. That didn't work out. So what happens? The Denver Broncos go ahead and make a deal for him, pay him another $40+ million. Question is he worth that kind of money?
Absolutely. This is actually a great match. This is a great match. Before I get into Jake Plummer, though, One thing Mike Shanahan did want me to pass along, especially to Ron Jaworski, you need a running game to create big, explosive plays in the passing game.
I have no problem with that. Running game from your running backs.
Good.
From your running backs.
And then you also have a golf game. He wants to make sure you're there because you're the only guy he can beat.
I'll see him in
July. I'm going to talk about Jake Plummer. Listen, when the Denver Broncos evaluate him, first they want to make sure he can make all the throws. He can. But the thing that really stood out to them that makes him special, and the reason they want him, is because what he can do when a play breaks down. To the bunch side of this formation, the Cards are running what West Coast offenses call drive swap. Jaws, I know I'm not telling you anything you don't already know. This is man coverage, and here's how the coverage plays out against this route combination. With the weak side linebacker blitzing, the Mike linebacker is the only one left to run with the back. So Jake's #1 read becomes clearly defined, the dig route. See, Jaws, I listen when you talk to me. But the receiver running the dig route doesn't win at the line of scrimmage, breaking down the play's timing. So when the dig window opens, there is no dig for Jake to throw to. And look at the bodies around him. Jake has to move. He can't go to his next progression. That's the wild card that Mike Shanahan wants. Plummer can make something happen when the design breaks down. When John Elway retired, that's what Mike Shanahan missed, is a guy that could make something happen out of nothing when a play broke down. I believe the two will work well together. I think Mike Shanahan needs Jake Plummer, and Jake Plummer needs Mike Shanahan and his philosophy.
Well, am I done? This football team in the playoffs.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I would say that's probably their missing link.
Well, if he would have hit the shallow cross underneath instead of running out of the pocket.
In all due respect,
we called the Arizona Cardinals to find out the specific play called the progression he was going through. Jake Plummer did exactly what he was supposed to do. Mike Shanahan even backed up. So both of you guys go there, get a 2-yard gain. He gets a 20-yard gain, a first down.
Has a problem, and the Broncos have a problem because the design of the play is not to throw it to the open receiver. How are they going to sustain offense?
How do you like Denver's draft overall?
Yeah,
I think got me so left turn. They picked.
I love it. Whatever they picked is beautiful. The best picks of the whole draft.
I will say this: Mike Shanahan is a terrific designer of offense. He can manufacture points with design, and I think Jake Plummer, if he stays within himself, Jake has a tendency to frenetic in the pocket, try to make every play a big play.
Because he had to, though. He really had to in Arizona.
This guy, the question is, for $100 million, is this guy?
Mark's hung up on the money.
I'm telling him $100 million.
I know you're mad about it. He's from Idaho. He's worth every penny.
Counting down here, day 2 of the 2003 NFL Draft. Mr. Irrelevant is coming up next, so stay tuned right here on ESPN.
No one can disagree. It's been a long day. We've been here for 7 hours. The question is, he doesn't need to be here, and we did. Oh, no, look, see, we got the same thing going on right here.
Wake up, wake up.
Well, they want one more round, but we don't, and it's the moment we've been waiting for. It used to really be Mr. Irrelevant, 12 rounds. Now in the 7th round, not so much, but they still make a big deal out of it. He gets a whole week, Mr. Irrelevant. But here's the best part. We're going to just have to see if, on Mel's sleeper page, how accurate he can be. If
he only puts one sleeper on that page every year. We'll find out.
We'll find out.
We thinking that too?
Mr. Irrelevant, Mike Golick.
Come on, man.
Oh, sorry.
They get a parade, though. I mean, it's a pretty cool thing. I mean, you get some great stuff, man.
That's right.
Hey, all I got to say is I went 255 in the 10. That's not much lower than what Mr. Irrelevant's going right now.
But this is typical Oakland. They're going to maximize the time here. They got 30 seconds left for this pick, and this is the Raiders.
Consider the synergy, too, that we started the day with Kenny Mayne, and we end it with Mr. Irrelevant. Let's go to the podium.
On the 262nd pick and the last pick in this draft, the Oakland Raiders pick Ryan Hogue, a wide receiver, Gustavus Adolphus, who then will become the 28th Mr. Irrelevant, and he'll be honored in Newport Beach on June 23rd to 27th, and he'll be part of a fabulous banquet that will honor Carson Palmer, #1 in the draft, and Ryan Hogue, number 262 in the draft, the Heisman winner, celebrates with a Lozman winner, and we'll see you all there. Ryan, keep your phone open. We'll be calling you. Thank you very much.
All right, we built the suspense. This is how good Mel Kiper is. He chooses one picture for his sleeper page. It's Ryan Hogue, Mr. Irrelevant.
Way to go, Mel.
How about you, Mel?
was the first in 25 years doing that vote. So
You're not
1 in
supposed to say
25,
that.
I'll get a sleeper that's the last pick in the draft.
Guys, who do you think had the best draft?
Well, I'm about the best draft. I'm going to defend Mike Tyson, the Minnesota Vikings. I mean, they've been getting just destroyed the last couple of days for what happened in the first round with passing and then passing again and getting Kevin Williams, who they would have taken. They save a little money. That's debatable, but this kid's a heck of a football player. Everybody was excited about Kevin Williams in the top 10 of the first round. E.J. Henderson, the back injury, I understand that, but still a good pick in the second round, a productive player when he's at full strength. He proved that in the Peach Bowl against Tennessee. Nate Burleson caught a ton of balls. I think that's a nice pick. And Keenan Howry, not fast, but a guy who has punt return skills. Natheel was productive. I'm going to give Mike Tyson the Vikings credit, getting solid football players throughout this draft.
A lot of teams draft the Cincinnati, the Tennessees, the Seattles, but the Houston Texans, look at this. With Andre Johnson, they get the guy, a go-to guy for David Carr, the first pick in last year's draft. All those guys, Joffrey, Peak, and I really like Seth Wan because I've heard enough line coaches tell me he could be a big timer. And then, hey, maybe there's some arrogance in taking a couple quarterbacks, but Drew Henson gives them, hey, some ammunition for next year. And Curry Burns, I think that safety out of Louisville, I think he's got a chance to make the team. Chance Pierce, a long snapper. I think they help themselves, Mike.
Both excellent picks. I'm going to go with Baltimore. I think they got a couple of impact players right off the bat. Certainly, Terrell Suggs is doing a nice job coming off the corner, putting pressure on the quarterback. And you may see the starting quarterback in Kyle Boller. You pick up a couple of defensive linemen, a big kid in Pashos from Illinois. You get a Notre Dame guy in there for the, for the educational value of the whole thing. But I think all in all, I think Baltimore did an excellent job in this draft.
Always do.
Draft lasted 15 hours and 1 minute. Some final thoughts from Bristol. Let's go up to the EA matchup, guys. Bunch of Iron Men.
All right, Susie, thank you very much. Not a moment too soon as we count down our second day of the 2003 draft. Final thoughts, John.
Mark, I actually like the Ravens, just like Mike Golick did. He talked about Suggs and Boller, but the guy I really like, Musa Smith, north-south runner between the tackles, the best in this draft. He's a chain mover, the kind of guy that fits in nice, that Ravens style of offense.
Speaking of chain movers, who'd you like?
Well, he's not a chain mover, he's a chain stopper, but I like the Rams. Jimmy Kennedy. A lot of people are starting to mention Reggie White, like stuff. Anytime you hear that, if he pans out like Reggie White, big-time pick for the Rams.
I think I have to agree with one of the teams pointed out back there in New York, and that certainly would be Minnesota. And I think Cincinnati.
They got a punter from Idaho State. That's going to be.
Punter from Idaho State. That means they're going to have to punt the ball
Philadelphia.
a great deal. Well, it's been fun, guys. Enjoyed it, and we'll see you next year at the 2004 draft. Susie, back to you.
Okay, quickly. Number one next year is?
I think it's either Roy Williams, wide receiver, Texas, or Eli Manning, quarterback from Ole Miss, Susie.
Some people were pretty disappointed Roy Williams didn't come out, but he's pretty content at Texas, obviously.
I think there have been people disappointed in Eli Manning and some of the things he's done, but I tell you what, I like Eli Manning. I mean, certainly from the neck up, he's fantastic in diagnosing plays. I think he'd be a heck of a quarterback.
Hey, before we go, a big shout out. Months and months and months of preparation. Thank you to everyone behind the scenes who makes the NFL draft a great production. Thanks to everyone. Coming up next on ESPN, the NBA playoffs continue. The Magic take on the Pistons. Game 4 of the Eastern Conference quarters for all of us here in New York and our studios in Bristol. Thanks for watching.